What's going on, everyone? It's Nina Infinity. Welcome to my channel on this Wednesday. This is Infinite Talk, and I have here with me Mr. John Talks. Hi, John.
What is up, Nina? How's it going?
Hi. It's been like an uneventful couple of days, especially on Twitter. So I figured we should talk.
Yeah. I mean, has it though? Has it?
So uneventful.
Yeah, I don't know.
The war is almost over. I mean, the Ukraine war is almost over. Man, there's been like so much going on, but not really. Like they had like, the EU came over talking to Putin came over. They went to Alaska. I mean, like there's just so much going on, and then all of a sudden you decided to get into there, and that was funny.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad all of you enjoyed it too. I'm happy people are enjoying it. I'm happy we're having fun. Are you having fun? Plain and simple. That's what it's all about. Fun. It was all about fun.
The fun video was like, that Smithers meme with when he's like telling Tom Jones with a gun, like, wave to the people, everybody's happy. And it's like, we're having fun. We're all having fun.
That's that's how it felt. And it's just I
It's just so fun.
Yeah. It's like it reminded me of Casino. It reminded me of Casino where you remember the scene. I'm sure plenty of you in the chat, you guys remember the scene where Sam Rothstein, Joe Pesci and his friends are sitting in the bar, and then Sam Rothstein, Robert De Niro's character, walks in, and Joe Pesci and his crew are just like having just the most drab time, and it's Robert De Niro and his crew are having a good time. There's girls all around, and Joe Pesci's like, yeah, we're having a good time too. Like, well, somebody mentions like, oh, it looks like they're having fun. He's like, yeah, we're having fun too. Basically.
I'm gonna see if I can pull up this clip. Let's see. Casino.
That's kind of how it felt to me. It was just like, oh man, I could tell Eric is not having fun. It's just too darn evident.
It feels a little not fun. Let's see. It's not the one where he's going, how am I? No, that's Goodfellas, where he's like, how am I funny?
No. I'll pull it up. But
if you can pull it up, that'd be great.
Yeah.
It's been a minute since I've watched Casino. I want to rewatch that. I want to rewatch that stream. But yeah, we do have a lot to talk about. It's weird because I feel like, I mean, I don't know if you know how this drama began. But this drama actually began with yours truly. Did you know that?
Yes, because if Nina never recommended that Dick Masterson read ISOM and review
Curses.
it, because you did that, right?
Yeah.
I actually saw on YouTube there was a video that basically said you were the one who caused
it. Was me.
You're like ground zero.
I am. I lit the match. Yeah. And to this day, people are like, "So did you read ISOM yet?" And now it's funny at this point. But I did light that match, and it was all because Dick Masterson. I got annoyed because Dick Masterson was saying that Eric was scamming people. And at the time, I was like, well, I have his comic book right here. Like, I have it. I don't know what you mean by he's scamming people, because I thought he meant, he's like,
okay, like
not delivering.
Scam.
Yeah, like not delivering the book. And I was like, I don't understand what you mean by him scamming people. He's not scamming people. I got the book, I paid for it, and I got my copy. And then he goes, "Did you read?" And I'm like, no. And I was like, "Did you read it?" And I was like, "Did you read it?" And he's like, "No." And I was like, "Well, then you can't talk shit either. Like, I'm not talking positive about it, but you can't talk shit if you haven't read it. So let's both read it and do a review." And we were supposed to do a review together. And then it just all happened that it actually went on Flashcast. That's when Ethan coming. That was the famous Flashcast where basically everything fell apart. But
that was pretty notorious. I would say Eric's reaction to Dick's notes was that was quite an
it was a seed, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been weird to say the least since then. I never thought I would actually see a you know what? I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you talk more.
Just say it, Nita. Just say it.
I just never thought I'd see grown men argue about comic books for like, years. It's been years, and then you can't even. There's groups now. People have taken sides.
Just let it all out. Just let it all out, Nita. I know you want to say it.
You have like there's guilt by association now. Like you cannot talk if you look, dude. I know people like no joke. I know people who have told me that they have to make like ghost accounts just so they can watch Trashcast because they don't want people to know that they're in the chat. Me, I'm lazy. I don't do that kind of shit. Like if I want to watch Trashcast, I'll be in the chat.
Too lazy for that.
I'm not doing that shit. But people have told me that they want to watch Trashcast and they like have to go there with their alt accounts. And I'm like, that's so like weird to me. Like I'm like, in a way, it's kind of pathetic because I'm like, what are we talking about here? It's weird because it's almost kind of like in the zeitgeist as well. Like in terms of like, I don't know if you know what's going on with like Nick Fuentes. And like how like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are like calling him a fed now and like saying like the most like crazy shit about Nick Fuentes. Now, I'm not a fan of Nick Fuentes. I think Nick Fuentes is a piece of shit. But it's just weird because they're making Nick Fuentes even more powerful because of the way they're like treating him online. Like they're like calling him a fed and like basically putting all these labels on him and making him like this like kind of I guess desirable to people who are more susceptible to be like, hey, don't tell me what to do. Like I'm gonna go check this guy out just because you told me not to go check this guy out. So I'm just gonna go do it anyway. Mm-hmm. It's weird. It's having a different effect. Shout out to Camelot who's in the chat.
Shout out to Camelot. Shout out to the chat. Thank you for tuning in.
And Camelot, by the way, was part of that whole thing because he was like all Camelot let out that I said some bullshit about the FNT crowd at Anna's wedding and that I had let out this whole thing about a melting snowman harassing people. So thanks a lot, Camelot, for all that fucking garbage.
The visual, melting snowman.
Yeah. To this day, people are like, so who's the melting snowman? And I'm like, go ask fucking Cody because I don't know who the fucking
melting snowman That's right. Is. Yeah.
But shout out. Shout out to fucking Camelot. Whoopsie. We're all screwed. It's just been all bad. But okay. Let's talk about this though, because this week, this started from something. And I gotta say, like, I've just been kind of sick of this Comicsgate drama forever. I'm so sick and tired of like tiptoeing around people and being like, yeah, like I like Flash. Yeah, I also like Ethan. Yes, I also like Anna. Poor Anna. She's been stuck in the middle of forever. Like it's like that Star Wars girl. I feel so bad for her. Everybody shits on her all the time for being friends with everybody. And it's just like you just can't. It's tough.
Yeah, it's tough. You can't I don't know. It's tough. It's really tough to be. I mean, for the longest time, and I think people are probably a little bit shocked out of like, anybody that this whole thing would kind of involve me. Just because, like I'm not, I really have tried to avoid conflict. I really have, I mean, have I been pretty good about just letting things, I don't know, just not getting really involved in drama, period.
Yeah, I famously tell everybody, I mean, not everybody like live, but like people I know behind the scenes, especially like Anna, like when we're venting to each other about all the fucking drama all the time. I should have listened to John when he told me, don't have anything to do with these fucking people, like all of them, and just do your own thing. Like, I should have listened. I shouldn't have gotten involved with anybody else. I should have just stuck to my own lane and just been doing my own thing, and like not gotten involved with the real BBC, not gotten involved with like anybody, and just done my own thing. I always say you gave me the wisest advice that I never listened to. And now here you are doing the complete opposite of what you told me and getting involved, picking a side, dare I say. My God.
Well, okay. Well, here's the thing. I was never against I was never ever against Rippaverse. I even as much as like I didn't like the comic books, which was I never expressed that publicly. It was just a matter of like, well, okay, they weren't all that great, but I was never ever wishing for the end of Eric's business or anything like that. And even to this day, I'll be
for the record, I'm still not rooting.
Yeah, no. Well, here's the thing.
Record.
No, and here's the thing. Okay, at least I'm not. If you are, that's fine. I don't. You're free to do whatever you want. But I'm not. I'm not rooting for the end of anybody's business. I'm not wishing for, ill to come upon anybody, even my worst enemy, which so I'm not even saying that Eric's in that ballpark. But with that said, I also would watch Trashcast. I also was a fan of Ethan. And here's the thing. Overall, I just want indie comics to thrive. I want indie comics to do well. I want independent creators to do well. And I never picked a side. It was just a matter of like, I'm watching from afar. I'm enjoying it.
Were you watching Trashcast though?
When?
Like when he started it, from the moment he started. Have you been watching Trashcast?
I mean, I wouldn't say I've seen every episode, but I've been watching. Yeah, there's been a lot. But I'll say this: Trashcast was a breath of fresh air when it came out, and it's not just because Ethan was bashing Eric, but it was also because finally it felt like truth and honesty was coming out. Like people, because for the longest time after, when ISOM 1 came out, I remember it was like there was like a Gestapo out there that went after anybody that was critical of the books. Do you remember this?
I was under some pressure. Yes.
I remember it's like, man, it was crazy on social media, but it was just like anybody that had any criticism of ISOM 1, it was like they were getting curb stomped. Okay. And
so you were getting associated a lot with Dick Masterson and Vito.
I'm saying this is when ISOM 1 came out. Now I don't know if that criticism was happening. Was it happening that early on?
Yeah, because it was around that time, because I believe the reason this all started was because Vito actually initially kind of criticized the book on the side, and then I guess Dick Masterson was making fun of him about it. And then that's how he ended up on Nick's show. Sure. And then
that was after the fact. I just remember when ISOM 1 came out, Eric was trying to control. It seemed like Eric was trying to control the narrative that ISOM was a good book, and if you didn't like it, well, that's just your opinion. Now, I'm like, people are going to try to get me, and Eric will do this too, on like being very, very specific. Like he'll point out a very specific thing and not like see, the basic whole of the argument that I'm making. And it's like, yeah, you can nitpick arguments that way. There's always some little thing, but like, just listen to the basic thing. So what I'm saying is these, like there was almost like people were afraid to say anything about ISOM because, especially number one, and maybe Eric has a whole different perspective on this than I do, but I was watching it from a whole different level. And what I was seeing was like, holy crap. This is man, talk about trying to really, really control the narrative. It was almost like, yeah, I'm trying to, like, it was just, it was such an insecurity about one's work, where it was just like he could not allow the public to have their say. And so he was trying to control the narrative, either him or his followers. Okay. But I think I remember him being very outspoken about anybody that was outspoken about ISOM 1 not being all that good. So what I'm saying is, by the time Trashcast comes around, which was the release of ISOM 2, and Ethan, I think it was after ISOM 2. Well, it was after Ethan did the cover for Eric.
It was after he did the cover, because I bought Ethan's cover for ISOM 2.
I did too. Yeah.
I have it. Yeah. Yeah.
But I remember when Ethan said it, when Ethan finally came out and said his books are not that good, I'm like, okay, I'm not crazy here.
You're like Michael Scott. You're like, thank you. Like, yeah, Michael Scott.
Pretty much. Thank you. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you. No, I mean, it was the level of gaslighting, man. The level of again, just insane. Like, to me, it's just insanity. I don't know. I've always, like, that's how you could tell Eric is not, he's operating in a realm, it's all new to him, and that's fine. Here's the thing. If Eric, I don't even care if he made bad books. That's not even my major beef with Eric. But it's that he did all of this shit. He did all of this stuff early on, made people, he tried to control the narrative, and he did all of this stuff. He is so insecure. He is so incredibly insecure. He's answering me back. The CEO, right? Or the guy who runs a multi-million-dollar business. I sent one post. 10 minutes later, I'm like, did you even read that? Did you even think about anything I said in this? It was just like, defense. I mean, I'm like, bro, I'm the little guy in the situation. You're the guy running a multi-million-dollar company. How do you have time? How do you have time to get back to me in less than 10 minutes or 10 minutes or so? It's like, I had something to do. I'm like, I can't be on social media all day.
Well, and the funny part is that, like, with the insecurity, you have a point, because.
Well, I will say this: for the last couple of days, I have been on social media all freaking day. Okay, so I'm not gonna. That is evident to everybody out there. But I'm taking a little vacay.
Well, the thing with the insecurity, kind of like, you have a point, because, and that's how I felt when this whole thing started, because even with EVS and like their beef, it was like a constant back and forth between the two, like on social media. And I was like, do you guys even like take a minute? Like, and then Eric went to this whole thing where he was like, I'm going to focus on my company now. I'm not going to focus on he who shall not be named. And it was, first of all, treating him like Voldemort is so ridiculous. I'm like,
it's so
come
stupid.
on. Like, come on, guys.
Stupid.
Like, it's EVS. It's Ethan Van Sciver. You have to give a level of respect to him. He's been in the comic book industry for 30 plus years. People like him are what paved the way for indie comics to be a thing and to even be recognized. Here's an issue, John, that's really interesting. A couple of years ago, not even years ago, like when this whole thing was happening, I went on somebody's podcast. I'm not going to name them because I don't want them to get involved, but he's more of a political commentator. And we were just kind of talking about pop culture and how it's related to everything. And he, like, somehow Eric July got brought up. And he goes, oh, he's part of Comicsgate, right? Like, really innocently, like, just, oh yeah, I know Eric July. He made a lot of money. He made that comic and he's part of Comicsgate. And in my head, I was like laughing, because I'm like, how do you even explain to this normie guy? No, Eric July is not Comicsgate. Yes, he's indie comics, but he's Rippaverse, but he hates Comicsgate and everybody to do with Comicsgate, especially Ethan Van Sciver, who's basically like the head of the Comicsgate. If you want, if you even begin to try and explain this beef to someone or like anything, it will never make sense. And it just makes everybody look bad. But in all honesty, what I always thought was really funny was how Ethan always says that if you're part of the independent comic book industry, you are Comicsgate. And that is one I agree with Ethan, because I'm like, no matter what, no matter who you are, if you're a normie, if you're an indie comic creator, if you're like anybody outside of the mainstream, you will be considered, you will be put in the bracket called Comicsgate. It's just the way it is. Like, just like gamers are put into Gamergate. Like, if anyone's like, anyone who's ever had anything to do with gamer, like talking against the mainstream in terms of game stuff, oh, they're Gamergate, like Gamergate. It's the same kind of mentality. And now, like, Eric wants to very much differentiate himself from Comicsgate and from Ethan. And I feel like that's just, it's always been this kind of funny thing to me, because I'm like, really, if you really think about it, if Eric and Ethan had joined forces the way that they should have, there shouldn't never been, like, Rippaverse should have been a massive thing that Comicsgate, they unite and become, and then go against Marvel and DC, and maybe then they can take on the big guys, because then you have these heavyweights that were from Marvel and DC associated with something like the Rippaverse, and then you can possibly then take on Marvel and DC. But them doing it all by themselves, it's not.
It's hard. Yeah, no, it's like you basically, like, when you have that going on, because Rippaverse was massive at the outset. Everybody can agree with that, in terms of Eric doing 3.7 million. He always reminds us. But, you get to, you get a juggernaut like Ethan Van Sciver. You get, Rippaverse back.
Shane Davis.
Yeah. These
John Malin.
Yep. Comic pros. Now it's like, they join forces. You can kind of create, you can get some momentum. I'm not going to say that you're going to, but at least you're bigger, and that allows you to get, has the possibility of getting bigger and bigger. But Eric chose, in my opinion, violence, and that's why, that's how I look at it. And look, you can look at how he was trying to get Ethan with the text, the night letters, all behind the scenes. And people like the whole idea that if I bring up an argument from Comicsgate or Trashcast, or if I throw my hat in, or even if I have a similar argument. And by the way, I'm just going to be utterly clear. Congrats, Eric. You pushed me. You literally pushed me into, I was neutral. I was Switzerland, and you just pushed me into Comicsgate. Okay. It finally, there's no
the opposite effect.
There's no, I mean, if you could have just really actually been a true professional, I would have never done this. I would never, ever, basically do conflict marketing on you. I would never have gone this route. But the fact that you would even come out and say, and just have this self-righteous attitude about conflict marketing, and people shouldn't do that. It's just like, I think that was, I think that was a straw.
Let's talk about that.
I think that was a straw.
Let's talk about that though, because I think that's the argument here, is that, and maybe we can play the video that.
We can go through it. We can even go through the entire thread.
Let's do that. But I want to talk about that, because, and that's kind of like what the crux of the matter here, I think, is the dishonesty, and how Eric is coming off as extremely disingenuous when he says that he didn't start Rippaverse in order to go at the main guys at Marvel and DC and take them on. And I mean, for God's sake, he went on Tucker Carlson on Fox News, because they were saying here's this up and coming guy that's going against the woke narrative, and back then, everything was about woke, it was all, and then Donald Trump came out and famously said everything woke turns to shit. because at that time it was in the zeitgeist. So everyone wanted someone to come out and be like, yeah, I'm going against the woke. I'm going against, like all of this garbage that we were being fed, and tokenization, which is something that Eric July was talking about, how, Black people were being tokenized and all this stuff. He was saying all the right things at the time. So and now, building a multi-million-dollar company on the back of this idea of going against the woke, and then coming out and being like, oh, by the way, it didn't work out. I mean, come on. It's disingenuous, man.
It's like that's what did it for me. It was just like I just saw right through it. And it's like, gosh, man, you are such a freaking, like, what are you even doing giving business advice? What are you doing? But again, even besides that, okay, whatever. I don't care. But the fact that you, like, it was all the combination of everything up to this point and this video. And again, the self-righteous attitude of, like, basically conflict marketing is bad. It isn't good. You built your whole you built your rep. You built Rippaverse on conflict marketing. Like, this isn't some Mandela effect that I'm just imagining here. This is reality, Eric. And when you try to defend and you try to, you could say it wasn't official. It wasn't official marketing from the Rippaverse. You could say that all you want, but you're the face of the company. You're the face of the freaking company.
You know what's so crazy is he says that, and then, like, but he was wearing a horseman shirt. Hold on, I'm gonna bring this up because he even says, like, oh, I wasn't even speaking on behalf of, like, Rippaverse or whatever, but he's wearing, like, Rippaverse merch. Like, he's not even neutral on this. So it's like,
well,
I mean,
if he wants to do his business videos wearing his merch, I don't care. Like, that's whatever. But it's just,
it's a Rippaverse thing, though. That's what I'm saying. So it's not like, okay, you're coming off at a completely neutral angle, like you're saying that the Rippaverse has nothing to do with conflict marketing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the least of his.
I know, but
I
know, definitely, but it just doesn't make sense. I'm saying, like, it makes sense in terms of, like, how he's like, I'm not doing that at all, but, like, you're saying that while you're also wearing your merch, so I don't really know how that's not happening. Let me quickly get these super chats. Mint Salad, hello, what's up? Hey. Mint Salad for $2. This Trashcast is entertaining and very fun. Mint, hello, thank you for that. Swift -1 for 2 says Camelot not wrenched. You're fired. I wrenched him right away after you said that, Swift. So thank you. And then Mint again, thank you. Hail Comicsgate and long live Trashcast, Mint Salad. And the Gilkman returns. What's up, Thomas Gilkman?
Hey, what's up, Thomas?
Hail, much love to both of you. Keep being amazing, no matter what people think of John Talks. He's the good guy. He brought me onto his show when I was a nobody. Nina's pretty amazing too. Thanks, Thomas Gilkman.
Oh, you weren't a nobody. But yeah, no, Thomas is a great guy, and really appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Much love, man. Much love. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
It like takes me back to, like, when we used to talk about back in the day.
Before the dark times, before simpler times.
When everyone was still united against like Kathleen Kennedy and Rhiannon Johnson, and there was no zeros yet, or whatever. FNT and, like, Comicsgate was still their same team.
We were kind of like a happy somewhat happy family. Yeah,
it's like the Sopranos, and then everything went to shit.
Yeah. Shit. I guess we get, Donald Trump said everything woke turns to shit, but
just get some egos in the room. Everything goes into shit.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. This is Eric July's video about, and he labeled it the dangers of conflict marketing. Focus on value, focus on professionalism. That's what creates real opportunities. So here is this video. Let's go.
Let's talk about conflict marketing. My name is Eric July, and I'm the founder and owner of Rippaverse Publishing, which is a comic book company that has made over $13 million in total sales. Now, what is conflict marketing? It's basically drumming up some sort of drama, beef, controversy just for the sake of getting attention. Obviously, it's with.
Look, everybody knows. I mean, even Eric knows. Eric knows that he got famous for his,
Hot
taking on
takes.
the haters.
Hot takes, yeah.
He literally
Monetizing the
had,
haters.
a segment,
Yeah.
like I'm taking on the haters or
Still
whatever.
does a show. What is it? Ripping the Silverback, where they're constantly
They
shitting
do.
on the mainstream. He's still doing it now. Like, that's the thing. He's still doing it now. Like, I'm just bringing up at the start of the Rippaverse, but he's still doing it now. And he's gonna say, well, I'm not affiliated with the Rippaverse when I'm on that show. It's like, you are the face of a company, man.
He says he's not doing it anymore.
Everything that you do and say in public winds up being in some way, shape, or form marketing. You could try to like hide under the guise of well, this is my if you're doing it in public and it is gaining some sort of it's helping you in some sort of way, whatever, that's marketing.
No, I agree with you, because it's just, to me, it's weird, because I'm like, look, everyone, including you, everybody knows that you got famous by taking on the haters. I still remember when I was laughing at that stream he did where he was calling out that one fat dude that was sitting on the really far away couch, and we were like talking about like how he was like making fun of Eric drinking water, and it was like this whole thing about like keep hydrated. Remember, like, and that whole thing became a meme for a bit, like keep hydrated, man. Like, as that was a whole thing. Like, it was it. And when he says it was fun, yeah, it was fun. Like, it was fun to, knock on these people, because a lot of them were so ridiculous. It was fun. And, conflict marketing can be fun.
Look,
in a way, he's right. That's why Trashcast is fun to watch.
Yeah, no, Trashcast. Here's the thing. We'll have to look at that video, but gosh, oh my gosh, the cope with that is
the
off
nervous
the charts.
drinking. There it is. That people know. That's what I'm talking about. The nervous drinking, like, oh, gotta keep hydrated. Nervous drinking. Everyone, like, I remember that. Sorry, keep going.
No, what was I saying? I've got like three different thoughts going on here at one time, but it's like,
let's play this and then you'll get more.
The intention to get some sort of buyers, but some folks think that causing these problems means that you're going to get more purchases. And that's because people think views equals success, but really that couldn't be any further from the truth.
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
Saying that he's not making money because he's not getting enough views. Like, I don't know what that. I don't even know what that means.
Any further from the truth.
Look, he's saying like views doesn't mean customers, is what he's saying here.
Bro. We're having fun. Are you having fun? Is the chat having fun? Are you guys having fun? Plain and simple fun. Bro, he built his channel on, controversial things like woke, anti-woke. He built an audience on that. He built up an entire freaking audience of people that were tired of mainstream comics. And he fueled that. He talked about that stuff. He built an audience. And then when it came time to sell the Rippaverse, he had an audience to sell to. It's like, do you not see it, Eric? Do you not see how you engaged in conflict marketing? Because you built up a customer base through controversy, through all of the things you mentioned here, drama, etc. You built up a customer base, and now you had them to sell to. Do you not see that? Like, that is blatantly simple and clear. And you've got the nerve. You've got the nerve to act like, I mean, again, maybe you're looking at through a strictly, the Rippaverse did not, it wasn't an official publication or marketing of the Rippaverse. Bro, look at the big picture here. And that's why you made that cope video. That's why you made the fun video.
It was all about fun. Look at all these super chats coming in saying, Godspeed, Nina. The shit storm is coming. LOL. Wow. These are the things that just make you really nervous about even talking about it. What does that even mean, Doc
Look,
Brisky? That's
nobody should be
God.
nervous
What does
about
that
talking
mean?
about anything.
Like,
And
I'm
again,
so
that was the wonderful thing about Trashcast is like when Ethan, I know that was a difficult decision for him to do, but EJ was working behind the scenes trying to manipulate him and manipulate everything. And, congrats to Ethan for doing that. Congrats. Because I know making that kind of move, when you make that kind of shift, you make that type of hard decision and you're going to probably lose money over it. That's not an easy decision. But he chose, essentially his values over money. And it looks like he's been rewarded for it. It looks like things are still going pretty darn well for him. And, again, yeah, congrats to him for doing that, man, because it gives, when somebody like that just comes out and they break the silence and they say, look, the emperor has no clothes. This is all bullshit. This is somebody who's trying to control things behind the scenes. It's kind of, it's how other entities work. And when somebody does that, now it gives everybody else permission to talk. Now it gives other people, they're like, yeah, you know what? I think the same way this guy does. I feel the same way this guy does. And I was being shamed. I was being shamed for my opinion or thinking differently than the group think here. But you know what? It turns out that, hey, wait a minute. There's a lot more of us than I thought. There's a lot more of us that feel this way about it. So when Ethan came out and said that, it was like, finally, it was like the elephant in the room was exposed. The air was cleared. And it's like, finally, we can deal with truth now. Finally, we can deal with the reality. Eric got exposed. That's what happened. And I know he's going to have some bullshit. He's got bullshit reasons for everything. I'd love to hear him talk about his night letter to EVS. I would love to hear him talk about that.
I think he says that's obviously he denies ever having to send anything. And I don't think he'll ever admit that he even sent anything. But even if that's true, I just think that whole story is really stupid because Ethan and people like Ethan, like Shane Davis and John Malin, they really did risk their professional lives to form Comicsgate, to leave the mainstream and actually do what they said that they were going to do. So I feel like they did earn a level of respect. And even if you don't think that way, to some extent, you should have that level of respect for, the elders that came before you, like the people that came before you. And the fact that EJ didn't, they decided to kind of just do his thing and then kind of insult them.
Yeah,
It makes sense why they have beef. It just makes sense why, EVS is just kind of sit down, young one. I was here way before you, so shut the fuck up. I get it.
No, the thing of it is that Eric was emboldened, man. He felt like he was on top of the world because, he made $3.7 million on conflict marketing, by the way. On conflict marketing. But here's the thing. He thought it was something that he did. It's like, no, you had, and look, to some extent, okay, I'm not gonna, I'll say again, congrats on that, man. You make $3.7 million. I can't take away from that achievement. Okay. I'm not going to try to take away from that achievement. However, he had people who believed in him, people like me who believed in what he was saying. Yeah.
I did too.
What he represented. People,
I did too.
He had people lifting him up. This was a group that was a very, just a special time too. And again, I'm not taking away from that, but I will say Rippaverse is not succeeding on the merit. Rippaverse's success was based off of a promise that Eric was going to take on the big two. He made a big ass promise, a politician big ass type promise that politicians rarely ever deliver on, that type of promise. And EJ made an impossible promise. Good on you, man. Great marketing. The problem is he has yet to deliver on that promise. And you don't hear him talk about the big two anymore. All of that.
Yeah, but that's because he denies that now. And that's why I feel like it's a disingenuous, because he's like, no, I never did that. Like that wasn't what I was doing at all. We were just we'll get to it because he says that in the Cope video. So we'll say that. We'll talk about it.
Now, when it does work, conflict marketing, that is, it's often with some sort of passive engagement, like views, streams, comments, likes, retweets, things of that nature. It doesn't really work out that well when you're trying to sell a product unless what you're selling is exactly that. So unless you're in like reality TV or reality YouTube.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody. It's like Eric wants to pretend. It's almost like he wants to imagine that conflict marketing had nothing to do with his success somehow. Like, it's so weird. It's so weird. But he's like, that little part before where it's like, bro, are you even aware of what happened? Can you go back just a slight bit? Just a slight bit. Where he said it's not going to work out. I mean, I suppose he's right, because his company
like
is
reality.
Where he was talking about how it's not going to, it's not going to I think he's alluding to it's not going to work out long term.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a self-incrimination on his part. Like, is he aware that it's not working out too well for him and it's not working out long term? But
I don't know. Like, that's what I want to know too. And it's like, I don't know. Okay. When I saw this, before I read your comment, when I saw this video, I immediately thought that it was a passive aggressive dig at Ethan.
Did you? Without me saying it. Just tell me, did you do it like before I said anything?
Way before, it was way before I read your comment. Like your comment came out way after, and I was like, oh, here we go again. EJ taking another passive aggressive dig at Comicsgate and Ethan.
There you go. Yeah.
It's always been like that, and that's why it's really annoying, because he keeps doing that. Like, it's like, and then he'll come out once in a while and he'll be like, oh, we're actually not talking about, like, oh, he literally went and hired Gothics, and I love Gothics. Okay, like I've done many streams.
I've got nothing against her.
Nothing against her. She's a lovely girl, and like she's like, I'm gonna hire her and have her be the face of Rippaverse, and so I don't have to deal with it. And I'm like, you know what? I was actually like, great. That's actually a good thing. You should have. I should have done this a long time ago. Step away, do
by that time,
your company,
sure.
And let it, let the drama lie where it may. Mostly with Ethan, because Ethan wants to talk about whatever it is that Eric does, right, and make fun of him. And so don't give him any ammo. My whole thing has been like, stop giving him ammo. Like, if you want Ethan to stop talking about you, stop giving him ammo.
Yes.
And my thing has been like that about everybody involved. I'm like, if you don't want Ethan to talk about you, don't talk about Ethan. Don't talk about Comicsgate, and stop giving him ammo. Like,
and Eric will say, but I'm not. And that's the thing that's even worse. It's like
gaslighting.
Like, you've got, Ethan, at least he's just upfront about what he's doing. There's no masquerade about it. There's no. And that's the thing I can't stand, is the fact that it's like, well, I wasn't really, meanwhile, all of these videos that Eric releases, all of these videos that have to do with what, business or other aspects of his comic book company, it always feels like right around the time, like he's like keeping up with some sort of narrative going on with CG. But again, he's not being direct with it, and we'll get to that. That's my criticism.
Well, and that's what something that you made me think about, because that goes along with the whole passive aggressive thing. Because like Ethan will be doing Trashcast or whatever, he'll say something, and then EJ will make an indirect tweet addressing what Ethan was saying without naming him, and I'm like, bro, what the fuck, man? Like, literally everyone who's in the know knows what you're talking about. Now, maybe normies won't know. Like, people will be like, what? Like, what is he talking about? Like, I don't know. But people who are in the know. Like, stop treating everybody like children. I
Like
mean, I know
idiots.
everybody's reading comic books, but stop treating everyone like man children and like, just children in general. We're not retarded. Like, we can see through what you're doing. And that's what's really frustrating because I'm like, I thought Eric was real. That's what pisses me off because I'm like, I thought you were legit, man. Like, I thought you're going to say like things like it is. So if you're going to stop doing conflict marketing, they're going to stop doing conflict marketing.
Yeah,
stop
no,
making
that's all it is.
conflict.
Yeah, and that's why I make the point that this video in itself, that's the irony of it, is conflict marketing. If he has some veiled motive to take a shot at Ethan, if he has some, if it's there, and look, there's only two possibilities when it comes to this video. There's only two. One, Eric is being, when he tells me he's being, it had nothing to do with my haters, had nothing to do with Trashcast, had nothing to do with that. We're having fun. When he says
we're having fun.
Yeah. So much fun, can hardly contain myself.
This is fun.
Yeah, when he says that though, it's like, okay, there's two possibilities. One, he's telling the truth. He's telling the truth, and we're reading into it. Everybody who sees that, it's some form of confirmation bias. And let's see if EJ mentions confirmation bias now.
Okay,
we'll keep your ear to the ground. But that's what it is. It's either, yeah, he did this video purely out of his business intentions and all of that. To that I say, if Eric is that ignorant of what is going on around him, and he lacks that much self-awareness, I mean, that is astounding.
There is no way. There is no way he has that much self-awareness. Yeah. There is absolutely. I do not believe it. Like, there's no way. That's like saying because he doesn't constantly, John. Like, it's like, I'll hear it because I watch Trashcast. Yes, I admit it. I watch Trashcast. Okay, people, and I've already admitted it on the stream. But because I watch Trashcast, I know, like, I'm aware of what Ethan is saying. So then, like, all of a sudden, it's like, oh, Eric will like address what Ethan is saying without naming him. And I'd be like, oh my God, it's so mature. Like at the very least, be like, I know Ethan said this about me, so let me address it. Like at the very least, expect that.
Yeah. It's like we'll get to my thread. We'll get to the whole conversation or exchange rather, because I really wasn't necessarily interested in having a conversation. This was me. I mean, if you read it, it's very blunt, it's very direct, it's very clear.
I was shocked. I was so shocked.
I hit a breaking point. It's kind of similar to what, like, where Ethan was in terms of, like, he hit a breaking point where it was just like he couldn't take any more of Eric's BS. And it's like, I finally, just scrolling through my feed, I come across this particular video, and for whatever reason, and I think there's probably other videos before where
there's been many.
Yeah, where it's like I was gonna say, I'm like, no, I won't. I'm just staying out of it.
There's been a lot of times that I've had that same feeling. There's been times where I felt like I wanted to DM him and be like, Eric, man, you gotta stop. You gotta stop egging on EVS. If you want him to, like, not talk about you anymore, stop talking about him indirectly. Like, he understands when you're doing this passive aggressive shit. But I didn't, because I was like, it's between them. They're grown men. I can't, like, there's no solving this beef.
No.
I was really green when this whole thing started. I've since I've since seen the light that there's really, sometimes there will never be peace, just like there'll never be peace in the Middle East. You guys, it's just not happening.
Yeah.
Sometimes we're just made for war, and it's just the way it is.
What you're selling is exactly that. So unless you're in, like, reality TV or reality YouTubing or
you're
like
in reality,
politics,
Eric.
well,
You're
it's
in
not
reality,
really
and you
going
got to
to
deal with
often
reality.
convert into purchases. So yeah, you might get attention. You might even go viral a time or two, but that doesn't mean that these customers are going to stick around, because really they're not customers. Because what are they really here for? Are they trying to buy what you're selling as far as a physical and tangible item? Or are they here just for the mess? So as that engagement starts to die down because that audience becomes bored of you, you're forced to try to come up with a new gimmick, time and time again, trying to outdo yourself. So as that dies down, so do your numbers. And that's because you're not paying attention to what you're exactly selling. Unfortunately, this is...
Sorry. Did you say your numbers die down?
Yes.
Yeah. How is the lack of conflict marketing, working out for you? And here, I'll say this too. If every company in some way, shape, or form, every brand needs a villain. Now, the villain in your story does not have to be a person. It doesn't necessarily have to be. But ultimately, every company has to have something that, I guess if you're in the business of selling vacuum cleaners, you're fighting a war on what? Dust, like
dirt. Yeah.
Dirt, right.
Dirt.
A commercial is going to express that in some way, probably. And it shows you, hey, if you get our product, you're going to have a clean home, right? There's a villain in your story. And if you get this tool that we offer, because you're the hero of the story, you're going to be able to fight this villain, and you're going to be able to conquer it, And sometimes it's very simple. The narrative is very simple, but every company needs a villain in their story, and the customer, Eric, is the hero. You're the guide. You're not the hero of the story. And good brands recognize that.
Do you think in this case
the customer?
Yeah, but do you think in this case, especially when it comes to like the indie comic sphere now, that Ethan is the villain? Like, it's not, because it used to be that the narrative was the villain, like the man, like, that identity politics and, like all of those things was the villain. And now I think it's Ethan.
It's all narrative. It's all narrative in terms of how you want to look at it. To Rippaverse, yes, Ethan is the villain. And Ethan knows darn well he is the villain, in that story. At least that's how I see it. They, but it's like countries in terms of, one person's or one land's, one nation's hero is another country's
terrorist.
Yeah. So it's kind of like that. These stories are getting, they're crafted through narrative. But truth is so important. Truth is you're just better off being aligned with the truth than you are trying to constantly create narratives. Like if your books for Eric, especially early on, if your books suck, you're getting customer feedback on your books, it's just better to accept the pain of that truth. It's just better to let people have their say and say, you know what? I got to listen to this. I got to listen to this criticism. There's a pain point in my company, and I have to do something differently. I have to do better. I have to somehow fix this problem, because it seems like instead, what did Eric try to do? He tried to act like there was no problem. He tried to snuff out all of the voices that were saying that ISOM wasn't good. He tried to control a narrative rather than just let the truth have its day and have it say. Like, that's what that's what you should just do. It's just like, if it's the truth, it's the truth. Deal with the truth rather than trying to create a lie, which in this case, create a narrative that is not aligned with truth.
Well, and then to take that further to, like, again, if you look at it from like the normie perspective and you're like, oh, I'm going to just get into comics. Let me get into, what is this? Like the Rippaverse. Let me get into this. And then you realize, oh, ISOM 2 has these covers, but now Eric hates the two people that did the covers for him. Like, it's like such a weird like mentality to like get into a fight and like get into this massive fight with people you also are in, like you're on the same team. Like this is why I'm so like this drives me absolutely crazy, because I'm like, you guys are all on the same team and you're like just bulldozing each other. It's so weird. I can't.
Well, that's where it was like Eric was really trying to throw his weight around, and Ethan, a 20 plus year pro comic artist, you know, he's been in this so much longer than EJ, and to some extent, I think Ethan understands that, you know, EJ's success is a combination of different things, but it is not the result of merit. All right, I'm going to say that again. Eric July's success is not the result of merit. He's always parading around his number. Oh, we've made $13 million. A lot of that was just solely based on a promise. People bought, and now they're no longer buying. And the reason they're no longer buying is because the books are just not up to snuff. They're not that good. And until you fix that problem, you're kind of like running on the steam of, you know, that initial success. And that's fine. Like, I'm not saying that there isn't an audience for Rippaverse books. Apparently there is, but it does seem that they buy. The funny thing is they buy out of, in a lot of cases, it feels like they buy out of conflict. They buy because it's like, don't want, you know, can't let
I gotta support the team. That's why. I gotta support the team. It's like what's his name from Seinfeld? Gotta support the team. Like, you know that.
Yeah. but you don't see this like massive group of people saying like, man, these books are freaking great.
I gotta have the next version. Where is it? Like,
how many people are talking about the stories? And Rippaverse is like, they always put out the video, the reviews are in, and it's like they'll take the most positive reviews. They're never ever going to take a negative review. And I get that. That's fine. You know, that's your company. I'm not knocking that, but it's not this overwhelming thing, you know, like in terms of how many books they've sold, there's not like this overwhelming praise for the books. At least but you know, that's my perspective.
I guess that's based on who you're asking. Like that's the thing, right? Especially in this sphere. Like if you're asking like, you know, the other team, they're gonna be like, they're great. We're having so much fun.
Having fun. And it's simple.
But if you ask like actual Comicsgate people or like actual comic book people, they'll be like, most of the time they won't even say it's shit. Most of the time they'll be like, it's okay. Like, and let's say that's how I felt about ISOM 1. Like I was like, it's okay. Like there's room for improvement. Like there's definitely room for improvement. It was good. It was okay. Like, and the funny part is like I kind of like I talked about this with my husband when the whole drama was happening at first, and he's like, so did you like it? And I was like, well, you know, in the first one, I was kind of rooting for Eric and like ISOM in general because I wanted it to be really good. And then it like when I read it, you know, I kind of felt like how I felt like at the end of episode 7 of Star Wars, like the new Disney Star Wars. I was like, it was good. Like I hope we can take it to the next level. Like, you know, like in the next issue, I'm rooting for you, Eric, to like, you know, go that next level. Like it's okay. Like I'm there. Like I liked episode 6 or 7 or whatever it was, episode 7. I was like, all right, like let's see where it goes. And then The Last Jedi came out, and I was like, holy fuck. Ugh, like this is not good.
That's kind of how ISOM 2 I think was for
that's
Eric.
How I
like
felt
that was
about
like ISOM 2 was like the Last Jedi of for Eric, because the sales just really plummeted after that. But then again too, he lost Comicsgate. He lost
Comicsgate, but it was weird though, because I read it and I remember it came in and I was like, this time, John, I swear, I was like, this time I'm gonna read it. I was like, this time I'm gonna read it, because it was like that whole drama with me not having read ISOM 1. I was like, I'm gonna fucking read this book, and I'm gonna make a review about it, and I'm gonna be like, Eric's the best. He did the like, this is awesome, bro. I get to the point where he explains like that panel where he explains what happened to Isam and why he quit. I got so mad because I don't know if you've read the second book.
No, of course I've read it. I wouldn't be talking about this if I have not read Eric's books.
I read it up to that point. I read it up to that point because I got so mad at that one panel because I was like, I'm done. Like I literally threw the book and I was like, I'm done. Like this is over for me. Because I didn't like his reasoning. I didn't like the panel. I was waiting for some like crazy ass, like, like the panel for it to be like this crazy, like ripped apart face, like that guy, like the monsters like killed the guy, and you're just like seeing this, like the graphic. Like I'm used to graphic novel. I'm used to like Berserk, I'm used to like because I read manga. So I was ready for like some fucking vicious ass shit. And dude, it's like some silhouette. Like I was like, what is this? Like I'm like, is this made for kids? Like, is this like a children's?
Well, it's a weird like that. That's a weird middle of the ground thing in terms of like you're showing something that is incredibly graphic, like this girl's head just getting crushed, right, by this guy. But like you said, like it's like he doesn't. There's not the. He kind of got to play a little bit middle of the road in terms of
again the middle of the road. Yeah. But that's what drives me nuts about EJ, because he plays the middle of the road even with Isam. I'm like, dude, like if you're gonna go adult storytelling, go adult storytelling. Fucking give it, like go all in.
Yeah, he's
like he wants to make it like, I don't know, family friendly, so I guess kids can read it or something.
Yeah, and but then there's parts of the book too where it's like there's curse words in it, and there's I mean it's a very
you're talking about like the plot point is like this chick being like kidnapped and like forced into possible like hookery. Like you're just like the theme is dark. If the theme is dark already, then you gotta go
lean into it.
Lean into it. And I don't, and that's not, he wasn't doing that. So, and then after that happened, and then he had a falling out with Ethan, I was just done. Like at that point, I was like, I'm done. I'm done with the Rippaverse for now. And I was also really, really excited about Yaira. And like and Ethan, or not Ethan, EVS, Eric, they all have E names. Eric knew that because I told him many times, like, I'm so excited about your female superhero. That's why I bought EVS's book, because of EVS's cover, because he had the female, the lady on there. And I was like, oh, I like sexy ladies. Like I'm all about the, the hot comic book ladies. And like the Black Cat, I love that vibe of like the sexy comic book ladies. And I was told that, that sexy's back with like, Rippaverse and mostly Comicsgate. I mean, it is back for Comicsgate because have you seen John Malin's drawings of like the female anatomy, like, or Shane Davis's most recent one? You can tell that like they're like, oh yeah, we're all about the ladies, right? But like with Eric, I was like looking at Yaira's book, and I'm like, oh man, like I saw some of these panels, and I'm like, this art style is just not doing it for me. Like it's just not doing it for me. And I really wanted to support, but then I was like, and money's tight, man. Money's tight.
Yeah, so when money is tight, you what you really need is you need a high concept idea. You need something that is just going to knock the socks off of people, where they say, you know what, money's tight, but I got to get that. I have got to see what that is about. Yeah. And you need that sort of project, you just do.
Yeah. And I'm not like, I coined this phrase the other day with Mike Harlow. Shout out to Mike Harlow on his stream. But I said like, some people have become like these identity personalities. And and that's when somebody, like, to me, that's like when somebody just becomes this ideology, and like that becomes their whole personality. And I'm just not like a Rippaverse identity personality. Like I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, I love the Rippaverse, I have to have everything the Rippaverse is like putting out. Nor am I like that with Ethan. Like I don't even have.
You pick projects and you buy them based off of whether or not you want them or not.
Like for example, I bought like my first backing of Comicsgate was actually Cecil's comic. It was Cash Grab, the first one. And that's because I really liked some of the covers that he was doing at the time. I think I bought Kelsey Shannon's cover, And then this one, the new one that he came out with, I didn't like any of the covers. I was like, oh, these covers are like, they're just not for me.
They didn't vibe. They just didn't vibe with you.
It just did not vibe with me. And I'm kind of waiting for like his second, like I hope that he puts, because you know how sometimes they'll
another
do that
variant
for, like a second run, or they'll do another variant. So I'm like hoping that maybe Ethan will do a cover for him, or like John Malin, or even Anna. I was hoping Anna would do a cover for him so I can like back that.
Yeah. Well, here's oh, I'm sorry, Nina. Finish your thought.
Oh no, it's okay. I was just saying, like, Ethan or Eric did not give me what I was hoping for, and you know, Rippaverse. That's why I stopped being a customer. But then also add to it this whole beef, and I was like, I'm just turned off from all of you. Like, I hate this whole beef. I hate this whole Comicsgate versus Rippaverse situation. And I've been involved in it for far too long. And I'm leaning in. I'm like, you know, fuck it. I'm just going to lean in. Like, let's fucking direct.
Well, it's like when you get pushed, like when you feel like you're just getting pushed over, you know, it's like, yeah, you know, I want to be Switzerland. I want to like everybody. I want to support everybody on some level or extent, or I don't want to bash anybody, you know, like, I don't want to. You know, but now I'm just you keep pushing, and eventually it's like, okay, yeah, well, the line's been drawn.
Mm-hmm.
You've pushed, there's nowhere else to go. And you know what? You know, at the end of the day, it's like, it's not really a complicated choice either. Because Comicsgate is fun. Comicsgate is fun. It is. I mean, it's like, you know, for me, it's not necessarily that I never want it, like, oh my gosh, being associated with Comicsgate, what will it do for my brand or anything like that? It never really was a thing like that. It's just like, I enjoyed from the sidelines. I enjoyed from the chat.
It's funny. It's actually funny. But you know what's funny? Here's Queen Bee saying, it's all your fault, Nina. This is the thing. The problem is that it is my fault. Like, the problem is that it is actually my fault.
I think it was inevitable. It was inevitable.
I mean, but I was the straw somehow. Like, you know, it all culminated with me. And I think, like, at this point, I have to lean in. Like, I have to lean into that and just be like, you know what? Fuck it. Like, yeah, it was me. It was my fault, and I got to own that to some extent. Let's get to some of these super chats real quick, because people have been really, really kind. Thank you again, Katie Did's channel, which I know Katie's gonna be clipping this shit. You know, she's gonna be clipping this for Trashcast. Shout out.
Oh, great.
Katie's like, can I just take your whole stream, because apparently this whole stream is gonna have clips.
Good to see you, Katie. I'm definitely familiar with your work. So
yeah, we're all familiar. Clip, and snip. Thank you. Lost Goblin Chop for $5 says Eric July attacked me for saying he's aligning with iconic comics. He tried to cancel me, but then they ended up aligning together. So now I'm CG. Wow. That is that's unfortunate. See, this is and like, this is why I've always had a problem with the way Eric's chosen to kind of handle this whole situation, is just how much involved he's been in, like, literally every thread that's ever about him. Like, if anyone mentions Eric, he's there to reply. It's like, bro, you don't have to reply to everything. You just don't. But hey, that's just me. A serious man's been a member for 20 months. Thank you. Says EJ went on Fox to advertise his anti-woke comic. Exactly, with Tucker Carlson.
And I know people will say it's like, well, that was a headline Fox News gave. And, you know, he never came out and said it's he never said it's anti-woke. I don't think he's ever used those words. But in that interview, he talks about basically how he's going to be different from the mainstream, and he's going to
move differently.
Well, yeah, he wasn't using that phrasing. He didn't use that exact phrase then, but yeah, no, he was basically going to be moving differently, right? From mainstream comics, from Marvel, from DC. So it's like, in that interview, yeah, he never says I don't think he uses the words anti-woke, but he basically says it. He basically is positioning himself from Marvel.
But that's the thing. That's what I'm Marvel. That's what I was saying from the beginning, John. It doesn't matter what he says. Like at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what he says. It's matter how he's perceived. And how he's perceived as the guy that went against the mainstream, that, and not just the guy, the black guy that went against the mainstream, went on like Fox News, is going at going against DC and Marvel, like specifically, and made a ton of money. This is how normie people perceive Eric July. This is what people have
Well,
told
yeah,
me.
that's the people on that's the people they're not necessarily in the loop about all of this. They're not,
No.
they're
But that's why
more
he'll
on.
always be associated with Comicsgate, whether he likes it or not. That's why I'm saying he is always going to be associated with Comicsgate and anti-woke. No, whether he likes it or not, it's just the way it is, because that's how people perceive this sphere of groups. Like, unless you're in the know, unless you're either Comicsgate or a Rippaverse, person, or someone who's very into this sphere of the internet, like, following FNT, geeks and gamers, like that crowd, and understand the background of the drama, you're not going to get it. Eric's just going to be, he is just either Comicsgate or anti-woke. Like, it's just the way it is, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, it's, you don't, that's one of those things. I don't think it ever, you're never going to fully shake it. And even if you think you do, it's going to be brought up. And that's just how it is. At the end of the day, your actions, your words, they wind up, especially too when they're on Twitter or X, things you say, it's on videos.
Especially when you say things like, we're going to build this thing on like the backs of comic pros. Now it's funny because I saw that a clip of him where he's talking about like, well, I didn't actually say that was my community, my social media manager at the time. And I'm like, bro, come on. See, this is what I'm talking about. This whole thing about just not owning up to it, and like just not going fully in. But yes, we'll talk about that more. Talk Risky for $1.99. The Riptards, Nina, all Lord, they coming. Look, dude. It's like they've been coming for me for a long time. So and so is the so is the dark side of CG. And let's that they exist too. They exist too, and they're really vicious. They're way more vicious than the Riptards, honestly.
Yeah. We've got some criticism in real time. I'm not going to mention names. But yeah, somebody's saying this is how you can tell JT Star Wars and Nina, John Talks and Nina are doing this for agenda. They are saying that Eric July's business numbers dropped because he lost Comicsgate. Bro, LMFAO. Well, I don't know. Hey, I'm responding in real time. I hope you're enjoying the stream. We're having fun. But we're
having so much fun.
What else can you deduce? Like there's the point where Ethan and Comicsgate, the ties were broke. Eric's ISOM 3 down to what was it? 6. Everything after that point, it just he never quite recovered. And how could he?
Well, it's just logical, like, because it's like, I mean, you're basically getting rid of a giant portion of your customer base, because as much as we're talking about, let's say, again, like Doc Brewski just referred to them as the Rippatards, like those are the people who I'm talking about that have identity personalities where they're just like, they become that one thing. Ethan has his own. So Ethan has his own identity personalities that's his army, and that only supporting him and Comicsgate and people that are in his sphere. They were also supporting Eric when Ethan was doing like his comic book covers and when Ethan was promoting Eric. So of course they're going to stop promoting Eric once they start this war, right? It's just natural, right? Yeah. If you're a comic book lover, though, at the end of the day, you're probably going to back both. Like, because if you're just like a normal person that just loves comic books, you're probably going to back both until you realize, oh, one of them is just giving subpar products. And then you're going to stop backing. It's just the way it's just a natural progression of things.
Yeah. I was going to say this too about in terms of creators. sometimes if you just like a creator, like you just like somebody, a YouTuber or whatever, and they're selling something, if you found value or you enjoy their content so much, you just might buy their book just based off of that. That's all. Like you know, like you might just say, hey, you know what? Like I appreciate everything you've done. And so that's why also having a, you know, good rapport with your fans and a good relationship with your fans is, you know, that's invaluable. Yeah, I would say some of the things that Eric, well, everything that went down, fast forward to what we're talking about now. It's like, you know, people are going to, there are people when the money's tight, you got to be really impressed by the product. You know, Eric uses the word product for his comic books. But when the money is really tight, like, yeah, you have to be impressed by that. Or, you know, when people have more money to spend, yeah, they're going to be a little bit looser with it. And so they're going to buy a little bit more freely. And you got to put out, you just got to put out good work. And look, I'm not saying creating comics is easy. And here's the thing. I think if EJ had a pretty humble mentality through this entire thing, even if the books were bad, but he was like, you know what, guys, I need to become better. I need to, you know, I've heard some of your thoughts. I've heard your criticism.
Take the criticism and improve the work.
Yeah.
Right. Like, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm doing what I can to fix the problems. And he just kind of had a very, especially too, if he was very open about it. I think that would have been, in my opinion, if he was just very transparent and just very open about things and sharing his process. Like, you know, I'm learning all this as I go. Please be patient with me. We'd be like, hell yeah, man. No, we're going to support you. We got your back. We got your back.
And that's why I also find that argument very disingenuous from like the Rippaverse people. And how like they're always like kind of going after Ethan for not delivering on time. I feel like that, you know, when it comes to that, like good art takes time. And I don't know if you've ever seen Ethan draw. Like he literally goes into like very extremely detailed you know, ways to draw. And I think that those kind of things take time. And in a way, Ethan has like kind of like this you know, gourmet restaurant that he's running. So it's gonna take a long time to cook the food and send it to you. But he usually does send it to you. It just takes a minute.
Sure.
Whereas in Eric is kind of like streamlined and you know, tried to be more like McDonald's, you know, and that's fine. You can be both and both make money. McDonald's makes a lot of money too, right? Like, but it's just they're completely different flavors, and it's really unfair to have somebody who's like an artisan to tell them like, oh, you got to put out faster product, because most of the people who have bought that product are expecting a delay. Like they're expecting it to be you know, delivered at a certain time, but of a certain quality. Like they'll be like, I'm willing to wait, you know, 5 years for this comic book, but it's going to be like one of quality. And most of the time, I've never heard anyone be disappointed with what they get from people like John Malin and EVS. And I don't even think John Malin was late ever, but especially Ethan. Like I think the only criticism I've ever heard of Ethan has been actually Anna, that Star Wars girl. And she said, like, I had to wait this long for only this much. Like, you know, and I think that she said that about like the first cover of a first issue of Cyberfrog. And she was annoyed that she has to wait for longer because the story was so good and she wanted more. Like that was like the only criticism that I remember.
It's a good complaint. Yeah.
Right. And then she's like, now I have to wait all this time for another one. And I want it now. Right. And I kind of understand that because I feel like that about TV shows all the time. But it's just generally speaking, I think it's unfair when people put that on Ethan, like as if he's never going to deliver. No. And I'm like, no, he's going to deliver. He's just taking his time because good art take time. It's not AI. Can't fucking just, you know, give it out, which by the way, we have another topic we're going to talk about later about AI art.
Okay. Well, we'll see if we ever get to that. But we'll see. But, no, I mean, there's a difference. There's a difference between the work of a soul, like the sole vision of one creator who has an actual vision. And Ethan does for his story. And he is, I would say I'd classify him as a perfectionist. I think he's a perfectionist, you know. I agree. He takes a lot of pride in his work. He's not going to cut corners, especially now. Especially he doesn't have a monthly deadline. He's not going to cut corners. You know, when he was working in the mainstream, that's a tough schedule. You know, you're trying to put out a book a month. That's a tough schedule. But now he actually has the time where he can go and he can do all the noodling and detailing that he wants. He could put out the product. I'm not going to call his work product. He could put out the art that he wants.
Yeah. And I mean, like I've seen, I'm getting there. I'm getting there right now. Sorry. The conversation's good. I'm getting there. But like I think that like I said, I've seen him like go and draw like Heather Swain's hair. And I love curly hair, as you can see. So like just watching him draw curly hair is, first of all, so like mesmerizing. And second of all, just he's literally drawing every strand. And I'm like, this is amazing. That's why it's taking forever.
Yeah.
But anyways, here we go with the super chat. Thank you for the $5 at whoever this is. Nina, you're dragging this all tonight accidentally was the best thing that's ever happened. Lloyd melting down snowman. What? Melting snowman as is a POS for trying to bully you. Like, look, first of all, I don't like to name names about anyone, but it certainly again that's not what's going on. But thank you again for the $5. Hater Greg, thank you for the 5. Says if views don't equal sales, why do Super Bowl ads cost so much? People have to see your book to buy it. Bigger audience equals more eyes. Exactly. It's true. Super Bowl ads are the most expensive ads on earth. Jeremy, thank you for gifting a membership to the chat. Very kind of you. Crazy Cat 007 for $1.99 says send the link to Dick Masterson, Nina. Oh my God, no. If anyone's gonna get the link, it'll probably be Ethan. But not yet. Kilroy was here 343. Thank you for the 5. Gatekeep the EF out of this company was the birth of the Rippatards.
Was that an actual thing? Was that actually?
I think
said?
so. I think that was a thing.
Sounds,
I recall that being a thing.
There's so much happening, but it does. Yeah, gate the F out of this company.
I remember something like that. See, it all comes back to you at some point. You're just like, oh yeah, that's right. That's right. A serious man, thank you for gifting 5 memberships to the chat. It's very kind of you. Kilroy was here 343. Thank you for becoming a member. Very sweet. Thank you. Jay Bama, what's up for the $2? Says July using Jesus as a microaggression against angers me. Oh.
Appreciate you, Jay. Yeah, that's in the thread. That's in the thread.
Okay. We'll have to go through that. I don't know. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but we'll go through that.
Yeah.
TMF Squid, thank you for the $10. Says I had a lot of fun making memes about Eric July and him moving differently until both Eric and the Rippaverse accounts blocked me. LOL. You know, I think that's one of the things that's really missing with Eric. Lately, especially because I mean it's all fun and games when we're all shitting on Marvel and DC, right? But like when people start making fun of the like when they can't make fun of themselves, like you can't stop making fun of yourself, and you can't stop like that's the thing that like Ethan is good at. Like Ethan is fine at everybody making fun of him. Like he's just he's very fine. Like he calls himself fat, likes pies, like he leans into it, like it's always been like that with CG. I feel like CG has a way better sense of humor sometimes. Like I mean,
things are a lot lighter. It's just much more. It's more free.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a sense of like just freedom and fun.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying fun. I'm saying fun.
Fun. Like that's what, like it's always funny to see like Anna and Cecil like rift against each other, and she's calling him fat and like telling him to stuff his face and like. Or like get drunk because he's boring when he's sober, or like whatever. Like it's funny.
Yeah.
Like those things are funny because it makes you feel like you're hanging out with like an actual family. They're like friends, like real friends that are just hanging out together online.
Yeah.
But whereas in like, I don't know, man, I feel like EJ and a lot of these people they just stop knowing how to have actual fun, and now it's just become about fun.
Yeah.
Fun. Like that kind of fun is not fun. You know.
Yeah. Oh, do you want
You gotta be able to make fun of yourself, laugh at yourself. Thank you, Darren Verdi 3662. Thank you for the $1.99. Internet drama between grown men always amuses me. It's very amusing. It is definitely very, very amusing. The Bosch Foss twin, thank you for the $4.99. Says I appreciate this stream. Hello and thank you.
Hey, Bosch. Good to see you, man.
$4.99.
I backed recently backed Pigman, so I think he closed it out. But if not, if there's some way to get it, Bosch, feel free to let people know.
Spike man, a shout out. If that is not, he's a mod and he's very CG oriented. So if you can, please drop the link to that campaign if it's still going. Maybe it might be in like the after thing too, so you can still buy it.
I like his style, Bosch's style.
Very cool.
Yeah,
very cool. I still support independent comics from everybody. Like I even, believe it or not, even the Rippaverse. So I highly like, if you're into comic books, you should be backing whoever you like. If you vibe with that style, you should back them, like, even if it's the Rippaverse. I completely, because the artists have nothing to do with this. Like he's got people like Graham Nolan working for him, and like people. If you vibe with any style, you should be buying it and supporting it because it's still mainstream. It's still, that's indie.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we're definitely not saying by any stretch, like for anybody, that's if you're watching and you're supporting Rippaverse, like, good, man. I mean, if you like it, you enjoy it. I mean, don't let, if what we're saying or what I'm saying is ruining it, just tune out. Like I'm not gonna, I definitely don't, I don't want to be taking shots at fans here. Like that's the thing.
Definitely not.
I feel like I've gotten in a little bit of a tussle, and I've crossed the line. I'll admit it. In some cases here on X, I might have went a little bit too far. And so if that was you,
funny.
Well, some people really went at me. Okay. And that's different, that's a whole different thing. But no, I'll admit it. I'll own up to it. And so if that happened to be anybody out there, I apologize for that. I mean, I don't, in most cases there's, I could think of only one in particular, but I'm like, yeah, shoot, I wasn't necessarily in the conversation. I interjected myself, and I probably shouldn't have did that.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Shit happens on Twitter. Shit happens. Thank you again, Bosch. 201 Studios for $2. The story ain't tight. My wallet is. No fun. No funds. See, that's pretty much my viewpoint on a lot of this stuff too.
Yeah.
Queen B 4700. Thank you for the $1.99. Says heart you, Nina. Thank you. Heart you, Nina, with a laughing face. I don't know if you're being if you're joking about that or not, but thank you. Heart you too. Deranged lunatic. Thank you for the $1.99. I hate how YouTube still hasn't fixed this like name thing. Because I know deranged lunatic, and it's like this one says at deranged lunatic. Anyway, I just know that. Thank God I know that icon. Thank you, saying remember, actions speak louder than words. They do very much so. Then we got White Guy McGee. Thank you for the $2. Let's have some fun. Woo! Join the trash. Well, it's here. Ryan Kinnell. Thank you for the $1.99. I'm not gonna read the rest of that name because that's just mean. Thank you for the not the real Ryan Kinnell, this other alternate one. Thank you for $1.99. You have more live viewers than EJ Omnibus closeout. I didn't
really
know that was a thing right now.
Man, he should have engaged in some conflict marketing. That might have helped him out. Yeah, we're gonna keep going there. We're just gonna keep doing that.
Swing code 6601. Thank you for $10. War Campaign and anti-CG have no association with us. Pan and his pack of mouth breathers are a pack of sociopathic proto-serial predators, anti-CG, are just butthurt that Daddy E didn't love them the most. It's very disturbing. They are very weird people. And they've been coming into my mentions today because I stood up for Mandy and just, tweeted out that people should go and help, like, back her on Friday. Very, very unfortunate posts. Which is all I know. It's all war campaign, and they're very weird people. Alarming. Man Online, thank you for the $10. Says, I don't read comics, but Eric made drama his claim to fame, but he tries to make it something else. EVS makes comics his product, but cashes in on the drama. Eric also can't take criticism. See, it's just so interesting because, like, again, like normies, this is a normie take. And we all see it, like, because for the better part, I'm also a normie because I'm not a huge comic book person, like a connoisseur. I'm more of a manga connoisseur, but not American comic books. But but again, if you're a normie, this is pretty much what comes off if you even remotely know what's going on. TMF Squid for the $5. Thank you. Says, no matter what from in entertainment, you have the law of diminishing returns. Most things, that's just so true, only make money with new release if they improve. This is very true. The law of diminishing returns is definitely a thing. Thank you again for that. Doc Bruce Seaford on it's fast food versus good slow smoke brisket food. He corrected. Thank you.
Good analogy.
The rookie, thank you. The rookie critic, $50. Watching John on X last few days was fun.
What's up, Rookie? Man, oh man, Rookie was, we were hanging out in the early days, man. The really, really early days of around the Star Wars. Yeah.
Everyone's shocked that you finally chimed in. Like, I bet you, like, for example, like, you know what's funny is I bet you anything, like someone like Drunk 3PO has thoughts, but there's no way he's gonna say anything because he's part of like the Rippaverse. He's not gonna say anything to you. You know what I mean? Like, But I know he's probably thinking stuff.
I mean, I don't know if he's thinking anything. I like Jay. I've got no problems whatsoever with Jay. I think Jay's a great guy.
No, not that he has problems. I'm saying he's probably thinking stuff, but he's not saying it because everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, you can't like you have loyalties to Eric now." Like it's
that's the thing about that. That's the thing about and again, I'm not interjecting any. I'm not interjecting any thoughts in terms of what he's thinking or anything. I don't know, and that's his business. But that's the thing about. Do you want to be? And I'm not saying everybody feels that way over there, by the way. I'm not saying that. But there is, and can be that kind of vibe where it's like, do you want to feel free? Or do you want to feel like you got to be tight-lipped about everything? You got to walk on eggshells, and I'm not saying go off and just, be a complete jerk. But I'm just saying, like when you're in a situation where it's like, oh man, this is uncomfortable. That's how it felt like after ISOM 1 and before ISOM 2, it was just like, man, you just can't be honest.
Yeah, you can't.
That's the thing. Anything. That's the thing. Like people will say that I was aggressive, and I get it. I get how what I said on that feed would be perceived as aggressive, especially my last response to Eric on there. But that was a buildup of frustration because of his responses to my previous two. But really, at the end of the day, you get everybody's free to interpret however they want. But a lot of it was just like, this is honest feedback. And obviously I do have an axe to grind, with Eric. But I really did try to restrain myself. And again, Eric, he's not aware of that. He didn't know. But here we are, it's like I've been sitting on the sidelines, man. I've kept my mouth shut and I've just been observing. I've been watching. And just happened.
He's heard me complain though, like behind the scenes. I've complained a lot. John has had to hear me bitch a lot about this whole drama. And he's just I told you to stay away from everyone.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it happens. It happens at any job or any, like in most spheres, drama, you know, it has a way of happening. What can you, we're all human beings, you know, having a human experience.
Later, Braz Monkey. Thank you for
Later,
stopping
man.
by. Let's see. We have Crazy Cat 007 for $1.99. So Dick Masterson was right all along. I hate to admit it, but he may have had a couple points, which is really annoying because I'm like, I don't like Dick Masterson. Why are you making me agree with it? It's the same thing.
What's
that
right is
happens with
what
Nick
is right
Fuentes.
is right, though. That's the other thing. Is
Yes.
like you might not like the form or the way it comes,
Yeah.
you know, or how somebody says it. But what's true is true. What's right is right, and that's just how it is.
Exactly.
Like it's even you know, even if the broken clock is right twice a day, you just have to be willing to say, you know what? And I'm not correlating a broken clock by any stretch to Dick Masterson, but I'm just saying in general. I'm saying in general, it's just like what's right is right. And I hate the whole idea that just because you get lumped, you know, automatically, if you are Comicsgate or you know, I happen to watch Trashcast, that my opinions are all of a sudden invalid. It's like, what? Hey, maybe all the things I'm saying is not necessarily from Trashcast, first of all. But here's another thought to everybody on the other side out there. Maybe Ethan actually, you know, at some point, he's not going to be wrong about everything. If you think he's wrong, he's not wrong about everything. Nobody's ever right about everything, and nobody's ever wrong about everything.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a ton of times where I disagree with Ethan
EVS will jokingly say to that, probably, no, I am right all the time. But
yeah, of course.
You know, but I mean, it's
right all the time.
But it's true, you know. No, like, so how about you take whatever you can learn and glean from Ethan and his 20 to you know 30 years of comic experience? Why don't you take something from that? Because he does have some life experience, and the guy obviously knows something. He knows what he's doing.
Once again, for the record, fuck you, Dick Masterson. Heartfelt. Oh my!
I mean, here's the thing. His critique on ISOM was I thought it was pretty freaking on. And when Eric was responding to that critique, I realized that he was not familiar with writer lingo. He was not familiar with writer terms. He had no idea about story structure. He had no idea what rising or falling action was. He had no idea what an inciting incident was. He didn't know what a save the cat moment was. That's
what Ethan was talking about when like that whole thing was happening. He was like, wait a minute, I don't understand why you're having such an adverse reaction to like very basic criticism.
Yeah.
It's really weird. And I don't know.
These are terms. These are terms that writers. Yeah, if you have some experience writing, just a good foundational fundamental knowledge of writing, you know, especially writing stories. These are not, you know, they're not like these obscure terms. And I could just tell when he was reading the criticism, and he didn't even know what these things meant. It was just like, oh my gosh, man, he's exposing himself. Like, Eric, stop doing this right now, because you are revealing your ignorance. You're revealing your lack of knowledge of the craft. You are basically saying, I really don't understand a lot about writing.
I feel like Eric does that a lot with regards to a lot of other things too. Like that whole pull-up thing that happened. It's like now he likes to say like he wasn't saying like, you know, you should actually pull up. Like again, conflict marketing, right? Like he used to tell people to pull up and like come fight him, like come and like have a discussion like in person, and let's see how you really feel. Can you say those things to my face? And then like when it came to a head, he's like, oh no, like It's not what I was talking
never
about
said
at all.
that.
And it's like, I
Yeah.
mean, come on, man. Come on. Like,
And
I
then
feel
you-
like
then
one
you
of
look
those
up-
Biden clips that you would do all the time. Come on, man.
Come on,
Like,
man.
come on.
Well, then
We
you look
all
up
know what you were saying.
you look up the phrase, you look up pull up in like what it means in slang. You look it up and it's like, yeah, Eric, I'm just looking at the definition here.
It's like, I can tell why they would, feel that way, because that's what you kind of said. Like, I don't know. Okay. More super chats. Thank you so much for the 20 pesos. Fun Neener is Jay backstabbing Anna for brawny points. Huh? Oh. That's not exactly what happened, but that's between Anna and Jay. The Bosch, thank you for $4.99. Says, thanks for back and Pigman. John, I really appreciate it. I've enjoyed your channel over the years. John has a great channel.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Thank you, Bosch. Thank you.
It's very cool. It's very awesome. I like this gayness right now. This is great. 201 Studios for $5 says, feel the same about the escort. Well, about the escorts I spent weekends flying on escorts. Flying to Los Angeles with no fun means no funds. Not right. My Jesus Christ, 200-watt Studios. Why'd you have to take it there? I was like, am I reading this correctly? 201 Studios, $2 says, if I ain't tight, then no flight. Am I right? Oh my God.
Like
That's what she said.
He's like, I could do this all night.
I know he could. And you know what? I will take your super chats with those all night. Thank you. I can't read your name. Thank you for the Mexican pesos for the 20 pesos. No, Jay was given an ultimatum. Jay choose. Okay. Well, it's all very unfortunate. Darren Verney, thank you for the $4.99. Says, I got you guys in the background while watching an old school Mike Tyson knockout compilation. Dude was brutal in his prime. God, I love Mike Tyson in his prime. Great.
Yeah.
Good times.
Absolutely.
Back to this video with EJ because we still gotta watch the Hope video too.
Oh, check your DMs too whenever you get the chance.
Okay.
Isn't common sense, but people, including customers, really do care about having pleasant experiences, whether they want to work with you or they want to support you. Being a better professional creates new opportunities, and I speak from experience. I used to be that guy that was doing a show every day, and yes, if you had like a hot ticker that benefited you if you're in that YouTube space. But now that I'm focusing on selling comic books, in my anything that I'm doing right now, that type of
every time you do that, it makes me want to pause it. Do you want me to pause?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's just like,
okay,
oh my gosh, I gotta interject here.
Okay.
Eric, do you still do Rip in the Silverback? I
used
to
think
be
they
that guy.
Do it.
I mean, I don't think Eric watches anything now. I don't think he's watching any of the movies or any of the shows or whatever. But there seems to be. I mean, I think there's still some bashing of the mainstream going on.
Definitely.
So you're kind of still that guy. Maybe not 100%, but maybe 15, maybe 20.
No, I would say he's definitely that guy because, like, you're like, look.
Well, I'm saying on the outside, the image that he's trying to project. Obviously, internally, yeah, he could,
No, but even on the outside, because like whenever you like comment about anything with regards to Marvel and DC, you're still gonna be that guy. You're still criticizing Marvel and DC, like you're still gonna come off as someone who's criticizing and then saying, "Oh, look, we're trying to do it better over here because I have the Rippaverse. Here's my comics." That was the whole deal, by the way. So it was like, "Oh, we're gonna stop complaining now." And then we're going to make product and we're going to do it better.
Yes.
You didn't stop complaining and you didn't do it better. So I was like, that's the thing, right? Because at least if you pick one of the two.
Pick one of the two, yeah.
Because that's the other thing is like, it's not like you can't improve it still. Like you can still improve the Rippaverse. The Rippaverse can become really good. Like, you can still get better artists. You can still do a lot of other things. But then you started doing all these other weird stuff. Like, you're still doing Ripper Send, and I don't know if you're going to be able to. Your attention is going to be in the right place. Like, this is why this issue is complicated, and that's why everything EVS says is not wrong. Like, there's some stuff that he can be a little harsh, but some stuff that he says he's right about. Like, where's your energy going? Are you really focusing on the comics? Wasn't that your passion? Wasn't that your thing? And now you're doing Rippaverse. Now, once in a while you put out music. Like, I heard that you're doing, like, you did a music video with Dan Vask. I'm like, how is this focusing on Rippaverse? Like, what's going on? I don't know.
Was that Ethan's criticism? Was he saying that EJ was dividing his attention?
That's one of them. Yeah. And he was saying, like, if you're going to focus on something, you got to focus on something. Like, if you're going to make good comic books, and you got to make great comic books. Now Ethan has changed his tune a little bit to the point where he's like, I just want you to get out of comics.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't agree with that. I actually vehemently disagree with that, because I think everybody belongs in the market. If there's a demand,
there's a demand. That's my feelings on it. But I understand.
Yeah.
I understand his perspective.
But I understand it from Ethan's point of view as well. Because, like, Ethan's.
I might get there myself. If we keep going here.
I mean, I'm not gonna get there, because I'm like, again, I love art, and I love artists, and I love, like, the fact that no matter what, even if Eric is not an artist himself, like a traditional artist, he is still helping some artists like Graham Nolan, and like, he is still giving a platform to a lot of artists. And I appreciate that. And I want more of that, because I want more diversity. I want more diversity of art in our zone, in the comics. Like indie comics, and like indie art projects, and indie cover books, and indie whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. I'm sick and tired of DC and Marvel, like, just taking over everything, and just it being everybody's gay all the time. Like, so I like that idea of having more and more and more. That's fine, but try and improve the products, and try and stay out of the drama if you really want to stay out of the drama, and not making any passive aggressive videos like this.
Doesn't benefit me. And that applies really to every industry. Just think about it. You often will see some people that you're like, man, I'm not sure how they were able to navigate this deal that they got, or how they're in this position. And oftentimes, if you have this big ego, you might think you're actually better than that person. And it's,
oh my God, it's like that. This is called projection, bro. This is called projection, because this is what I've been talking about Eric and egos, because we all know, everyone in the chat, even Ethan's fans, everyone knows Ethan has a big ego. Ethan knows he has a big ego. Everybody knows Ethan has a big ego, and it's fine, because he's a great artist, and that's that's who he is, and that he has a big ego. But so does Eric. And Eric, some would say, like, yours is not earned yet. And then you go on to say stuff like this.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Like,
and it's not even because they're really savvy. They're just nice. They're just cool, and people like that. So it's not about kissing ass.
This is so weird. This is absolutely so weird. I understand. I totally understand kind of like what he's trying to say, but it's just the fact that, like, Eric, I don't know. Like, if you've learned this and it's working out for you, you don't need to go and tell everybody. Like, it's just learn the lesson yourself. But it's just like, how can you not see this as a shot at EVS? I don't know. Like, how can you like, I mean, chat, maybe we're probably going to see it obviously through that lens, but it's like, again, either he's ignorant or he knows darn well what he's doing. Either way, one is a form of lack of self-awareness. The other one is a form of cowardice.
Well, and it's the ego, right? Because, like, my thing is that, like, it was his ego, Eric's ego, that started this whole thing with EVS. Like, the whole thing about, like, because Ethan's beef was like, I don't appreciate that you think that you can do it better, and you're like, because you know how they're like doing the crowdfunding thing, like Ethan and them do like the Indiegogo crowdfunding, and then Eric is like, no, I'm gonna come do it like this, and I'm gonna put in my own money. And then people will be like, oh, like, you know, he's doing it the right way because I'm not taking your money before I have a product to give you because I'm using my own money to make it, blah, blah, blah.
All EVS had to, or not EVS, all Eric had to do was basically say, you know, there's nothing wrong that he wanted to do it his own way. There's no problem with that. But it was like Ethan gave him a lot of attention, and he came on his show, and there's a lot of his audience that EJ got. And the idea that he would not retweet, a cyber fraud campaign or any of the Comicsgate stuff, it was just kind of like, nah, man.
It was a one-way street. But I'm saying more like about the insult, because that's what set Ethan off. That Ethan was like, I have a beef with Eric because he thinks that the way I did things is wrong.
That's the problem.
He's the new energy, like he's like the new guy on the block, and that he can do it better, and that his way is correct, and like, well, this is his way that should be done. And I'm like, I can't believe you guys couldn't come to a handshake moment where you could both be like, oh, we could just, everybody's making money. everybody's selling comics. Everybody's making money. Let's agree to disagree, but I respect you. Eric should have just been like, I respect you, Ethan, but there was no respect. And that's why Ethan was like, fuck this.
Yes. Yeah. That's on Eric.
At
the end of the day,
Eric is younger.
Yeah. He overplayed his hand. He was trying to, control, like he was just too darn controlling. Like he was trying to, he basically told a grown ass man, get in line or else. Like, that's basically what it came to. And it's like, you don't do that. You don't.
Or a variation of that. Like, I don't think it was more, I think it was more like, I'm doing this now, Ethan, and I can do it better than you.
Well, I'm saying I'm saying the night letter that EVS eventually got, that was the extent of it. It was like, what are you doing? Get your ass in line,
Right.
And that it's like, you're not going to tell somebody like him. He's not going to be cool with that.
Yeah, he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. Like that it's, and
your mind is delusional if you think that you're going to yeah, it's like
that. From someone like Ethan.
Ethan 20 plus years, take the criticism, man. If he is telling you, here's the thing, if he is telling you to take the criticism, just take it. Shut up. Just shut the hell up and stop running your mouth. Stop thinking that you made 3.7 on a campaign. You can't live on that energy forever. At some point or another, you have to have craft. You have to have skill. You have to have the goods. If you don't have that.
Also, the fact that he keeps bringing that up, bro, that's cringe. I know you're watching this, Eric. It's cringe. Stop talking about how you're a multi-million-dollar company owner. I'm sorry, but it's so fucking cringe. It sounds so condescending and so holier than that. Like, look, when you go on a show like Shark Tank, or if you ever see anyone that's when they're talking to a multi-million-dollar company owner, they get introduced as that. Like somebody's always introducing hey, this is Kevin O'Leary. He's a multi-million-dollar company owner. He deals in stocks and trades and blah, blah, blah. Nobody's naming themselves that, Eric. It's weird when you do that. And I don't like it. But hey,
Eric, there are some people out there, they're millionaires, they're multimillionaires, and they never tell anybody. They never have to parade it around because they don't care about their image, about sharing that they're multimillionaires every other day.
So cringe.
There are some people that are, and there's some people, they got the goods, but they're not parading it around. And when you do, you don't have to.
You got to be humble a little bit, just a little bit, Eric. And I know because and Eric came from humble beginnings. I do know that. So I feel like you should be a little bit more humble about your success.
Savvy, they're just nice. They're just cool. And people like that. So it's not about kissing ass. It's about not being an ass. You could still have your opinions, of course.
Just a guy who's an ass.
Probably not in your best interest to build your brand around just creating conflict with the intention that it's going to equal more sales, especially if you're an entertainer.
So,
and then he wound up getting into conflict right in this thread.
yeah, that did not go. I don't think that went the way he thought it was going to. So, okay, here we go.
People are gonna call you out on your BS. You know, you make some statements. So eventually somebody's gonna call you out on it. They just are.
I mean, I was never going to say anything. And then I was like, oh my God, John. Now I feel like I have to say something. Like, okay, he opened up the can of worms. I might as well chime in.
Yeah.
So here we go. By the way, John, here's a critique for you.
Yeah,
Learn
no,
how to fucking make a paragraph, for God's sake.
No, here's the thing. Here, Nina, you want me to open up in my window and I'll read it. Here's the thing. Somebody did critique me, and I did. I accepted that criticism, and I got a little bit better in the thread. But I was just typing away on my phone. I think I was worried that if I hit enter at any point, it was going to, hit
send it.
Yeah, send it.
Yeah.
I think that was part of my problem. But I will admit, and I do apologize for anybody who had a pain in the ass reading that. But yeah, let me open up in my window, and we will.
So you open it at. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
1 second. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, I guess we'll get. We don't want just dead air here. But I want to say hi to the chat.
I'm here.
Okay, she's back. All right. Oh,
do you want to share your screen so that you can manipulate?
That'd be good.
Yeah. While you do that, I'm just gonna quickly read these. Thank you, 201 Studios. No ladies complaining about my 3D assets, yo. We're not even going into that, which, by the way, is kind of fucked up. Katie did channel for $2 says, Rippa's clip on my second channel. Thanks for the love. Aw, thank you. Darren, thank you for the $1.99. Says, this is one of the gayest things I've ever seen. You mean this stream? Darren also for $1.99. Eric is being very gay. This whole thing is gay. This whole thing has been insanely gay from the start. Like all these dudes just fighting it out over comic books. Very gay. It's very gay. A lot of clucking going on in the chat.
I think when people are people are creative and they're passionate about things. I think this sort of thing it's inevitable. That's why comics is the most. It's just one of those spaces where it gets pretty heated.
Yeah, it does, because people are passionate.
Well, also too, on some level or another, it's like you have to be you got to have a little bit of chaos to be an artist, I think, or a little bit of somewhat chaotic energy. You're probably not going to be like an engineer, somebody who's a mathematician or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You're kind of living that weird, not weird. I'm speaking, I consider myself an artist, and I definitely classify myself as this, but you just live in that creative ground where it's, I guess, I don't know, maybe that's just why things like this happen in this sphere. Anyhow, let's talk about this. All right. So I said this to Eric. I responded to his, consider this a critique. At the beginning of the Rippaverse, you said you were going to take on Marvel and DC. You talked a lot of trash about them, justifiably so. And built a business in opposition to them. Now, I have no problem with any of that. That's not my beef with Eric about this, and I get into that. That's why I originally bought in, and so many others did too. That was conflict marketing, and it worked wonders. This post feels like a subtle, not so subtle jab at your detractors, which is antithetical to this message about conflict marketing. But it's worse than actual conflict marketing, or being professional, because it's somewhere in the lukewarm, confusing middle. And basically what I mean by that was kind of an odd way of phrasing it, but basically what I meant by that was people can read whatever they want into this, because people are going to see this as a shot at Ethan. And you did before I said anything. And people will see it that way. So what I'm saying here, and what I was basically saying, he's just like, you're better off if you're going to be a professional, just shut your mouth and get to work, and do that, focus on that, or be confrontational, confront Ethan directly about it. But you basically, it's like you're trying to get your shots in, but then you're also trying to say, like, that wasn't me, I didn't do that. Nobody.
Well, that's the thing. He was for a minute, like when this whole thing started, like he was going heavy at EVS. He's going heavy at Dick Masterson. He's going heavy at Vito. He was like really like far in. And I think some of his friends talked to him and was like, hey man, you got to like stop this. Like you have to, like, the funny part is that's when he started to really talk about the whole, I'm a multi-million-dollar company owner and this is beyond me kind of thing. Because I think somebody told him that, was like, hey man, you're like, you're a CEO of a multi-million-dollar company. You shouldn't lower yourself to this bullshit. And I think he kind of took that to heart. And then he started saying it over and over. And sometimes you got to make that kind of mantra for yourself so that you can kind of keep rein yourself in. And I understand that, but like that's still, it's gone beyond that now to a point where it's like, okay, now you're just not humble anymore. Like now it just seems braggy and weird every time you say that. And I just feel like he just didn't handle it well, in terms of like, he didn't handle criticism well, and then he didn't handle the beef well, and then now he like just keeps flip-flopping. So one day he'll be like, oh, I'm just all about the Rippaverse, everything is Rippaverse, and then the next minute it's gonna like, let's talk about conflict marketing. Like, and it's like, why are we talking about conflict marketing, Eric?
Who is asking for this, and which we will get to in this comment. Yeah. But it's worse than actual conflict marketing, because marketing or being professional, because it's somewhere in the lukewarm, confusing middle. And I did have a typo here. That, in my opinion, is far more dangerous.
That's funny.
Yeah. Strong brands take strong, clear positions. And that's the thing. Whatever you're doing, if you have a brand, if you have a company or whatever, you want to just do things as you want to have a vision, and you want to have a strong, clear vision in terms of like what we will do, what we will not do, all of that stuff. You want to work it out, and you want to create those guidelines, because once you cross, it's kind of like if I'm just trying to take let's say Nike, I'm sure Nike is really focused on putting out great shoes and creating great sportswear, they're probably central. But what if Nike opened like a burger shop? Do you think that like
that'd be weird?
Nike would be successful at Nike's burgers?
No, but you know what? That actually happened. It was when McDonald's put out the sushi, because they were doing like the healthy menu.
Okay, but that's food to food. But
it didn't do it. But nobody wanted that healthy ass shit. People are like, we're coming here for grease fucking burgers. We're not here for like healthy ass fucking sushi bullshit. Nobody's buying that.
It's what would be called off brand, right?
Yeah, it's off brand.
Off brand.
Way off brand.
And so when you're creating a brand, you want to determine, if you can work it all out initially, and things can change over time. Like you can change and you can evolve as a brand. You can pivot as a brand. You can do those things, but it's usually incremental. And again, but it's very decisive and it's very clear. So you have to just be, clarify what are your objectives, what are your motives. And this is a big thing. How do you want to be perceived? How do you want people to see you? because people often think that brand is just strictly, oh, it's just your logo, it's just your color scheme, it's just these things. And that's part of brand, but especially in terms of a personal brand, but even a company brand, it's a matter of how, trying to control as much as possible how people see you and what type of vibe, what type of feelings do you want to admit? Like a luxury brand, let's say like Louis Vuitton or, any luxury brand, there's a certain vision, right? There's a certain specificity that they have in terms of how they're coming across. They choose their colors, of course, but there's a certain vibe they're trying to evoke, and there's a certain customer. There's a very specific customer they're trying to reach. So anyhow, all I'm saying is that as much as possible, you want to come across as clear as possible. You're not going to be able to completely control it, but there are things within your control.
Well, and like the thing that I guess still gets to me is like this whole idea where he keeps leaning away from the whole idea of being like a woke, an anti-woke comic book company. I'm just like, what's wrong with that? Like that's why I'm like, why don't you just lean into it and be like, yeah, I was the first anti-woke company. Yeah, I did make my fucking company on the anti-woke. And I did it exactly to stick it to Marvel and DC and
go full force. No, that's you're absolutely right, Nina.
This is right. I don't get it. I'm like, actually, it's right there for you, EJ, because if you really lean into that, like it will actually give you another customer base too. Like the more kind of crazy people that really want anti-woke stuff. Like there is a very big market about people who are genuinely wanting anything to do that's anti-woke and you could really lean into that market. So I don't see why like you're not. But
the thing of it is, I think it's not a bad thing to lean into, but you at the end of the day, I think you need real substance in your stories. People gotta love your characters. They gotta love.
Well, sure, I'm sure, but I'm talking about the marketing aspect of it. Like when he's like making videos to say, "Hey, don't do what I did because I got rich on what I did."
Yeah, no,
that was what I did, but now I'm not doing it.
Yeah,
like that's like,
and a lot of people
I don't get that,
and a lot of people have left because of that. Because Eric he's stopped taking that hard stance. He's trying to be more professional.
Milk toast. People are tired. Like this is why people don't like Tim Pool, because they think he's just too like in the middle. Like you gotta take a stance sometimes. But keep going.
Business advice does not. Okay, no. A real professional. Okay, strong brands take strong, clear positions. A real professional doesn't give unsolicited business advice unless that is their brand. And I had a feeling that he was going to misunderstand this, and he we'll see the timestamp, but he got back to me very, very quickly on this, so I could tell he wasn't necessarily listening to anything. It was just like, oh, you're wrong here, you're wrong here, you're wrong here. And it's like, I'm not going to go into strict, I'm not going to explain every there's a lot in this post. I'm not going to explain everything in specific detail. All I'm saying is by that, a real professional doesn't give unsolicited business advice unless that is their brand. And then he goes on to talk about consulting, but it's like, well, yeah, but Eric, some people are professional consultants. And people, here's the other thing though, too, is that there are some people where they're rich and they do consulting, but they're not advertising it all over the place. There are some people that do, but the idea, it was kind of like I was thinking, well, what's comparative, to being the head of a comic book company? Who's the ideal for that? Obviously, Stan Lee. Stan Lee is the perfect figurehead for a comic book company. And I made it. I made a little bit of a joke. It's like, do you think Stan would do Stan's business plans? Like, do you see the correlation there? Do you see how there's no overlap in terms of what you're doing? You run a comic book company. Where's if there's overlap, fine. Like if Eric was actually like, he was good at writing, he could go into the craft of writing and talk about it. He could explain his process. And I think there would be people that would, there might be a market for that because at least there's overlap in terms of what he's doing. But that would be more towards creative individuals, but maybe it would appeal to people who like his stories.
But also, like, hear me out, John. But like, even if you're gonna make, let's say, videos about how you became a multi-million-dollar company or whatever, usually you're supposed to do that like after like 10 years, like like when you're
after the story's done.
Yeah, like when or like when you're like after the height, like you're supposed to do that when you've been around for a while, it's been successful, there's a proven and like there's a tried and true method to your success, and then you write memoirs about it, you write books about it, you're like you go to that next phase of your journey as like a businessman or whoever it is that you want to be, right? Like, so I just feel like he's jumping the gun. It's like, okay, dude, you've only put out like 3 comic books that you've written that that's for you. That's awesome, right? Because he's been in Sciver is done by the twins, right?
Yeah. Well, that's fine. That's fine in terms of like if he's. Well, the thing of it is, it's like if he's giving business advice, he's not okay. Well, if you're saying he's going to give writers advice, right? But like. If he's giving business advice, that's one thing. But like you said, I agree. He's what, 3 years in?
You're saying like you gotta wait. You gotta wait.
Like you gotta wait until like,
the company's like very tried and true. Like banger after banger. Like like you're putting out a lot of fucking good shit that people are wanting and coming back for over and over again. Then yes, you have something to say because you're like, okay, I made I've been a comic book owner. Kind of like the way EVS talks about, I've been a veteran of the comic book industry for 30 plus years, because then you have something, right?
Yes.
You both are like, I've been doing this for 30
Can you imagine?
30 years? That's a long time.
EVS has made, I think he mentioned this, I think he's made over $8 million. I think in terms of...
That's a long time. That's a lot of money.
Could you imagine, though, if... it's one thing to mention how long you've been in the game. I think that's perfectly... it's good to establish, like, I've been here for a while. I'm pretty, I've got some skin in the game, like I've been committed to this. Can you imagine though, if he mentioned every time he's like, yeah, I'm $8 million, blah, 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 like my business made $8 million. It's like, ugh, but to say you've been like 25 years in the game, that's commendable. That's a good way to sell, if you're going to promote yourself. But yeah, he's only 3 years in. It's like you weather the storm for at least 10 years and see if you can make it in 10 years. And that will be, in my opinion, whether or not you truly have the goods and you have the, the wherewithal and the knowing in terms of business or business. Yeah, that in my opinion is far more okay. So I said, but it's worse than actual conflict marketing. Blah 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 blah. In my opinion, it's far more dangerous. Strong brands take strong, clear positions. A real professional doesn't give unsolicited business advice unless that is their brand. You run a comic company. A comic company thrives on good stories. And kind of in between the lines here, I'm saying that you're not putting out good stories, Eric. And if you don't put out good stories, you're not going to have a comic company. But here you are, you're making business videos. You're making business videos and getting in arguments with me on X. And meanwhile, you have yet to put out a good comic book, a real good work of art. You have yet to do that. So I'm saying knock it off. Knock it off with this nonsense and get to work. Figure it out. And if it's not you, that's fine. There's no shame in that. But find the talent. Find people who do have the goods. And don't, well, I'm not going to go there, at least just yet. A real professional doesn't give unsolicited business. You run a comic company. A comic company thrives on good stories. Business advice does absolutely nothing to add value to your company or products. And I know Eric will say, but there are some people that like these videos. There's some people that want them. And yeah, you get what? How many responses Eric, how many responses in the comments? And how many of them are, responses in terms of like, here I am, and I've got, I've got my own take on things. And now people are feeling like they got to stick up for you. And they're like, yeah, man, keep doing these videos. But do they, like, how many people out there really are really hungry for the business advice from Eric? There is not enough demand. And here's the thing. If you want to, I was going to go into this because it's a little bit more business like, but I said it in a simpler way, but there's what's called the 80-20 rule. And basically, a lot of times there is 80, basically it's like 20% of what you're doing gets you 80% of your results. And so you want to keep focusing on the 20% that is getting you results and ignore the other 80% that gets you diminishing returns that doesn't get you anything. And this is one of those 80% things that doesn't get you anything, Eric. Wasting time giving business advice. It's a complete waste of time and it divides your attention. A professional doesn't care what the haters are saying. So here's me assuming that he's talking about EVS, which he'll say that he's not. You talk a lot about business, which often feels like shots at Comicsgate. And there's other videos like that where he's just going off. There's one video where he's talking about how AI is going to replace artists. And some of it a lot of it he's basically calling, artists elitist. And it's weird. It's like, who the hell are you talking about? And how do your artists feel at your company to know that, you're basically saying, yeah, it's only a matter of time before AI takes your jobs. I'm just like, this is freaking nuts, man. This is unreal. Like, who is it? And who is that video for?
Yeah, those are the things that drives me crazy when I'm like, you're clearly talking to EVS and I don't understand. Like, basically like being like, just wait, old man. Like, in a couple of years, AI is going to take over your job. And it's like, dude, what the fuck? Like, this whole fucking cat scratch cat fight you guys are going on. Like, it's so beard and cringe, especially when you're not even like directly talking to him anymore.
Yeah, just straight up
like passive aggressive. It's very female like. Let's just say that.
That's what I hate about it. That's why I'm like, just don't say any, like, either go one side or the other. Like, either. And I just think in terms of your brand, go one side or the other, just fully, which we'll get to that. You talk a lot about business, which often feels like shots at Comicsgate, but I believe your customers would rather hear about, and I typo there, you talk about, gosh, bad phrasing, talk about your stories and the Rippaverse. Your customers rather hear about your stories and the Rippaverse. Now, I don't know. I don't know if Eric's customers really do, like, they're hungry for that. All I'm saying is I have yet to see enthusiasm like this, just infectious energy. When you hear EVS talk about Cyberfrog, you could tell he is very, he's very passionate about the story. He's very, he's eating, living, breathing, and probably sleeping it as much as he can. You just get that sense. I don't get that sense from Eric at all. I just don't get that sense that he is really enthusiastic.
It almost feels like Eric has like ADHD. And so he's just like it's like, oh, I'm going to be a singer. And then I'm going to be this and I'm going to be that. I'm like, I'm going to do Rippaverse. I'm going to do comics and I'm going to give business advice. And I'm
next shiny thing.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Just do one. Just do one thing.
Yeah.
Like, maybe two. Okay. Like, possibly two, but I mean, like, all of these things at the same time. Remember when he was doing like the movie too? Like, dude, he made a movie. Like,
I don't even remember that.
He did like Yaira. Like, he was like, he did like a Yaira live action movie. I was like, what are you doing?
The trailer, yeah.
But the live action trailer for a character that's not even out yet, like, I don't understand it. Like, I'm like, I just don't understand why you would invest that much money into a live action trailer for something that's not even out yet. Like, okay, maybe for Yaira 2, you can be like, here's a live action trailer of what it would be like if like, if Yaira came to life. But it makes no business sense to invest money into it, like that much money into something that's not even out yet. You don't even know what the reception of it is going to be. Technically, you don't know if the character is going to work out for your company or not. There's a lot of times that Marvel and DC put out some comic books, and you never hear of those characters ever again because they're like,
It happens.
those characters are going to be great, and then you never hear about them again. Imagine if they put out a live action trailer for those characters at the same time, and it's like, oh, you never heard from like Ghost Man again or whatever the fuck, like insert character here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just makes no sense.
Yeah,
it's not very business savvy, but then somehow we have to pay attention to him when he does give business advice, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna take business advice from you when you did that. Like, and I'm like,
you
is
just
that business savvy? I don't really know.
Yeah, well, I don't necessarily know how much the trailer costs. I think there was
it must have cost some, because nothing is for free, right? Like it must have cost some money.
Oh, it definitely costs money. You
and
gotta
so,
hire actors, you gotta hire the people for sure.
But exactly, like why pay for something like that when you can invest that money or reinvest money into getting better artists to make comics for your comic book company that's suffering because, let's say, right, whether like the criticism is valid or not, let's say there is an issue with somebody who's a veteran saying the art sucks, or that you're using 3D assets, or that you're using this and that and the other, and you're like, okay, well, I need to step up my game and hire someone like, let's say, God, what is this guy's name? I'm so bad with names. The guy that does like really cool comic Spider-Man drawings, Joseph Campbell.
J. Scott Campbell.
J. Scott Campbell. Like, let's say I'm gonna hire J. Scott Campbell to do a Rippaverse comic book cover, like somebody like insanely popular or whatever to do a comic book cover.
I think that's a good idea.
Right, to get the juices of the comic book readers going, like, oh, like that guy's got a huge following, whether you're a fan of like Marvel or not. Most likely, if he does a comic book for you, guess what, you're buying it, right? Because he's got pull. The point is like getting amazing author or even indie ones, like how like I actually like name dropped one, like mainstream one, but let's say indie ones, like getting like insanely good indie artists to like do better art for you, if that's an issue, right? So, but instead you're gonna go and like spend money on a weird trailer, like that is weird.
Like
that's a weird thing to do.
You're putting I'm sure it feels like it's like, are you putting the cart before the horse? I don't know if that was like testing ground, if he was trying to see if there's like any desire for a live action, something longer or whatever. Maybe it's a proof of concept that he was trying to sell to studio in terms of like
maybe studio thing.
Like a proof of concept in terms of can we sell something to Netflix or whatever? We have a script. Here's kind of an idea of what it would look like live action, but that trailer got criticized.
I didn't say a word at the time, and I was like, I remember thinking, wow, like just watching that and being like, oh, that is not a good look. You know who I agreed with, like did a really good review of it actually, was Mr. H's reviews. Now, I don't agree with a lot of stuff Mr. H says like sometimes, but like we disagreed, I think, about the more like recent some movie he like, you don't agree with everybody all the time, right? Like there's just some things you agree on, but I thought he was freaking darn right about that trailer. I was like, gosh darn, this is bad. Like holy moly. And like, how much money did you waste on that? And it's crazy to me. And then like Ethan brings up the whole idea of even getting a giant massive freaking, what's the word, where he stores his comic books, a warehouse, like a giant massive warehouse. Like, I mean, at the beginning of your company, like this is what I'm talking about. It's like EJ's just like, he's jump stepping all the time, and it's like, I don't understand how you think. Like, I mean, that's a great, like, to have that much confidence to think that you're gonna be lasting that long, but really, are you gonna last that long if you keep going the way you do? I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, at the dancing on that post, and then he used this stock photo of a fake, not his warehouse.
The IKEA.
Yeah.
IKEA thing. Oh, we do have a guest. He has arrived. Everybody get ready for this stream to become extremely toxic. Mr. Ethan Van Sciver.
In the best way possible.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Get ready to have fun.
What's up,
Get ready
Ethan?
to have a lot
Hey,
of
John.
fun.
Hello,
What's up, man?
Nina. Oh, my God, Nina. Hi.
Hi, Ethan. How you doing?
Good. I was so excited. I just woke up because I took my afternoon nap to get, I'm settled. And I was like, you guys are live streaming. I had to join you. I missed all of it. Now
awesome.
can we start over again?
Oh my God.
No,
yeah, of course.
I was basically going through the thread. I know you already went through it because I watched Trashcast the other night. So that's all. We were just going through that, talking about it. But yeah, I don't know what's
new stuff. I should have done the Trashcast yesterday because the stuff that he's saying to you now and the reaction to you has been fascinating. I'm enjoying. I don't have to say anything in this. This is guys are.
We've been going for a while, so we've kind of been airing our grievances, and my main grievance with you, sir, has been the fact that I really wish that you guys could have actually gotten along. It would have been really nice if we could have just gotten along, but it didn't happen. It just could not have been achieved, which I understand.
I would say that's his. I wouldn't say that's his fault, though.
No, it's not. It's not. It's I think, although I do think if an olive branch were to be offered, would he accept? And I don't think he would.
I don't think so either. I really don't think it was ever going to go any other way.
Yeah.
Unless I really think the idea was, we were listening. This is me being kind of paranoid, but at the same time, I don't think it was. Me and Shane were listening to Eric's announcement of ISOM video when way back when it was like, here comes ISOM, and there's Eric. It's the strangest video. To go back and watch it now, you see this red I don't know circle, and then Eric's silhouette walks by it like he's hiding, lurking outside of your house, and you see him go by your curtains, and then suddenly he's in front of it and he's in profile and his grandeur, and then he comes and he sits down in front of you like this. But during that whole thing, there's a really strange, and there's a lot of sound effects that are happening as.
Do you have it handy?
Can we watch it? Because
do you have it handy? Because I know you do Trashcast.
Yeah,
so you must have it.
I can find it. Sure. It is. It's very funny to look at now.
While you do that, thank you, Zerxmorsov on Rumble for $5. Says, I don't like how that side of the aisle did you dirty. Seems to be a trend over in their little clique. It's all cliques, man. It's all become cliques, and it's really annoying. But thank you for the $5. Also, we got Hater Greg for $5. Says EJ making business advice videos about conflict marketing is like Bella Delphine making a business video about modesty based on her bathwater.
It's a good one.
Wow. Good. But she sold a lot of those.
There might be more overlap with that than EJ's comic in business advice.
So this is the ISOM #1 trailer. Now, there was a wonderful promotional video to announce the coming of Rippaverse that was also similarly grandiose and everything. And this guy really thinks who the fuck he is. That's the first thing I want to say as you're watching this trailer. But listen to this one thing. I mean, that's something else, right? I just want to play this opening for you one more time, okay? You're sitting there. There's Eric walking by your curtains outside. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, Eric, are you outside my house? Eric, do you want to come in?
Stalker vibes.
Yeah, I don't think this guy takes himself too seriously. No, not at all.
He's having fun, guys. Leave him alone.
It's fun, yeah. Now, early on, so let me just preface this also with, like, while I was talking to him during all this stuff, and he's like, there's one or two things about business that you don't understand, that you do poorly, and I'm going to teach you about. So there was already some kind of like, like this is, so we are competing like a little bit. But I'm like, okay, I understand that. You know, of course, you know, Eric, and we'll still help you out. Now, this is the part I want you to listen to. I want you to listen very closely in the background behind the sound effects here. A lot of boom, for a few peculiar sound effects. I want you to listen to a gun racking. I want you to listen for the sound of a frog trilling. And then I want you to, and I want you to listen for a gunshot or a frog exploding. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Now just listen.
I heard a bee.
You hear that?
Holy crap!
Whoa!
Did you hear that?
Whoa!
Okay, so it's not just me.
What?
Now I'm gonna play it again.
I know you primed us for that. So you know that's one thing. But man, oh man, did you guys hear that in the chat? That's a frog. That sounded like a frog. Like if you had to, if you just
wait, I need to hear it again. Can you do it again?
If I listen to that blind, like it's like, what does that sound like? Holy wow!
Yeah, listen.
It's like a frog or a cricket, but I mean, it sounds like a frog.
That's the sound of a tree frog trilling. It's a croaking frog, and then you just hear like a gun slide, and then like the frog explodes or something like that,
like a splat sound.
Yeah. Now I could be paranoid. I don't know.
Sure.
But we were listening to this again the other day just for fun, just to see like when Eric really believed in himself. So the difference between like then and now, when Eric was at his height and using conflict marketing and the essence that he gave off this, and that just hit us out of the blue. Somebody was like, "That was a frog," and I was like, "That is a frog."
I don't know if it's a frog. I can't. I actually heard a bee at first. I was like, "Wait."
Well, that comes before. That comes before.
You want to hear it again?
I don't know if it was a frog.
Not that. One. Not that. That.
Did you hear it, Nina?
I heard the gun, like the gun. I did hear a ribbit. So
yeah, that's what it is. It sounds like a ribbit.
Why would that be in there?
What the hell? That is so bizarre.
Is that supposed to be something else? Are we thinking way too much into this now? I don't know.
What is that sound effect? Like, why would you put that in there?
But this is ISOM 1. They didn't even have the beef yet. Like, so you're saying like this is like before?
Like he was already sending a message? Like
he was sending a message, yeah.
That's insane. If he did that,
there's no way he thought this far into his beef. I mean, already, like he was planning the whole thing.
Well, maybe Nina. He said he was going to be taking on Marvel and DC. What do you think? You know, in Eric's warped, twisted mind, what do you think? You know, you got Marvel and DC. He's already delusional enough to think he's going to take them on. So you know he's delusional enough to think he's going to take what I'm saying is he thinks he's going to take the comic world by storm, and maybe Ethan's going to be working for him someday.
It's like a horse bed in your bed. He's pulling the Godfather on your ass. Like, holy shit.
I want to just say, like, again, like before this goes to Sturgis and the Ripitard, like crazy, you know, well, how I can't believe they think this. I'm not sure. But like, I'm not saying this is definitely the case. I'm saying, boy, when I heard that, I went, is that what I think it is? And I can't understand it. Like when I hear it now, I'm like, boy, that is a frog. That is a gun being racked. That is the sound of something being struck after the frog noise. And it would be very funny if that were the case.
You have a white guy McGee is saying for $2. Damn it, Ethan! It's not a frog. It's electricity. Is it electricity? I don't know.
I don't think so. I mean, I thought there are electricity noises in there, but it is peculiar. Hold on one second. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna get a drink.
Sure, no
Very
problem. I'm gonna read these super chats while Ethan's gone. Thank you, 200 Watt Studios for $2. Says horseman on the streets, horseman in the sheets. Damn, ew! Stop being a furry.
I think that was the Godfather reference of the horse.
I think so.
Maybe? Yeah.
That maybe. No, that was
that was completely okay.
No, that's
that was
the horseman for
that.
Yeah, that's separate. That's a horseman, from
I get it.
EJ's horseman. Which, by the way, I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like, is that? This is why I don't vibe with his comics, man. Like horseman. I don't want to read about that. Like, I don't know what
Horseman
that is.
Is like the closest they came to creating something commercial. Like, it's really close, but I read all his stuff because my chat pays me to read. I know you don't, Nina. I know that, John, you probably haven't read anything. In fact, I don't think most people read his books because if you did, you'd notice one thing that was really strange. I worked at DC Comics for a long time, and one of the things that they taught me early on was that these characters need to behave like superheroes. They need to be heroes.
Yes.
In the 90s, there was a lot of confusion where heroes were being bad guys and they were killing people and all this stuff. Cyberfrog, in fact, because of Milk and Cheese and all the other Punisher and all the books I was being exposed to, Cyberfrog never acted like a hero. He was a vigilante who just killed people for fun. And when I got to DC, I was reprogrammed to understand like how superheroes behave. Like, I'd say, what if Aquaman did this? And Mike Carlin would say, now, is that behaving like a hero? Is that the standard to which we'd want Aquaman to hold himself? And I was like, oh, like, this is what comic books actually are meant to be. So none of, even the ones Chuck Dixon writes, all of his characters are assholes and villains. They behave selfishly. They behave stupidly. They behave disrespectfully towards authority, which is okay, But in the case of like Alpha Core, it's really strange that they have like a real problem with authority when they're meant to be the Alpha Core. Horseman is a villain. Horseman's the entire book is about a guy who knows where the drug money is, so he goes and kills the people who have the drug money and takes it from him for himself. And that's what it is. There's
like he doesn't have a real job.
He's not Robin Hood. He's not he's not taking the money and going, you know what, I'm going to redistribute this to poor urban youth of the people who really need it, like the families who are starving. No, he takes it home and he keeps it for himself. And you're just like, what is this?
Well, and this is what I was talking about earlier, John, with regards to like the Rippaverse, like some of the comics, especially like even I saw them, is that they have dark themes. So it's not like you can lean into that and then like, have very graphic art and like lean into that. But he's done this like in the middle, this milk toast art.
Well, there's the other thing.
Can you lean into the dark and like the violence?
Yes. And there's the other thing too with like, okay, ISOM, for example. It's okay, like if a character starts in one place, especially in an origin story, Amazing Fantasy 15, Peter Parker. That's a perfect example of like Peter Parker's an asshole, but by the end of the book, he's had, through a tragic experience, realizes with great power comes great responsibility, and that is a fundamental transformation in who he winds up becoming. Really, Spider-Man. Really, he becomes a hero through that, and that's fine if you have a book where it's like the character starts off as an asshole, but they learn and they grow and they become a hero. That's a story.
Yeah, like the story should be like Horseman stealing for himself. He's lying to his family, which he's doing. He's like, I'm not a superhero. What do you mean? I'm out, and secretly he's out there like getting into fights, killing people, stealing their money. Early on in the book, he should come to some realization that what he's doing is wrong. It's right to fight these criminals. And maybe it's right to take their money from them too, but he can't have it because there are people who need it more. or something like that.
Yes.
So he goes and finds the victims and he gives the money to those victims. That's what a superhero comic is supposed to be. And I just my one thing about Rippaverse's stories is the fact that, like, if anybody is reading them, they are such malnourishment. There's no message about heroics or putting yourself second. Why would Eric ever think about putting himself second? He can't imagine that. He can't put himself in anyone's shoes about putting yourself second. There's none of that. It's just brutality, selfishness, stupidity.
But that's why I
arrogance.
was talking about the art style specifically. I'm saying like the art style specifically is so monotone for what he's going for. Like he's like, I'm going to talk about the nitty gritty underground where people are being kidnapped and possibly being turned into sex slaves. But then here's this really, really milquetoast panel that shows like behind the scene of what may have happened with this like silhouette. Like, and I'm like, bro, like, draw, like, you need to, like, your artists need to draw and show what's happening, like be nitty and gritty. If you want to be nitty and gritty, don't make it milk toast. Like I don't, that's the main problem I have with the art style that they've got going on.
The art to me is okay. It's competent. Eric is hiring what he can get from Brazil. There's a sweatshop. There's a company called Glasshouse Graphics in Brazil. I know the guy. I've known Dave Campiti, who runs it. I've known him for decades. He's a great guy. And he makes his money by basically being an interrogator between Brazilians who don't speak English and, the American companies. He'll say, I've got all of these guys here and they can all draw in various American styles and you can hire them through me. And this guy makes a lot of money by taking a piece of their, but American money goes further in Brazil. So it works out great.
Yeah.
So he has his portfolio open wide for Eric, and Eric goes through and chooses who he would like to, who looks good to him, to draw these books. It looks okay. It's not great. It's mediocre. These are the people that Marvel and DC basically aren't hiring, okay, out of that portfolio. Because Marvel and DC do hire from Glasshouse. So it's who Marvel and DC aren't hiring. They're the leftover artists. Sorry, guys, you are. The art is one thing. It's, again, I would feel so much better about Rippaverse as a creative person if any of these books were good in terms of the stories and the characters and the themes. And remember what we started this for. Like, remember that, like, the reason why Rippaverse exists, the reason why Comicsgate exists to such a large degree was that the stories weren't good enough. The stories were sending bad messages to families and kids and readers. All through the era of Comicsgate and the SJWs at Marvel, we were pointing out that the stories were stupid. They came second to the message,
the agenda.
So it was always like, oh, okay, so first and foremost, we want to get our gender message in there. Oh no, it's like Batgirl's friend was misgendered. It's terrible. Boo hoo. And you see stuff like that, and the story would be kind of secondary because mostly, sorry, Nina, women were writing these books.
No, it's fine.
The whole influx of women in the male-dominated. Oh, John and I will talk about that in a little bit. How women should not be. They should not.
You know what? You know what? I'm gonna leave.
No. You stay.
No. I'm gonna leave like for like 2 minutes. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You guys have like boys' time.
Okay.
Catch up while I'm gone.
Hey,
it's okay. John? I'm gonna get a drink of
water.
Let's
talk about
how hot Nina is. Did you see her cleavage? She's awesome. Oh my god, banging. Yeah. Okay. That's boy talk. That's what we call locker room talk, John. Remember? Locker room talk.
Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah.
But the thing is, like, once you get a handle on the mechanism of creating stories for the next generation, I mean, ideally the purpose should be to offer better stories.
Yes.
Stories that contain themes and ideas that are more in keeping with the values of the people who were complaining in the first place.
Yeah.
And that's I think that's really, really, really important when you're being given millions of dollars in capital from the fans who are saying, yes, we agree with you. Marvel and DC are terrible. The messages they're receiving, that they're sending us are just inappropriate and out of line. Here's our money. Give us something better. Beat them. beat them by doing the right thing.
Yes.
And what you end up offering them is worse. It's
Yeah.
not only is it like not like any, and I say this and people go, you don't really mean this. No, I do. Any Marvel comic, any DC comic is better than every Rippaverse comic. Even the worst.
Yeah.
Even the worst Marvel and DC comics read better, have better themes, have more believable characters who are better to show your kids than any Rippaverse comic. And that to me is the most profound failure. It doesn't cost any money except for the printing fee and what you got to pay people to produce work, stories that are valuable and that can change the world. Potentially Rippaverse, with all the spotlight on it, could have a TV show, could have a movie. ISOM could be a TV show, movie, video game. But it will never be. Unless it's completely, if Hollywood were to take ISOM, they would have to completely ignore everything.
Exactly. You got to start from the ground floor. You have to totally, basically all you would be using is the actual, like, maybe the design of the character itself, and then you got to actually give him a story. You got to give him an actual arc, or there has to be something there, because there is nothing there in ISOM.
Did you read these books, John?
I read 1 and 2, and I watched a review on the third one because I didn't buy it.
Yeah, I read the third one. It tried to tie things together, and it was like, who was Jasmine in the first place? It was like, okay, that's really okay. Thank you. But yeah, like there should have been a change, and I remember talking to Eric about it, like in private, just being like, boy, it would have been better in ISOM if you had some stakes for ISOM. So
yes,
he doesn't want to get involved. He finds Jasmine, and Jasmine says, "Go away from me. I don't want to hear from you," or whatever it is. And that's weird. Okay. And he goes to Darren, and he talks to Darren. That doesn't go well. Get out of my club. No, we're just doing business here. We don't want you sniffing around here. And then the next thing and ISOM's like, I don't even know why I'm here. And the next thing but something's wrong. ISOM's sister and niece are killed. Bomb goes off in their apartment. You know what I mean? It's like Darren saying, listen, I said stay away,
Yeah.
So, and then ISOM suddenly like, oh my God, now I'm motivated to figure out like something bad is happening here. Nothing happens. He gets his ass kicked twice by the bouncers, and then he gets angry and goes to get his super suit so he can come back and beat him up better.
96 pages of, he gets basically in a fight with the same guy twice. There's a lot of things. Even the coincidental thing of him hitting Yaira in the midair, like there's a lot of introduction of characters that
irrelevant. It's a showcase for. It's as if like and I understand what his attitude was interesting. It was like, I'm going to put out this one book that's going to be this kind of Spider-Man of the Rippaverse universe, and from it, the universe will explode like a big bang. I like that idea, I do, but all those ideas need to tie together somehow.
Yeah.
And God only knows what Shungite was. The rock band at the end, like what is that? What does that have to do with anything going on in the book? It was all very loose and stuff, but ultimately, it is about the heart and soul of the character. What is in 96 pages? What we learn is, do not disrespect this black man, because he will come back twice as hard and he will punch you. And it's like, why were you in the guy's club? Just get out of here. Anyway, very strange. But the point of this is, if we're going to really and truly compete with Marvel and DC, you do not need millions and millions of dollars. You just need good ideas.
Yes.
And a good idea and a good story is worth it. You don't need millions to make it, but it's worth billions. Star Wars, the idea, if you'd written the idea for Star Wars out, Lord of the Rings, any of this stuff didn't come with, Lord of the Rings. The guy wasn't handed, J.R. Tolkien wasn't handed millions and millions of dollars to write that book. He just wrote the book, and the book itself generated that kind of money because it was so great. And it
sells itself, like good word of mouth. People like it. And then it's this ripple effect. And now, Lord of the Rings is, still around. These properties will still be around for quite some time.
Yeah. I mean, and that's, again, a good story. And this, It's any see, the wonderful thing about it is that I want the people in the chat who want to do this to understand that you can do it. You don't have to have all of this money. You know, crowdfund a little bit, enough to be able to afford to print it, but you don't need to have all this money to be able to be a real change in the industry. Your ideas, whatever's in your head right now, if you can get it on paper and you can get it in front of a few people and they start talking about it, you can be the change that way, organically, genuinely. And anybody, literally anybody, can be that person.
J.K. Rowling, what was she? Was she almost homeless or something? I mean, she was living on welfare. She had a kid. One person with a story.
That's all it is. That's really, truly all it is. And there doesn't need to be any of this. There really doesn't need to. See, all of this started, like the bad feelings really started when when Nina started it, actually, but when like one person said, "Did you read the comic? Have any of you guys read the comic? Because I'll bet you it's going to be bad." And everybody said, "Well, no, I didn't read it, but how can you say?" Okay, I'm going to read it and I'll come back with a review. And the person read it. Dick Masterson read it. He's from Hollywood. He's had treatments. He's sold treatments to Hollywood. This is all very routine. And I understand he already suspected that it was going to be bad. People say that's bad faith. What the hell are we doing when we say, I know that the Marvels movie is going to suck before we even see a frame of it? You have those suspicions. You're allowed to have those suspicions as long as you're honest when you interact with the material. And he came back with a very basic, he went through and wrote some notes as he was reading it. Like, why did this happen? That's weird. And then after that was done, he wrote a treatment, like a summary story structure treatment with questions about the way the story was structured and how it could have been better. What was missing, what was deficient, how it could have been better. And the reaction to that was a howl of anger.
I talked with Nina about this earlier, reaction. And I basically told her, it was like EJ exposed himself big time because Dick Masterson is using terms like inciting incident. He's using terms like, act 1, 2, 3, story structure, rising action, falling action. And EJ is like, what is he talking about? He has no idea what any of these terms mean. And I'm just like, part of me is like, oh my gosh, this is cringe. Like, Eric, even though was I even supporting him at the time? I think this was kind of after the fallout, but it was just like, bro, like, just stop. You are digging yourself a hole. You are proving you are a novice. You are proving you don't know anything.
We all expected, by the way,
and
we all expected.
And that's what I said. I'm like, we would have been perfectly fine if he just had an attitude, like just a humble attitude about it. And it was just transparent or, wasn't trying. He basically, if he didn't throw a conniption fit, and just kind of took his medicine and learned some things from it, everybody would have been on board. We would have still backed him. I would have still supported him and said, this is great, man. Learn as you go. It's fine. Like, no big deal. But for him to react the way he did, that was telling.
Yeah. You've got to humble yourself to learn. Script doctor, writing is the hardest job to do that everyone thinks is easy. Well, and everybody thinks they're a writer. Because the thing about being a writer is that getting somebody to read your work is very difficult. Being an artist is, if somebody's a good or a bad artist because it's a pleasure to look at artwork. Nobody complains. Can I see what you drew? Let me see. Oh my goodness! Like nobody has a hard time looking at artwork, but getting people to read a story, to a treatment, is really difficult. And so a lot of people are able to labor under this kind of the auspices of I'm a writer. With nobody to validate that or criticize that claim until somebody does. And then it's like this guy John A. Douglas, like the internet found his Orc City. And this guy was on the internet busting my balls for like months about how he's a writer and all this stuff. And then it's like, I'm never going to read your books. I don't know if you're good or bad. And then the internet gets a hold of it. The entire internet gets a hold of like a few chapters of his book, Work City. And it's hilarious. And it's like, yeah, most people who say they're writers aren't actually writers, but you can learn. You can learn how to write. You can learn.
Well, and just real quick, like this is somebody who's obviously not a fan of Ethan. Where's Cyber Frog 3? Where's Rainbow with a Brute? And John and I talked about this earlier, and I think part of the reason that I appreciate like everything you do, Ethan, and in general in the art sphere is that you are an artist, like in terms of like what you a true artist in terms of what you do, because it takes time to create great art. And I think your fans know what they're signing up for, that there is going to be a wait period until that arrives, because great works of art take time to make. Whereas in, Eric July, I think, is going a little bit more mainstream with it and just, wanting to pump it out really fast. And that's probably why the art is not as good, in terms of, how I see things. I'm like, oh my God, this is not great art. But Rainbow the Brute and Cyber
This
Frog
will
3.
be
I mean,
said about me for the rest of my life. There will be pretty soon. This is going to be, where's Green Supremacies? Where's Cyber Frog 4? Where's Rainbow the Brute 2? It's always going to be said. For the longest time, it was where's Wreck Planet? Where's Wreck Planet? Where's Wreck Planet? And that was just like, okay, that's a lot of pressure as I try to complete something that needs to be a masterpiece. And I think it is. Wreck Planet is excellent. Rainbow the Brute is underway. Okay, we're about halfway through with Rainbow the Brute at this point with the artwork, and I've shown the artwork as we go. I've taken a break to work on Cyber Frog 3. I've got both of these books. They're both such different energy. I'm working all the time. You should see my desk over there. But they're both such different energy that sometimes I feel like doing Cyber Frog, and then other times I feel like doing Rainbow the Brute. And Rainbow the Brute is this project that bottlenecked everything else, because early on in our time in Comicsgate, we launched Cyber Frog Wreck Planet, and then 3 months later, people said, let's do Rainbow the Brute 2. We got to get Rainbow the Brute. And that was a joke idea. But we launched it. It did really, really well. And then Cyber Frog 2, which was only supposed to be 48 pages, ballooned to 73 pages worth of story and artwork. And then we made toys, PVC toys, as an addition to that. And then I had to buy a warehouse to house those toys. Eric was watching the whole time. And my company just blew up really quick organically because of the success of Cyber Frog 2. But because I doubled the length of Cyber Frog 2 from 48 to 73 pages, plus Salamandroid Death Sting, which is another part of that's another 22 pages worth of story and art, and Heartsick Horror, Rainbow the Brute is stuck in a bottleneck situation here. And that's why it's late. Not only that, fulfillment by hand takes time. I don't have an army of people. I didn't build an enormous company where I have 14 people on my payroll. It was me and Andrea and her friend Michelle. And we were doing all of the fulfilling out of our garage, our living room, out of the new warehouse. This stuff, it's not just making comics anymore. I wish it was. I wish all I had to do was do what I did when I worked at DC, sit down and draw every day, and that's it. I'm responsible for running the business. I'm responsible for running the promotional vehicle for myself and all of Comicsgate. And then of course
you have bitch fights that you have to like fucking separate people from every 5 minutes. I mean, it's just fucking insane. Because that's one of the big problems with Comicsgate, is that there's a lot of fucking drama. I mean, look at what's going on with Pitt and Mandy right now. It's fucking crazy.
Oh, yeah. I hope everybody turns out for that this Friday. That's going to be
I hope so too. And Ethan, I did retweet that, and then a bunch of war campaign people came and started being really nasty to me. So it's just like, it's fucking nuts. Like just watching these people actually like basically prove Mandy right in real time. I'm like, the people were really nasty to her, and then everyone started being nasty to me, and I'm like, thanks for proving my point, because that's exactly what happened to Mandy. But with regards to what you were just saying, and like why, like the fact that you have to switch like your mental mode and be like, well, sometimes I feel like drawing Rainbow the Brute, and sometimes I feel like that it's a different energy, so I want to draw Heather Swain today, I want to draw Cyberfrog today. A lot of people, I feel like a lot of people that don't draw don't really understand that, like that feel the energy, the creative I don't know, I can't even explain it, because it's kind of like channeling, right? Like you're channeling art, you're channeling this thing that comes over you, and you're like, okay, I want to draw this is how it's going to look. And then when you have a different energy shift, then sometimes you don't want to draw at all. You're like, oh, it's kind of like a writer's block where you're like, I don't have that energy right now. I don't want to draw that. And I'm sure you go through those things. So I think that also adds to perhaps like the mentality of it, why the reason why it's late. I think a lot of people don't appreciate that aspect of it when it comes to creating art. Creating art takes time and it takes effort and energy, and it's like you're putting your own soul into it, and I think a lot of people don't really understand that.
Well, I don't care. They don't need to understand it. I mean, it's okay. Like they're right when they say the book's late and the book needs to come out. Can I show you some of it? Would you like to see?
Sure,
Absolutely.
I would love to. Yeah, let's see it.
Okay. Let me see here. First and foremost, we've got. Wow, there's a lot. Okay, so this right here. If you share my screen, this is the side book. These are characters called My Girthy Stallions. Now, My Little Pony is awesome and stuff, but like you can't play with My Little Pony as a boy. So what we've done instead is we've created My Girthy Stallions, and these are badass horses that are superheroes of a variety of super horses that are fighting communism. Okay, because their enemies are their main enemy is Stalin. Okay, and so that is not like Stalin, like a horse stall. Okay,
like a whole stuff.
Yeah, like a horse stall.
That's so funny.
So here you have Napalm, who's a Marine. He's like a jarhead Marine. He's got all these cool weapons all over him. You've got Unstable One, who has a chainsaw for a unicorn horn here, and he's stitched up with bull leather. You've got all these a variety of different horses. You've got the Headless Horseman's horse back here. Ghost Gallop is back here. So these are Rainbow the Brute's friends. These horses have tremendous dignity, and yeah, they're his pals.
Did you come up with all these ideas yourself for the horses?
Yes, of course. I don't have anyone helping me. Let me see. All I have is people hurting me. I don't have people helping me.
No, well, I thought maybe sometimes like you're talking about like your comic with like Shane Davis or like John Mayland. They're like, you know what would be cool, like this horse, like with this power, like that kind of thing.
Oh no, yeah, it's all me. Like, I just I came up with horse puns and then built the characters around them essentially.
That's funny.
So here is
great color here.
Isn't this great? Yeah. So the thing about it is
great illustration too, obviously, but
it's a silly illustration of a complaining, ugly teddy bear that's come to life. But I got Kyle Ritter going in there, and you're going to appreciate this artwork, painting each stroke of the hair on the bear, making it look like this. So you've got Rainbow the Brute in a honeysuckle bar, drinking honeysuckle ale, and he's just trying to have a drink. And then you've got these are called the Unbearables. They're a clan of emotionally manipulative, gigantic bears who wear emojis on there to let you know that how they're feeling, and they let you know how they're feeling too. And all he wants to do is complain and bitch and moan at Rainbow while he's just trying to have a drink. This guy is unloading himself, making Rainbow do emotional labor, I think they call it, and he's getting really sick of it. He's just this guy's still moaning, bitching, complaining. I love. Look how this is, guys. This is work, but it's worth it. I love the tear comes down his eye. Finally, he's crying blues about his own problems, and Rainbow's still got a little bit of foam on his. He's had enough of it, and finally, he just turns to him and says, "Could you please tell your problems to somebody who cares? Please shut the fuck up."
Yeah.
And he can't be somebody who cares. You don't
care. He cried even harder. He's like, "What? You don't care about me?"
He's full of rage, and he smacks the beer mug out of Rainbow's hands. And then you see, like, these people who are emotionally manipulative usually come with friends, and so now Rainbow he's in a fight with these scumbags. And it's a big deal, but here
they're like the Care Bears, but they don't care at all.
I don't think I've seen this. I don't think I've seen this page.
Here's you have this. You got a Snork, you got a glowworm here. These are all And by the way, there's one of the Girthy Stallions. This is Napalm, who Rainbow is his best friend. So There's a rainbow that comes out of the sky. And when the rainbow comes out of the sky, that's when Rainbow the Brute is super powered. Okay. That's what gives him his power. So he slams his mug down on the table. He belches with rainbows in his eyes. And now he's going to do some business here. So this is
picking up that stool.
Yeah. So these, by the way, I just pulled these pages up from Twitter real quick. So I think, is that it? Is that what I have here? Yeah. But and then here's another page. This, I think people have seen this. This is just a piece of a page. My God, it's, Rainbow the Brute fighting unicorns. So that's a little bit of Rainbow the Brute. And the storyline about Rainbow the Brute is that, like, he has a son that he doesn't pay enough attention to, and women have been raising his son in Polly Pocket's village, and his son is a sissy, and he's got to do a couple of things. Somebody stole the orbs of power from the mushroom tower, a toadstool tower it's called. They're 2 balls. Somebody came and took them, and he's got to go get them back with his son. That's their quest. And along the way, the son is going to grow to become a man.
It's a metaphor.
Very much
Maybe.
so.
Yeah.
I think it's weird that the orbs of power were hidden underneath the toadstool tower, which is shaped kind of like a dick. But anyway, he's got to get those balls back, teach his son to become a man. And along the way, he's going to encounter some characters very much like the Munchie Cheese, the Strawberry Shortcake women, and all of the characters from Girls' Toy Properties, which are going to be, re-delivered through a high-T filter. A modern a metaphor for today about manhood. Yeah.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Stupid. Oh my
No,
God.
no, here's the thing though. It's like those pages, they're so readable. It's like you can tell, without any dialogue, without any words, you could kind of basically piece together what's happening. Like you're not confused. And that's that. I think that's always a good sign.
Well, I've been doing this for a while.
Well,
I've been doing comics for a long time, and it takes, newsflash, like, it does take time to learn how to do this. When I was my first year making comics, I was not so clear. I did not know what I was doing, and it took a lot of instruction from the older creators in the village to raise the younger creators in the village properly. And part of that, I think there's a lot of that going on with Comicsgate, where there are younger creators, and they're called smaller creators in our sphere for some reason, even though some of them are much fatter than me. Much fatter than me. There's a little
that can't be possible.
It is true. I'm just a smaller creator. It's like, yeah, we're on the moon. Like, what are you talking about? You learn how to do comics, and
you're right, because Cecil is one of them, so that's true.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? I wish things had gone differently, so that there wasn't such an emphasis on, if only things had been like, okay, you're right. Like, I just started making comic books in my late 30s. Like, I obviously don't know how to make comics. Let me keep my ears open. I got a lot of money coming in, and I got to use it to make a story that could possibly be the next, Harry Potter. So I got to listen to the older guys in the village who've been doing this for decades, and listen to some criticism. And by the way, I wasn't really here. That wasn't my role. I was here to praise him. I was here to give him encouragement, which is what I like to think that I used to do all the time, until I realized that was probably toxic to do that, like toxic positivity. I think things would have gone differently, because ultimately what we need to do here, if our aim, even the Rippatards out there that are angry with me, guys, I'm sorry about that. I mean, well, this means everything to me. I didn't start this. I didn't do this to get rich. I did this so that people who were being shunned and blacklisted from mainstream comics could still make comics, and possibly under these circumstances make important comics, especially under these circumstances, which I would consider to be culture war. Some of the greatest comic books and characters and stories should be being created and generated right now by everyone who's in this space. You felt like, there's so much pain and anguish around our entertainment, we have an opportunity to do better. But I think there are some people, and I think Eric is one of them, who got into this solely for the money, entirely for the money, entirely for the money. And that has worked, I think, to the detriment of this space. I'm going to continue to criticize him. I'm going to. I know that upsets people, but I don't think he belongs. I don't think he belongs among us, really. I'm trying to.
Well, and that's where I mean, you and I have a little bit of a difference of opinion.
His viewpoints don't belong among us. He could change.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, that's where you and I differ a little bit, because I mean, I think that everybody, like, if you want to be a creator, like, you should create. And I love the idea of having like more people creating indie comics. And I'm not going to tell them to, like, stop. And like, not that I have, not that I'm in any position to, because I'm not a comic book creator. So but you are, so you have your valid opinions of it. But I still think it's as long as there's a demand, like whatever he wants to supply. Hey, you know what they say? There's a sucker born every day. You know what I'm saying? So if they want to supply, then he has the right to supply it. But I hope that he gets better. That's my hope. Is I hope that Rippaverse gets better and they have better artists, they have better stories, and they just that's what's always been my hope. Is that and I want him to own it a little bit, like own this. The whole idea of that you got into this because of conflict marketing. Like, stop like being
that's such a lie, that whole thing with the conflict marketing.
Come on, like, we all know you did it because this whole thing that you wanted to go after Marvel and DC, and maybe to some extent now that you're saying like all this stuff, like, I don't know, maybe he was thinking like, I'm gonna go and be competing with
seemed like he was pretty serious about it to me.
It's starting to sure sound that way. So but either way, like, I mean, you got to step up your game, especially if you think you're gonna compete with people like Ethan and John Malin and Shane Davis, like people who are very veteran artists, like putting out great art. You have to step up your game if you're gonna do it, and I hope he does. I really do. I really, really hope that he gets some better work going.
Nina, I have some bad news for you.
Dun dun dun.
There's a little something out there, and it's called talent. There are people who have talent, and there are people who do not have talent. And what you've just witnessed is what it looks like to shovel $10 million at somebody who doesn't have any talent, or creative ability at all, and then see what he produces. And $10 million can make a lot of things that look like comic books, but they're not comic books. They're not stories. And by the way, the story is 100% the important content. That's what it is. I mean, you could give me $10 million to start a Little Debbie's style cake company. I'd probably be pretty good at it, though. I think I know what good
definitely
cakes would sound like.
The weight. You've had experience with
cake. I do like cake. I could tell what a good. I don't know. But I don't know if I know how to make.
You do better. You do better with a pie shop because you have more experience.
You got Mr. Beast out there, for example, who looks at, like, Mr. Beast has infinite amounts of money, and recently, he looked at these like little Nabisco kids lunch mini boxes.
The Lunchables,
and he just kind of said, I don't like these because the cheese is fake, so we're going to do more authentic Lunchable style things called Beastables or something like that. And he put real cheese in there, and he put like molded. Real turkey, and all of it arrived moldy and stuff.
Yeah, it was moldy
because he's stupid and he doesn't know what he's doing. Like, he's got an interesting. One of the biggest problems on the marketplace right now is artificial, cheeses and these Lunchables. I'm going to fix it. Well, there's a reason for that. There's a reason why they are the way that they are. They have to have a shelf life and all the other things that nobody is there to teach him. And when you have billions of dollars at your disposal and a big head and are not going to listen to anybody about anything, you're going to deliver moldy, shitty product to supermarket shelves, and you're going to end up getting sued. So, it's like, as it turns out, like, there is something called talent, but also wisdom. There's humility. There is being able to look at the marketplace and really try to figure out where you fit in. Eric doesn't really have talent, so at no point is he going to get better. He isn't. He's just not. I know people go, what? I could
Can't you get better at like spotting talent though, and like hiring those people that do have talent to, do stuff
no.
for
Do
you?
you get better taste if you're in terms of like a connoisseur? Like there are some things where it is just like you either got it or you don't. You can either sing or you can't. Like
There's a
Right.
reason Stan Lee is Stan Lee. It's not like anybody could be Stan Lee. The Stan
Right.
Lee was a singular force that just appeared, at this time period, who worked in comics for decades and then launched Marvel. And he was unique. He not only did he have all that experience, but like he just was special. He was a good writer. He was a good creator, and he also recognized good talent. So no, if you're waiting for Eric to get better, no, it's not going to happen. He just, there are other people in this space who are new creators who do have talent, and they are going to get better. You're going to watch them get better because they have a special gift.
I think you say that about what's that Australian guy's name?
Liam Gray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you say that about him?
Yeah,
That he got better.
Liam has talent. Okay, he really does have talent. He did this book Dino King. I think his first book was rough, even though it was well drawn. It was just I beat the hell out of the story. I just said this, I couldn't, felt like a fever dream. It was weird. And then he sat down and he did a couple more books, and then he did Dino King, where it's a very simple story about a very likable character. The conflict was clear. It was a little boy who was a half-breed kind of were-dinosaur who found a human family and wanted to fit in with the humans. But then you had the real actual T-Rexes, the dinosaurs, who were like, you're us, you belong to us. We want to eat the people that you're living with, and you're supposed to be with us. And so he became a dinosaur to fight them, to protect the humans. I mean, that's cool. That's a very basic story. It's a very simple story about your identity, who you are, who your family is at heart. And it had a lot of heart and soul to it. And it was well drawn for a manga. It's not a manga thing, but well drawn.
He likes manga.
He does. So I had to give him praise for that. And encourage him to do more like that, more along those lines. Keep your story simple, keep your characters likable and heroic, because it's like he's a little dinosaur boy who has incredible power, and he's using it to defend this nice human family who's fed him and taking care of him. That's all. That's a really good, likable story. A nice hero, simple hero.
Yeah.
So it's good to see like people get improve though. Sorry, go ahead, John.
No, go ahead.
I'm done.
No, I was gonna say, do you think that how much do you think desire plays into all of that? Because I think I do think that there is some factor into, it's like what came first, chicken or the egg, and also too, talent can be fostered early on at a young age. Usually, it is connected to desire. You just enjoy or you love doing something, you're going to get better at it.
Yeah, I think that's possible. I think it's like I think there's something called skill, and skill can be developed, right? Like I'm not a good soccer player, okay? But had I started at the age of 12 and all day long all I did was work at soccer, I'm playing soccer, I'm learning how to do all the drills and everything. I think that, I would be a very, very good soccer player and probably competitive by the time I was 20. I'd be good. But would I ever be David Beckham?
Yeah. There's a ceiling. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he has talent. See, that's the difference. Yeah. Like he was meant, like we could sit there, you and me, and we could devote our lives to basketball. But would we ever be Michael Jordan? No. So that's somebody who has talent and skill. So you can develop skill and you can get better at something. But there are some people who are just born to be something, and they have that special gift that was maybe given to them by their parents or the parents. And it's a lot of times it's hereditary, the ability to draw or write stories or anything like that. But other people who just don't desire and the willingness to learn and to develop a skill. I went to Harris Comics with Cyberfrog in the 90s, and there were two guys there that I met in the studios because I would go there to New York City all the time. And there were two artists. There was one named Buzz. He went by a nickname Buzz, and he was the hot Vampirella artist. Vampirella was their big property. he drew Vampirella like he was the Todd McFarlane of Vampirella. And he was just naturally gifted. And because of that, he was a little bit, he'd do an issue, he'd take the money and go to Hawaii and just spend time with women, and where's Buzz? He'd come back 5 issues later. There was another guy who was in the office named Cesar Antamante, who had no talent, but he was somebody who worked to learn how to draw. And he drew the way somebody who spent all of their time drawing, but really didn't have the spark and gift that Buzz had. Drew, and he would do a couple of issues, and you could say those were very good workman-like issues of Vampirella that you just drew, but you're no Buzz.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're just, when Buzz draws Vampirella, the angels sing, I guess.
It's like Amadeus, like that film Amadeus Mozart, and I forgot the other guy. But have you seen the movie?
Yeah. I think about that movie all the time.
Yeah,
it's funny.
I said a long time ago. I thought I should rewatch that movie. It's been a long time.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. So I don't. People waiting for Eric to get better. I just don't think he's going to. I think they're barking up the wrong tree. But I don't know. I mean, at the same time, there are so many people in this space who deserve the ability, the chance, the opportunity to develop their stories.
Darren's reminding everyone that we're going at 3 hours 20 minutes. So if you haven't done so already, if you are entertained and if you're having fun, because we're having fun over here, make sure you smash the like, share the stream, all that good stuff. Let me go through some of these super chats because they were arriving before you came here, Ethan. Swinging Cod, thank you for the $10. Says, remember when he was going after Masterson and Vito, EJ complained that they were taking shots and hiding their hands. What he has done for the past 2 years with EVS. We were talking about that earlier a little bit, EVS, like about how, I mean, like at the very least, I mean, I know I've noticed it that he will just straight up respond to Trashcast videos without saying he's responding to you or Trashcast, and then literally address the points and be like, just pretend like you don't exist, but like, so we've been hearing that, like, this is the problem with this, but we're actually doing this to combat this, and so like fun. Blah blah blah. And I'm like, yeah. Dude, like,
and he sent his. I mean, it's like basically what he does is there, like, and I'm sure John, now you've encountered some of them. There are some of his like protectors, his super fans who seem like they're on his payroll. The way that they're so active, who will come after me, they'll come after the critics viciously. I mean, just vicious and stupidly too. And Eric that way can just kind of sit back and kind of keep his hands clean. Every now and then he'll give him a head pat. I see what you're doing. Good job out there. Good job. It's interesting. That's kind of the way he operates. He's very, very deeply invested in this. Mm-hmm. Eric's a competitive guy. He started this business. He understands who the players are on the board. And I think he knows what he's doing. He's just as involved in this. He just has his own way to
he's doing conflict marketing, which is why I get annoyed, because I'm like, dude, you do conflict marketing all the time. You just don't really name names.
Today's Student of God, one of his ball washers, posted this thing where it's like a clip of Eric basically, saying, I can't
incriminating himself. I got the clip.
Yeah, you have it? Pull it up.
You want to pull it up?
Yeah, let's do it.
Because we still have to watch his Coke video too. That whole, we're having fun.
Yeah, we're having fun around
like,
here.
Come on, man. Come on.
Well, that was early on Trashcast. I said, you look miserable. It's like you're not having fun, dude. That's your biggest problem. And all of a sudden, fun became the word du jour. But yeah, like what was he saying?
Oh, I'll fix my audio here. You can continue.
Oh, okay. What were you saying?
Great team. Oh no, it's like we don't do conflict marketing. Blah 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 blah. And then all of his chat is like, yeah, Ethan Van Sciver, yeah, Ethan Van Sciver, yes. I'm like, you're doing conflict marketing, like Student of God, by posting that, and you see the chat recognizing that it's aimed at me. That is conflict marketing. You could say, I'm not doing conflict marketing. You can use those words. It doesn't matter. You actually are. You clearly have set me up as like the the enemy or the person who needs to be whatever. And
you're Voldemort, man. They don't even say your name. They're like, he who shall not be named. And this has been going on for a long time. Trust me, I know. From being on the other show and everything like that.
Yeah.
Darren, thank you for the $4.99. Says Eric is being gay, not you guys, just to clear things up. I love you guys. Thanks, Darren. Russell Hall, thank you for the $2. What if Nike opened a sex club, though? There's no sex in the champagne room, Russell Hall. Thank you for the $2. Says for Russell, says just do it. See, not that much of a stretch. Oh, that's true, because that's Nike's thing, the marketing.
Yeah.
Russell Hall for 2, or is it? Oh my God, like just do it. Not much of a stretch, or is it? Love you, Russell. Russell Hall for 2. Ethan's feeling like the belle of the ball. He is. He's here.
Yeah. And it's Belle, Belle, by the way.
Yeah, like beauty of the ball, not like
No,
the oddly shaped bell.
Yeah, you mean a bell end. The bell end of the ball.
Bell end. White guy McGee, thank you for the $2. Says if EVS got along with Eric, I wouldn't be here. That's because conflict marketing works, and some people just love drama.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's just the way it is. Comic book for $5. Thank you. Hail the human sunbeam. That's you. That's you. The serious man. Thank you for the $2. Says Sturgis is live with Narwhal and 11 people watching.
Well, he should put my name in the title of the thing and say, fuck Ethan Van Sciver or something like that, and then he'd probably have more viewers. Conflict marketing.
Conflict marketing. Exactly. Sturgis, and the people the 11 people that are watching, and bless their hearts. Wasn't Narwhal a good friend of yours for a while? And until that Dungeoneering thing happened.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's my friend. I just he was in my chat, like he was a participant on the shows. Who knows?
Well, we're friends, right? We're friends.
I hope so. Yeah, I'd like to be your friend. Yes.
Yeah. Let's be friends.
Okay.
Let's be friends. That's a Simpsons joke, if anyone gets that. 201 Studios for $2 says EJ never knew about Amazing Fantasy 15.
That was weird. That was really weird, man. It's hard to be a comic book fan and not like I don't know. I don't understand Eric, because it just seems like he likes comic books. But I mean, when you're a comic book fan since you're a kid, most people find comics when they're young, and you start collecting them. Comic books are like a treasure when you're young. Now I just throw them around my office. I don't really care. But it's like when I was a kid, I kept them very neatly organized. And I knew all the first appearances of all the Marvel heroes. And I looked at the price guide and I'd say $800 for Fantastic Four #1. Well, maybe one day. Like in the 80s, it was $800. I remember. And I was just like, I'll never get there, ever. But I knew all of the first appearances. And Amazing Fantasy 15, because it's the book that you're lusting after your entire life. You want that comic book, and it's way out of reach when you're young. How do you not know that as an adult? That Amazing Fantasy 15, first appearance of Spider-Man. Peculiar that kind of caught him off guard. Really
do you have all of those now? All the ones that you wanted when you were a kid, and you were like, you couldn't have them then, and now you're like, now I can have them.
I could have them. I have a good collection of Fantastic Four, and I have a good collection of Ghost Rider. When it comes to the big key books like Amazing Fantasy 15, I'd rather just buy a Ferrari. I really would. I mean, I love comics, but the cost of one of these books is so pricey that it's irresponsible for a husband and father to invest that kind of money in some paper. I understand it might go up in value, but then again, it might not these days. So,
Makes sense. The serious man, thank you for the $2. Getting the team back together. Send Yellow Flash the link. No. Thank you, the serious man, for gifting a membership to the chat. And with that, we're gonna watch this video. Here we go.
All right, just tell me when you guys want to interject.
Okay.
I just read that from Hunter. Appreciate that. We got Whoa Buddy with the 8 says more walk on their careers of mainstream professionals. Is it marketing now? Well, that's not the quote, actually. by the way, the quote is just about comic pros, and obviously.
Well, hold on, pause it real sec.
Yeah.
Can we show that first? I think we gotta. I think
that.
we gotta show it. We gotta give context.
Give a little context, yeah.
Yeah. So and that's
what so weird.
That's what I have a problem with, because he comes off disingenuous, and it's like, dude, if you've been, just own it. Just own the fact that you said all these things. Just stop making excuses about, oh, that was my social media manager.
No, that is fascinating. First of all, so you have a social media manager, do you? You are too big to write your own tweets. So basically,
who was I talking to?
I know exactly. Like, wait a second, maybe you and I don't have a problem at all. Maybe it's me and your social media manager that are beefing. Like, who has a social media manager on this level?
Like what happened with the Hodge twins. Like I don't know if you caught that, but the Hodge twins like came under fire because they like posted something like different on their Facebook than they would on their Twitter page, and then it turned out that their social media was like a lefty guy, and then posted like a bunch of shit on their Facebook, and they were like, "Holy fuck!" And then they realized that guy was like a lefty dude that was like undermining them on their Facebook page.
So how much does a social media manager cost, and what would be the benefit for someone like Eric July, whose social media is largely antagonistic and stupid? So whatever you're paying that person is too much. And the other thing is, like, I just think it's like convenient that it's like, if you post something and it gets out of hand, you can just go, that was my social media manager, not me. Like, it's a nice little barrier between you and consequences. You know, it's like really nice.
It's very convenient.
Got a fall guy. You always got to have a fall guy.
Yeah.
So here's the post, and apparently, like, the sleuths, Ethan went and looked up that picture on the right, and it is a picture of an IKEA warehouse, from like Thailand or something, which is kind of ridiculous. Like, if you're gonna like, if you're gonna take a picture of like the crates that have come in, you would think like somebody like would like that is doing that would just turn around and then like, snap a picture of their warehouse, even if it's empty. You're like, can't wait to empty these crates and like, fill the shelves with all the stuff that's coming out for iSum or whatever it is, like Rippaverse. Get ready, guys, it's exciting. Why do you have to put that picture? Like, it's just weird. That's a weird choice to make. But maybe it's not his choice. Maybe it's the social media manager
did it. Yeah, why not?
Yeah. He says the first shipment of Rippaverse products has arrived at the warehouse, which leads you to believe that this is his warehouse, which it's not. Which, if Eric July is willing to, I don't like. This is so stupid to me that you try to act like this is your warehouse when at this point does he have a warehouse? This is probably before, right?
Well, we know that he does because somebody posted stickers to it very heroically with money that said "Ignore these super chats."
He does now. At this time, though, did he even have a warehouse?
Yes, probably he did. He did.
Yes,
he did have a warehouse. I do believe.
Because he says it right there. The first shipment of the Rippaverse products that has arrived at the warehouse. That's his warehouse that he's talking about.
So he doesn't take a picture of his real warehouse. He puts an IKEA stock photo of his warehouse.
But the yellow filter over the background of that and over this, the reason why you do that, I mean, that is fascinating. Is to tie the two images
I know
together.
why he did that, Ethan. He's doing that because that's his theme, like the Rippaverse, like black and yellow. That's his theme.
Okay, maybe.
So he's doing like the yellow theme where he's wearing the contrast with the black, like right there, and then you can tell like right on his hat it says like the Rebellion or Rippaverse or whatever, black and yellow. So he's doing the black and yellow theme.
I really think that it's also to tie these two images together. There's no reason at all. Why wouldn't you have a warehouse? Go take a picture of it. We know it's empty. We know what you're saying. The first amount of, and I know personally. See, the thing is, like, I have like personal knowledge because it's like I saw his warehouse and I made fun of it. I said, "Look how empty it is." I said, "Eric," I said, "What? Let me store some Cyberfrog figures there." And I was just joking with him. We were still very friendly, and he took that he got very angry with me about that.
He got insecure.
He's like, I need every
Secure.
inch of the room here that I'm not gonna store your action figures here. Very peculiar. So there it is. So he's saying soon we'll be moonwalking on the dead careers of mainstream comic pros.
There you go. There's your
Okay, there's your contacts, guys. Okay, so now he was asked about this post.
All right. So here is Student of God. Their video.
Oh wait, hold on.
That's you, Nina.
I gotta add you.
Oh, my bad.
Okay.
About comic pros, and obviously specifically, first of all, I didn't write that. Like, let me be clear.
Pause it. So I mean that's interesting. Like, first of all, I didn't write that. Well, you've been saying it quite a lot. I have it's funny. Katie did actually made a video where she collected Eric saying moonwalking on the dead careers of comic pros himself, like on live streams multiple times before this. That became like one of his selling points of the upcoming Rippaverse. But isn't that interesting? He's like, I didn't write that. I didn't come up with that. That wasn't me. Well, it was presented as you. Those were your words. That was your quote that was quoted, quote unquote, Eric July. I didn't write that, he says. Okay.
That, a social media manager posted in a video about a show. But I'll stand by it, no issues. But yeah, that was like, again, we're talking about.
Okay, but hold on. But he says my social media manager did it. I didn't do it, but regardless, I'm gonna stand by it. So so then that's as good as saying you did write it.
Like, he's like, it came from like some show or so. I don't even know what he was talking about. But share my screen real quick, because
either way, because he's saying he's standing by it, so that means he did right.
Yeah, but he's lying about that, though.
Clark with a 20 says, don't understand why anti-racist SJW woke people spread false notions that society was never inclusive for non-whites pertaining to music, movies, entertainment. We had the blaxploitation films, kung fu flicks,
listen to reading your super chat.
They live in a world that is just, it's a figment of their fucking imagination. And this is why I think these people deserve to be fucking made fun of. You deserve to be made fun of. So I'm gonna make fun of you.
I agree.
When those weirdos act like they're doing something brave and bold, and this, what's going to be the funniest thing, and I talked about this. Y'all do understand that the main, he's not the only one. So understand that this is a launching pad, but the main character in the book that we're coming out with is a black character, and it's going to be hilarious putting that shit out and watching the stonks soar to levels that are unimaginable. And all these pissy, broke, talentless fucking comic book pros who sat up there and acted like, oh, well, people just don't want to support original black characters and all this other goofy shit, which they actually used as swapping out their talentlessness, I guess, or the lack of talent that it is that they.
You can talk shit like this before your comic comes out.
And
when your comic comes out,
is he talking about like Heather Antos here? Like, who is he talking about? Or is he talking about you?
I don't know. He's talking about all the comic book pros that are pissy and talentless, who don't want black characters in comics. So he's
very weird. Who's he?
I'm just kidding.
So they like to pretend like something's wrong with the audience. It's gonna be fun moonwalking on a dead ass career. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's gonna be fun. So when I'm in possession of the world's most popular black comic book hero that again just came out, like I said, I'm moonwalking on the dead careers.
Yeah.
We have Blade. That's just, I just want to say that the most popular black character of all time. It's not even out, bro. There's a guy called Blade.
Well, there's a guy called Black Panther. It's probably
that too. But I mean, Blade's. I think Blade's way cooler than Black Panther personally. But
what about Isom? Where does Isom rank?
Oh God.
Pantheon of black characters.
Certainly nowhere near. Spawn, thank you. Spawn's amazing.
So his social media manager came up with the phrase "moonwalk on the dead careers of talentless comic pros" or whatever it is. And that was just, by the way, that was just a part of his show. And here Eric is.
It's gonna be fun. So when I'm in possession of the world's most popular black comic book hero that again just came out, like I said, I'm moonwalking on a dead careers, and I'm not one of those guys that like to look the other way. No. I'm gonna rub the shit in your face. All this shit.
Hey Eric, this is you reaping. This is you sowing, and this is you reaping right now. Like all this shit talking. Again, when you see it, I come from the mainstream, and all of the people he's talking about and calling talentless are way more gifted, way more talented. Even the work like Mark Waid, way more talented than Eric July. I was surrounded by people who knew stories, who could take criticism, who were interested in hearing criticism because they wanted to get better. People who legitimately understood character, people who legitimately understood conflict and story. And to hear this retard talking about those people in this way, you got a big mouth. When you put out your comic book, it better be, seriously, it better be fucking Citizen Kane, the way you're talking, dude.
That's what we were all expecting. And
yeah, I don't know if all of us were expecting that. I mean,
I was expecting something amazing. Like, yeah, I was expecting something real hot, man.
Why wouldn't you expect that?
Listen to this.
This
That's pretty much what I was hearing all the time.
He's clearly a very amazingly gifted comic book writer who has just been too busy doing this and, dancing and rapping or whatever it is that he does. So now he's going to actually do comics. It's like he's in the arena.
Hang on, Ethan. Hang on.
Yeah.
Let me just stop you right there. He doesn't rap. Although I would probably respect him more if he did. He does metal rock, which makes no sense. I'm just saying.
No, he does rap. We actually had a video.
He does not rap.
He does. He
really?
does. Oh, yeah, he did. He said, "No homo. No need to say no homo. I'm raping you and your bro." And then it was a bizarre. Yeah, we played that on my last Trashcast. It was really weird, man. Wow. But yeah, it's up on Katie. If you want to watch Katie Did's channel,
I'll go on Katie Did's channel. I'll check it out. I was not aware of this.
Yeah,
you learn something new every day,
In 10 seconds, he threatened rape and suicide. I've never heard anything like it in my life. It was very unusual. And I like rap. I mean, I do. I've just never heard. I've never been.
Who's your favorite rap artist?
My favorite rap artist.
Please don't tell me D Diddy, because I will fucking kill myself.
No, actually, my favorite rap artist would either be Tupac or Dre. I'm afraid I'm that basic. Ice Cube as well, obviously. The NWA guys, and I love Mace from the.
Oh, I love Mace too. I love Mace.
He actually wrote a lot of stuff for other people. He's a very clever wordsmith, and I like his lazy delivery and the fact that he's a Christian minister now.
Yeah,
which I think is very funny how he balances.
I mean, obviously, like after Diddy pulled the shit that he pulled, he was probably like, "Okay, I need."
Mace left. Mace left him.
Yeah,
you're like,
Mace
why?
Was like, fuck this, man. I'm out.
He left him 20 years ago. So Mace saw that whole scene and said, even though all the money was coming in, he could have just taken the money. He said, "I think I'm going to move to Atlanta and become a Christian minister." Good for him.
Yeah. By the way, I love Tupac, so we could definitely be friends, Ethan. We could definitely be friends. But by the way, people in the chat were calling that out and saying, "Don't count on it." That you're going to be my friend. So, I mean, I believe you, but the chat doesn't believe you at all. I'm just
that I'm going to get to be your friend.
That you want to be my friend. They were saying like, don't count on it. Like he's not going to be your friend.
No, I'll be your friend. I listen. Anybody who wants to be my friend these days, I take that very seriously. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to make art. Ultimately, make art, not friends, should be a slogan on a T-shirt, which is something these guys are into, making friends and being friends with each other and protecting each other and stuff. It does not serve the interests of the community of people who are customers, who are readers, who are fans. At all. We need to be pushing ourselves to make better comics. Period. If we're going to do
hate women.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
But he is married to one, so like his hate, and he has a daughter, so like I don't know, like I think his hate's most like, women that suck. Well, Not sucking up. I don't know.
I don't
Whatever.
hate women at all. I just think it's funny. I dislike some of the women that I've encountered in comics, though, intensely.
Well, I mean, those women I don't like either, Ethan.
No.
So that's fine. That's understandable.
But I actually, it's kind of a joke with me. I actually love women quite a lot. I do. All right, here we go. Especially when they're naked.
They're a double-edged sword, Ethan. They're a double-edged sword. I understand.
All right, here we go.
I just can't. I can't fucking. It just can't happen. It'll never. This is why we have to do tokenization all the time, because people won't support our original shit, even though it's dog water. People won't support that. No. People won't support you because you fucking suck. We'll show you ass done. That's fine. But yeah, I might put like, what's your dance move of choice once we win? Like what I already told y'all, when we talk about their careers and once we win, I'm gonna moonwalk.
He talks about
I might go in from a moonwalk.
This is conflict marketing. This is
100%.
Also, he literally said that, and then he's like, "Oh, but that was by social media manager."
he lied about that. He said that was just something that was in some show. Like he's really strange. Like that. Like let me get rid of that and not be specific. Like you would say, no, that was in this one thing, and here's where it is. That's where that originated from. And I didn't, I might have repeated it once or twice. No, this was his slogan as he was building up excitement for the Rippaverse. And some of it, he's like, I didn't even have anything to sell yet, dummies. That is true. You were building up excitement you were promoting your upcoming project, the Rippaverse, and basically making promises that you were going to destroy, utterly level the playing field with your rhetoric that you were delivering here. But the moonwalk. So we'll finish this and then we'll go back to the video that you've got pulled up where
into a cabbage patch, and that may be my dance move of choice. And maybe that's a question that we'll put on the feedback section. Like, once we win, what's your dance move of choice once that happens? Because you guys understand.
Well, this is my dance move when we take down Eric July. If you would play my video, Nina,
Give it gangsta, dog. Give it gangsta. Give it gangsta, dog. Give it gangsta. Give it gangsta, dog. Give it gangsta. Give it gangsta, dog. Give it gangsta.
All right, so that's my dance move of choice.
Excellent.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay.
It's okay.
All right, here we go.
Happen. Like, once you'll know we've got there, like at least we put them on notice once the weirdos start coming around and they like start doing articles on us and shit, and like that. And I'm not talking about good ones. No. They're not gonna do that. It'll be like, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, maybe even call me racist. God creates comic book, and this is why this is toxic or some shit. It'll be
You immediately surrendered your position from anybody who might have said that, which, by the way, would have given you infinite amounts of clout.
Yes.
You immediately said, we're apolitical. We don't hold those views here at the Rippaverse. We're not. You started hiring women. It's like now there's the women of Rippaverse. Like half of your staff is female, and some of them, 1/3 of them are leftist authoritarian. You said, all this rhetoric. Like, why would you think I would be like, anti-SJW? Listen to the way he was talking back then.
This is an odd video.
Those guys. Somebody said Dougie.
This is what?
Yeah, it was a very odd. That's a very odd. It's very odd of him to, like you look at I'm making a joke because he called my post odd, but you look at this EJ and you look at the EJ now, and it's like the contrast and difference of.
Well, he's a multi-million-dollar company owner now.
He would have been better off, just continuing down this path versus, trying to be a professional. I think people would have appreciated at least. I don't know.
We don't need any more. We don't need any more like milk toast wannabe professional startup comic book companies. There are plenty of them, and they all go out of business. Okay, because they don't have Superman or Batman. What we could use is what the rhetoric that he's espousing here. Like we're going to come in there and we're going to be anti-woke, and we're going to be like, people are going to call us racist and people are going to call us homophobic and sexist, but fuck them, because we're gonna moonwalk on there. Like, that is what sold comic books, and that is where he came from.
Yep.
And if you look at his rhetoric now, where he's like, listen, I got to move differently. I can't. That is why his comic book sales have decreased by 86% over the course of 2 years. That is why. He is not the same guy. He is a sellout. And now he's lying about even where his rhetoric came from or if he even delivered that rhetoric. But the internet's forever.
Yeah, that would be part of the course. I probably should do that. Just the Dallas in me and my connection, obviously, to that dance and being one of the OGs of that shit. Maybe we go from the moonwalk, cabbage patch into the Dallas bookie.
Into the Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie.
That'll be our kind of combination of moves once we win. And I'm doing that specifically on the dead careers.
Once we
oh my god, how many times did he say the dead careers thing? Holy shit.
Well, again, when you say when we win, that means that you're in conflict with somebody. Yeah. It's not when we succeed. When we succeed is like when we get when we're profitable. When we win means somebody else lost. That is conflict marketing.
Exactly.
All right,
this is just weird. Like, I mean, this is video. Like, he said it like so many times, and then like this is why it's annoying, man. Like the disingenuousness, like the inauthenticity. But we were sold on like a different picture, and like that's what I was sold on. I was sold on, a young man who's a libertarian.
How young is he? He looks older than me. What are you?
Well, I mean, he was young then. This was like 5 years ago now, Ethan. Like, I mean,
he's 32 years old and needs a facelift. I don't understand why. Like, it's a young Ripper. Go ahead and take young out of your title, dude. Yeah. Okay, you're not 20. You're an old
I know
guy
it's
now.
like, remember when Snoop Dogg that had that kid? What was his name? Lil Bow Wow.
Lil Bow Wow is like 50 years old now. He's still going.
Yeah,
by. Now he's Bow Wow.
He grew up, and then he was just Bow Wow because he took the little out. He was like, okay, now I'm just Bow Wow. So like, Rippa just needs to become Rippa at this point, like young Rippa. Yeah, that's done. Silly. But like, it's just him saying it. The amount of times he said
it like 5 times in this video. He's about to say it again. Here we go.
That's maybe we go from the moonwalk, cabbage patch into the Dallas bookie. That'll be our kind of combination of moves once we win. And I'm doing that specifically on the dead careers of these pissy broke comic pros who act like this shit can't be done or something like that.
Oh no.
What the fuck?
We'll see.
Man?
We got time to think about it.
Yeah. We're gonna they're pissy and broke. In other words, you're gonna make me not broke, by the way. Very much we don't want to be broke. We want to be the opposite of broke. Give me your money. Give me your money.
The serious man is giving us some money for $5. Says, if you don't like my super chats, just blame my social media manager. You know what? I'm gonna start saying that from now on.
All right, now play that other video. Now that we played that, start it over from the beginning, and let's watch Eric just lie his ass off.
Okay, let's watch that. And also, the serious man for $2 says Nina needs to host Trashcast more often.
I wish.
Is that what I'm doing?
You guys would. Yeah.
I can't believe that happened.
Bashcast. What? I don't know. I'm trying to think. I don't want to totally rip your name. All right. Here is the incriminating video.
Oh, I just read that from Hunter. Appreciate that. We got Whoa Buddy with an 8 says more walk on dead careers of mainstream professionals. Isn't marketing now? Well, that's not the quote, actually. By the way, the quote is just about comic pros, and obviously specifically. First of all, I didn't write that. Let me be.
Yeah, you said it, Eric. You said it.
Yeah, you said it like 5 times, bro. Oh my god.
Many times. And then again in that tweet about, this warehouse over and over and over again.
Unbelievable.
Just lying.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
That was something that a social media manager posted in a video about a show.
What? But like, what is that? Like, that's vague. Like, when we caught him again, he does this kind of thing where he brushes it off. Like, don't ask too many questions about that. When we caught him, we said this page that Deborah Carita drew from Yaira is really bad. Like, what the hell is this? Are you getting this redrawn? Is that why Yaira is delayed? He goes, I don't even know where that page came from. I don't know. Like, I think it came from like Instagram in one way.
It was a preview, wasn't it? Was it?
It was in your own book. Yeah, it was in the back of ISOM number 2 or Alpha Core or something like that. I think it was ISOM number 2. But just like, I think it wasn't like they got it from Instagram in one way. And that quote is so weird, but it's the same kind of thing here where it's like women trailing off, like it's over. Anyway, back to the, like, what do you mean? It was a quote from some show. What are you talking about?
Is that, I don't know if you guys were talking about that thing, but John, you brought up something else that happened in one of your posts where like he had a big mistake where like he I don't know, like
the Bloodworth double page spread.
Yeah, the double page. Is that what you guys are talking about now, or is that something
else?
No,
this is something totally different.
Oh, there's so many things. Like we've caught him in lies. Like this is another lie. But like, we've caught him in actual, just like here he is, bold-facedly, deliberately lying. He knows what he's saying is untrue, his style of lying is fascinating. But anyway,
I'll stand by it. No issues. But yeah, that was like, again, we're talking about pros that have shat on the customers, and specifically, it's in response.
It's still conflict marketing, Eric. Either way.
And by the way, you called them talentless. It wasn't like bullying, cruel pros. It was talentless pros, you said.
Yep.
Or specifically what we're talking about regarding comic pros are those social justice, authoritarian leftists that we were just talking.
You hired them. You actually, like, when showing like the demographics, for some reason you did a chart with the political demographics of your warehouse or of your company, and you had like authoritarian leftists, and there were 3 dots up there. There were 15 people that you hired, and 3 of them were up there, an authoritarian leftist. I mean, that is fascinating. That's like legitimately, if if it was like, no, we've hired a couple of Nazis. We're like NASA over here. We've hired a few actual National Socialists, of course, right? Because we're diverse in our views. Like, that is against what there should be 0. How many authoritarian leftists have we hired? 0. Okay, I mean 0. That was the entire basic, the minimum that you could expect of us is that we would not hire SJWs, and he's like proud of it. Bizarre. Here he is, like talking about, again, denigrating authoritarian left. You've hired them.
Yeah,
you pay them.
Yeah, I say this jokingly, but do you think EJ is wearing so many different hats that he's like just playing, like he's so split and divided that he doesn't realize? I don't know. It's
John,
bizarre.
He says what he needs to say in the moment to get your money.
Yeah,
to get you to leave him alone. That's who he is. I've seen it over and over since I've been doing Trashcast for 2 years. I've studied this guy, and I've seen it over and over. What do I need to say in the moment to get you to leave me alone and to get criticism off of me or to get your money?
I'm sorry that I'm laughing, but it's really funny because it's like you're doing like a character study.
I have to, man.
Those like true crime shows where like I've watched this guy for 2 years, and after the 2 years, I've learned how he lies. I'm like,
I've studied this guy. I understand like how he operates, and right now in this moment, he's trying to find the right words to say. See, the idea of no conflict marketing is new. I stopped myself from calling myself Diane Fossey or anything like that. But listen, I've studied it. This whole thing, like with conflict marketing, he picked it up from somebody else, just like his social media manager allegedly came up with moonwalking. He heard conflict marketing and said, I'm going to run with that. The problem is his entire history is filled with nothing but conflict marketing. So right now he's trying to figure out the way to no conflict marketing sounds like a really nice holier than thou position that would put him above his critics. If he could, say effectively say one thing that we don't do here is conflict marketing, that would give him, he thinks, some kind of moral authority. When in fact, conflict marketing, there's nothing wrong with it at all. It's everyone does it. So he's trying to scramble to figure out a way where he can adopt that position for himself in spite of his past. And he's trying to figure out the right combination of words to get away with it when he's called on it. It's very funny.
It's quite amazing to watch.
And I've never used that term out of that context, ever. But most importantly, guess what? When that was posted, By the way, notice the date. There was nothing that you could buy from the Rippaverse.
What difference does that make?
Look at, he feels like he made a good point there. Just seemed like there was nothing that you could buy from the Rippaverse. So chew on that. So how could I be marketing anything when there was nothing that you could buy?
But you were marketing an upcoming thing
for the purpose for the purpose of selling something. Like, it doesn't matter if it's before the start date of the official launch date of the Rippaverse. Of course, you can't sell any. I mean, this is like, I can't deal with this bullshit. I can't, man. It's just so freaking.
Welcome to my world.
Ethan, he made John snap because John, he's been like literally like staying away from like all the drama forever, and like he
I'm
hears
Switzerland. Ethan, I'm Switzerland.
I know. I hear you.
He broke John.
I was whatever he is. I was on his side, and like this, what we've called hibbity jibbity, has made me like intensely dislike this guy. I really dislike Eric. I'm healthy and happy when I'm not listening to Eric July, but when I do Trashcast and you listen to these lies, and you listen to this guy scramble to find a position, you don't have to be perfect, but you should know who you are. What do I stand for? And that's in you. And when you make a mistake, everybody's a hypocrite sometimes. You need to go, I kind of just fell short of my values there. This guy, whatever is convenient, whatever he needs to say in the moment over and over again, it is infuriating. You actually do get angry watching him. It's amazing.
And let's assume that even if it was, you don't see me going around doing a show every day now, do you?
That's you. He's talking about you.
Yeah.
He's talking. See, again, it's literally
the difference between him and me is that Eric, the difference between you and me is I don't think anything's wrong with conflict marketing. I think it's great. See, the thing is, like, if Burger King put out a shitty version of the Whopper, McDonald's would be all over it saying, that's disgusting. You come back over here to McDonald's. Yeah. That's called conflict marketing. I like to use you as contrast for Comicsgate. Your bullshit, your lies, your ridiculousness. I like to show it to people. I think it's good. I think it's great for my brand. I think it's great for Comicsgate in general. And eventually, it's like, the more people see this, I think more people will understand who you are and why this was necessary.
So, if anything, it would bolster the point that I've been making, in that it's not conducive to someone or a business that wants to operate professionally.
Ethan, is he still doing ripping the silverback?
Yes. He's fucking, he does the same, he's in a real tough spot because, again, if he allows that conflict marketing works, he realizes, he needs to shame conflict marketing, because if he doesn't, then now he's got a whole army of smart critics, including you now and Nina, who he is justifying. They're allowed to do this. This is perfectly okay for them to, criticize me. Dick Masterson suddenly becomes valid. His criticism, Vito, all of these guys who criticize
Let me just
Eric
say this, Ethan. I hate that this guy, Eric July. I hate the fact that you made me agree with Dick Masterson. This is fucking bullshit. I hate Dick Masterson and Vito. I cannot believe you have made this a planet where I have to agree with fucking Dick Masterson. This is fucking bullshit. Thank you.
It's true.
I'll be the first to tell you that. I mean, the fact that I stopped doing the show, I stopped doing my reviews.
Pause it. Like John was just saying, you still look at his eyes here. Caught in a trap. Look at that. Every frame of pause. It's great.
Oh,
but dude, as he's saying this, he's like, they're not going to call me out on Rippaverse and the Silverback or whatever that. I mean, that is the same as show. But the problem is he needs to do that because his own audience doesn't watch him. He needs heel versus babyface's audience to tune into him for promotional purposes. So he's still doing the same kind of like, fuck Disney and fuck Marvel and this bullshit and that bullshit. He's still doing that.
He has to.
Yeah,
He has to because he started this as conflict marketing. This is
It
like
works.
in
There's
his
nothing
entire
wrong with
brand.
it. Somebody is like Edwin Boyette has convinced him that conflict marketing is evil, and it's basically he's adopted that position as a way to try to shame me. But Eric, I love conflict marketing. I love it.
But
I was born in
the
it. I'm here
craziest
for
part,
it.
Ethan, is that when I found Eric, it wasn't even about comics. Like when I found Eric, it was about libertarianism. Like he taught me what it means to be a libertarian. And I respected that about him because he was very vocal during COVID about like, what was going on. And like, but that in itself, like when he was doing political content, politics is extremely divisive and it's all conflict marketing. Like literally everything in politics is conflict marketing.
Eric.
That's what he came from. He came from conflict marketing. And the fact that now he's just like, conflict marketing. Like I'm way too good for conflict marketing
Good
now.
luck, man. Good luck.
I don't understand it. Like just
he needs
own
to
the
silence
marketing.
his critics. He needs to find a way to silence, to say I'm better than my critics. But I mean, this is what he does. He literally calls the police on his critics. He literally jails his critics if he has an opportunity to do so. I mean, a guy who shows up in a cape who basically makes fun of him and hands out ice on him and says, "Hey, Eric," and makes fun of him. He has the police arrest that guy. That would be a protester. If I had like Alfred Ortiz showing up where I am all the time, like fuck Ethan, man, or like wearing a frog costume, I don't know what he would be doing. That's the equivalent, but he's there to protest me and my values and what I say. I would say that's a protester. I've attracted protesters now. That's wonderful. You don't call the cops on them.
I will say this about,
but I would on Alfred. Trust me, Alfred. Fuck him. I put you in prison as soon as I could. The minute I could put you in prison. Alfred, I would have you arrested so fast I'd have you yoinked off the street. And basically I'd pay some corrupt New Jersey cops to like give you a whipping with rubber hoses and stuff, give you a full beat down, check every single orifice, say, I think he's hiding drugs in there, officer. Be thorough in your orifice check of Alfred Ortiz. And I would just have to do that. So every now and then we're hypocrites. Every now and then, John, like we say, like, I don't believe in arresting critics, but I mean, for this one guy, like, yeah, I completely would. So,
but okay, so here's the thing about Riley. That's what his name is, Riley, and Mint. Like that Mint, she's a sweetheart. But like, dude, I've seen Riley do some fucked up shit to Mint where I was like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with this guy, and why is she staying with him? So it's like I know he's weird, and I've called him a weirdo on Twitter. And he was weird for showing up and doing that thing to Eric. But man, Eric, like when you you have to handle those kind of stuff better because you have to just like, you have to own someone like that. Like be like, just go there, make fun of them, take a couple pictures of them. Be like, yeah, you're the guy that showed up to my warehouse and put a dollar thing on. Yeah, that was funny. Blah blah blah. You like, defuse the situation. Like calling the cops on the guy. I mean, it's just so extreme. Like you went so extra. Yeah. You went conflict. Like a conflict marketing. Like that's what that whole thing was, but not the marketing part. But it was conflict. It was instead of like calming the guy down and trying to get him to like see your perspective, even inviting him inside and be like, you know what, go have a drink, man. Let's just chill out, have fun. You're giving out my comics, like have a good time. We're all trying to have a good time. Please don't bother the customers. Like, that's all I ask. Like, don't make a scene or whatever. Like, whatever, calm the guy down. That's how you treat those people like that. You don't have to call the cops on it. You don't have to be a narc, bro. Like, come on. Everybody knows you don't stop snitching. Anyways,
yeah. And
I never snitch except for Alfred Ortiz.
I don't know who this guy is.
We all have our
exceptions. In the chat, busting my balls. All right.
Well, I'll say this to Young Klippa. If I ever start a spite comic book company, and I get my own little warehouse, you are free to come and put money on my warehouse. Like I know Eric didn't like that. I don't know. It's kind of bizarre, but yeah, that invitation's open. I mean, those
kids are so nice, man. I mean, they really are. They're funny. They put on a wrestling act. It's like, no, you listen to me, Eric. And Eric was like afraid of them. Basically, this whole thing happened because Eric said, if you're fat, you're not allowed to criticize me. It's really weird. He said, I don't want to hear from any of my fat white critics, he said. So this guy who is fat was like, you have hairy shoulders. He says, I'm going to lose weight so that I can get thin enough to criticize you, and then I'm going to come and shave your shoulders. That's funny.
That is funny.
And he called himself the Clippaverse. He had giant scissors. I'm going to shave those shoulders, Eric. Eric couldn't take that. I mean, it's just amazing. Eric blocked him. Eric banned him. Like, Eric did everything he could. He made like parody Clippaverse t-shirts. Eric had his store closed down. False DMCA struck him. I mean, just the humorlessness. Like, I will not be mocked. Do you understand?
But he's having fun though, guys.
So much fun.
He's having fun.
So much fun. I mean, it's crazy.
So much fun.
Plain and simple.
That's me trying to be a better, obviously professional, doing what makes most sense for the business that I'm trying to build here. So yeah, there's two things.
Just curious what the context was.
First to tell you that. I mean, the fact that I stopped doing the show, I stopped doing my reviews, that's me trying to be a better, obviously professional, doing what makes most sense for the business that I'm trying to build here. So yeah, there's two things, two ways to approach that. Number one, no, it's not conflict marketing. And number two, it was done for you're referring specifically to a show video, a video that links to a segment of a show 3 years ago that was before the Rippaverse. That didn't make sense.
So here's the thing. Here's the other thing that he's doing.
What?
Here's mental gymnastics.
Yeah, well, he's saying, like, I think he's got this idea too. If it's not like a promotional material, like, he doesn't count that as marketing somehow. Do you get that idea, or is that the way he's trying to wiggle around this? Yeah,
like what he's trying to say is that he's trying to take the moonwalk on the graves comment, pretend that it was an isolated incident, and then just sort of marginalize it as
he's trying to moonwalk it off.
100% correct. And I mean, I don't think he's seen this collection that Katie did has. So just within 2 days, him, talking about it, what it means to him, threatening over and over again, talking about talentless people and how big he's going to be and all this stuff. I don't know what Eric is referring to here. I have no idea what he's talking about, because he says it with anger and conviction, and at the same time, vagueness, that you're almost afraid to ask him, like, what show? What do you mean? Attached to what? What are you referring to? He's done. He already proved his point. So there. And that's how he, I think, leads on his army of fans. They go, he did it. He proved his point. I'm like, what are you talking about? Look at that laughing.
So yeah, either way, even if you wanted to say, yeah, that was, well, I don't do it anymore. So now what?
The whole point, Eric, at least in my post, was this is how you jump started the Rippaverse. That's what you did. So yeah, this isn't about now, but even now, man, I mean,
you can't even find the words, man. You're just like, what the hell?
He has no shame. Eric,
None.
just be honest. Just tell the truth, man. Just own it. Who cares? Nobody. The fact that you keep denying it is creating this like Streisand effect or something, where it's just like, just
that's
own
exactly what it is. It's the Streisand effect, and then it's the Streisand effect of Ethan. Like, every time, like, they want to freak out about Ethan and Trashcast. That's driving more people to Ethan and Trashcast.
Maybe it is, but I mean, I don't do it anymore. So now what? Share my screen, please, Nina.
Absolutely.
It's like
I keep pressing share. Oh, what is? Okay, there you go.
So here are your sales. This was you, being a conflict marketer, talking about we will win, moonwalk on the dead careers. We're going to kick everybody's ass. This is you deciding to move differently.
He is moving. He is moving differently. I mean, that's undeniable.
That's the
He's
Titanic
definitely moving
thing.
differently from the first two pillars. That's for sure. And
So
that's the thing. Like, this is what I was saying. Like, ISOM 2, like, you did it. You and Shane did his cover. And then, like, ISOM or Alpha Core, and then, and then ISOM 3, and inevitably, like, it's losing more and more because of this massive beef. And like, I'm guessing a bunch of his customers probably were like, you know what, we're going to pick sides because you wanted us to pick sides. So
I just want people to buy good comics. I don't care. Like, The thing is, they're like, somebody just asked, like, what about Narwhal? He's on with Sturgis right now. Narwhal makes good comics. I don't have any problem with him. If he has a problem with me, that's okay. Maybe there's some personal stuff. That's fine. I'm not going to come after him because he's making good comics, and that is my sole thing. Like another one who kind of defected away from Comicsgate because of this beef, Irene Strakowski, and it's like she makes good comics. I don't really have anything to say about her. You know, you can feel however you want, in my opinion, as long as you're making good comics. If you can back up like your point of view with great art, I don't have much to say about it. But when you're talking like that and you're producing ISOM and Blue Shift, whatever,
Dude,
I mean,
whatever that was with the $5 sale, that was funny. That little
crazy.
filler with like, it's that $5 sale on there.
$5 sale.
Man, oh man. How do you feel after you dropped $35 on an ISOM book and then you can buy it for $5 or whatever? God.
That's me. I'm like, what the hell? I paid a lot for shipping too. God damn it. White guy McGee for $2 says hibbity jibbity and pride is it's who Eric is. Fun. Yes, we're gonna watch the fun video now.
Oh really?
What is it that it is? What I do is different. White guy McGee wants to know for $2. I don't know. Karen July MF4OZ, thank you for the $5. Says, who has the number for the bully hunters? This stream is nothing but bullying. I'll have to call the police on all of y'all.
Shout out.
But we're just having fun though. I don't know what you mean. You mean the fun police?
Yeah, it's just having fun.
That $5 sale was something else, man. I don't know why he did that.
Wow.
Crazy.
Okay,
right there.
okay. So I got a notification from his channel. He put the string back up. It is no longer private. It is up, but it is for only members. Really, Eric? Wonder why you put it back up? Was it because I caught you red-handed? Just say it, Eric. You fucked up. And you realize you fucked up tonight. It's funny. You just put that stream back up.
Could he have edited it?
He did not cut it because the chat is up. So he did not cut it.
Yeah,
He put that stream back up. I'm telling you guys, it was private. I had been something.
Wait, what is this about?
Oh, all right. I think this is the wrong video. This Katie did. So Eric July was doing a video. I'm trying to find that clip, but I can't find it. Eric July was doing a live stream right after or during his $5 sale. And one of his customers was like, I spent something like 320 pounds buying your books. And, now you've liquidated them. So my investment is valueless. And Eric went through this whole big gaslighting thing that was just unbelievable. I guess if Katie's watching, if she has the actual clip. And then as soon as he said it, like he must have taken it down, and Katie did was like, too bad I got the clip anyway.
He was like, busted.
Yeah.
Okay, let's watch the fun video so everyone knows what we've been talking about. John, do you have that video by any chance?
Yeah, which one? Just the one where he's
fun. The Eric July going, this has all been about fun.
Just a 3-second clip, or the
whole video of him talking about how this has all been about fun.
Yeah, let's get that one up here. Give me a second. I'll find it on YouTube. It'll be easier.
Because it was, and you know what's funny is like, in a way, yeah, it was about fun. Like we all got into this to like make fun of Marvel and DC. That's true. But then,
I didn't realize I got into comics to begin with, Nina. It was all leading up to this. I did it to make fun of Eric July from the very start. Like I didn't even know who Eric July was. I don't think Eric July was born yet when I started making comics, but I realize now that it all culminated in me making fun of Eric. And man, it has really enriched my life.
That's quite a journey. And thank you, username on YouTube. Everybody make sure you smash the like if you're enjoying the content. Thank you so much. I mean, I know you guys are having fun.
What'd you think about the timing of this video, Ethan?
It's just he's trying to re-grab control of the narrative of hey, you know, this is why we do what we do. But it's really too late. I think, like, I mean, play the video first. I listened
But
to it.
hold
And
on,
said,
but see, this is what I was talking about, the passive aggressive stuff, because like usually he does it to you, Ethan, and then when I watched this, I thought this was about John, because I was like, oh, so you're going off of, like at John for like a couple, like, you know, tweets now. It's been like a day.
I might be a little paranoid, you know, like in the same way that, you know, maybe I'm just hearing it wrong.
I thought the same
maybe there
thing,
wasn't a frog noise in that video. That was very.
I mean, I don't want to be that guy.
Clear, you know, maybe not.
People are gonna go, Ethan's lost his fucking mind. I don't know, but it's like I hear that and they go, wait a second, what? There are crazy people in this space. And by the way, somebody edited all those sound effects together, and they were very much understand his crew and his department was very much about, we're going to unseat Ethan Van Sciver. That's our whole thing. Like, we're going to beat his campaigns. And then I saw them all high-fiving each other on a fucking Geeks and Gamers stream. So it's not like that didn't come out of nowhere. They actually really, right. They actually, that was in their heads. So it is possible, and not without likelihood, in fact, that is a frog noise and a gun cycling and shooting a frog with the introduction of ISOM. I think it could be, but I could be hearing things. Other people could be too. I don't really know. I just know that if they did, that was very clever. It's something I would have done. 100%.
But the timing for this video specifically, I was like, oh, this is just Eric July being passive aggressive as usual. And then instead of like addressing John in a video and being like, John talks, I got something to say.
Let me answer John talks specific. No, he's not going to.
Let me do a reaction video to John talks the way, you know, all of us YouTubers usually would do. No. Wasn't this always about fun? Like, I mean, come on, guys. This is just, it's so childish. Real quick, let me get the super chat for $20. Thank you, Joseph 7369. Says Sturgis said, my master, now that Rippaverse has been destroyed, how will you restore your great grift? Rip a seed. Griff just found Sturgis sad, and we will stop at nothing to monetize it.
No, this is like DC Comics dialogue. So there's a character called Sturgisod.
Okay. I thought it was like Sturgis, like he's talking about the Sturgis guy.
Wait, let me perform this. Let me perform this, okay?
Please go ahead. And let me just move you up here for a second so people can see you.
Well, it's better that you don't see me, but Sturgisod is my master. Now that Rippaverse has been destroyed, how will you restore your great grift? And this is Rippaside, dark side. Grift is found, Sturgisod, and we will stop at nothing to monetize it. Ready to pay, pigs. We will grift the old ways. And scene.
I completely butchered that. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you so much. And there you go. I hope you got your money's worth from that. Ethan voice acting and everything. That was amazing.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Here we go. This is fun.
Get ready for fun, guys. Get ready.
This is what it always was about, fun. You'd be surprised how many people seem to miss that. Or worse, they pretend like that was never the point. But let's be real here. Whether it was comic books, movies, video games, or cartoons for that matter, this stuff was supposed to bring people joy. It wasn't supposed to be a lecture. It was supposed to be fun. Now, when people started calling this stuff out and the injection of ideology and entertainment, there was this coordinated effort to make them look like they
all he does is lecture. All he does is put out videos lecturing everybody all day long about business, about how everybody's mean to him. I mean, this is another fucking lecture. What are you talking about? Everybody's having fun but you, Eric.
Yeah, Ethan, you know what? Like, I was watching this video and I'm like, oh my gosh, I could just edit pictures to this and literally just flip the script. It's all projection.
Please do it.
At least like there's a good portion where it's like, bro, do you not even see what you are doing here? I mean,
please
wild.
do that. I want you to do that, John. But also, can we just mention the fact that why is he even like putting up like Kelly Marie Tran? I won't be marginalized by online harassment. Like that's the one you're gonna pull up of all the things.
Why is he talking? Why is this video
anything?
right? Like, but why is this video even being made? You know, like
because of you. I'm telling you, it's because of you.
Yeah.
It's just like out of nowhere he comes up. It was always about this. Like, what? Just out of the blue, Eric felt like making a video about saying it was
This is a manifesto before he starts. I don't know. I don't want to say, but something bad.
No, don't say that.
Here. Something bad. Heads up, everybody.
Problem. That they were the ones making fandoms toxic. That they were just miserable people who couldn't adapt. That's a lie. They didn't start the fire, they reacted to it. Because if you zoom out and actually look at what happened, what really happened, the order of events is very clear. You had the publishers, studio.
Eric, you're right about that. Those people that you're describing and how they were accusing fans of being toxic and everything, boy, they really suck. I'd like to be in conflict with them. Should I buy your product so that I could fight those people? Is that what you're saying, Eric? That's amazing. Boy, Eric, you've really got me involved in a little war here. I'll call it a culture war. I feel like I'm in conflict with Disney and all of these journalists and all these fake fans. Thank you. Mobilized and energized to buy Rippaverse now. I mean, he just got done 1 day ago talking about conflict marketing. And here's this.
And the activists that brought their politics into the mix first, and they led with it.
In some ways, too, this video is kind of basic in the sense of like, this is stuff that it's not like brand new news in terms of, you know, what happened to the industry or what happened within, you know, I don't, again, that's just why it's puzzling in terms of like
the people who were the early critics of these, what he's talking about, have now identified Eric as the next problem. I mean, you're talking about your boy Zach, who this guy and his friends, his cronies are called. He's like, he's cracked as he's broken. No, he's identified Eric as basically taking a real problem and turning it into an industry in and of itself. Like, you know, you can no longer go, like, you can't go to see Superman or the Fantastic Four and just enjoy it. Like, maybe it's good. It might be good. Because if it's good, there's no money in it. These people have incentivized rejecting, criticizing, nitpicking, and just making the enjoyment of culture and art miserable. They have to. They make money at it. So what if Fantastic Four was good? Well, then there's no money. What if Superman was great? Well, then there's no money for you. Nobody wants to hear about how wonderful everything is.
I loved Superman, by the way.
There's no conflict in that.
There's no conflict, right? If everything's good, then there's no conflict and no money, right?
There's no conflict. There's no story.
Not the fans. The fans just responded. There was no balance. And these weren't just some random trolls or grifters trying to milk.
Again, by the way,
we're talking
yes,
about.
They are. That's exactly what they are. By the way, Eric is only showing his friends. Where is your boy Zach? What? Like, seriously, where is Captain Cummings? Where's Anglantine? Where am I?
Where's John Talks? He's a fucking OG fucking fellowship, not fellowship.
All my videos.
Menace.
Yeah, they're all gone on that original channel.
Yeah,
anyway.
but he's talking about people like you
from that time period. Like, and it's like, why wouldn't you show objectively everybody who was an activist at that time pushing back against that? No, they're just Eric's friends.
Where's that Star Wars girl?
Where's Anna?
The fucking OG.
Shit, you're right.
He's talking about Kelly Marie Tran. Like fucking, you know, being whatever. Like, and he
Anna took a
Kelly...
picture of a cosplayer dressed like Kelly Marie Tran, and she got canceled for that. They came after her for that. Like, Anna was there, man. Anna's endured so much bullshit over
and
that.
She's always been nice about Eric and this whole beef with you guys. But did she get a mention? No shout outs for Anna.
The super fans, people who spent thousands upon thousands of dollars on books, merchandise, collectibles, and convince
people who are going to use Rippaverse also. They're the real heroes.
And people who lived and breathed this stuff. They saw the shift. They felt it. And when they saw their beloved franchises being turned into these unrecognizable, agenda-driven messes, well, they said something. That's not toxicity. That's just heartbreak. And sure, yeah, some folks maybe jumped in just to grift. That always happens with any sort of move.
was you, dude. What did you have? Like, what was at stake for you here, Eric? Like, you were dancing, you were making music. By the way, every frame of pause, it's so funny. I love every time you pause his face. It's hilarious. Like, yeah, all the people that you just mentioned just jumped into grift. None of you people had any reason to do this, to get involved in this, except for money.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
I mean, it's like
Here's his. I'm sorry, Ethan. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
My bad. I got the screen up. I'll admit, I was, I mean, I was like, did I have anything really at stake? No. It was like I just found something. I found a niche. I enjoyed doing it. I enjoyed talking about these things. But at the end of the day, I can't really say there's anything much more nobler, or there was anything really like substantial. Now recently I've taken a position where, yeah, it's costing me money, and that's a whole different thing. I feel like there's definitely something different about that. But at the end of the day, it's like, I don't know, like,
you've got something at stake now, pal.
Yeah.
I mean, it sucks. It sucks to have to say this stuff, but it's like at some point, like, what was this all for? Like, what were we talking about? What was this about? Yeah, like, this is just, these are talking points from 2018 that don't even mention, like, sir, you can't talk like this, aside from Anna and you can't talk like this without bringing up Richard C. Meyer. You can't. He was the only person really who was the lightning rod of this whole thing. They wanted him dead. Although they want him dead, they wanted him dead. They wanted him dead. They chased him around. If you were following him, if you were a conservative who was following him, they harassed you and tried to cancel you and identified you as Comicsgate.
Wow, really? I actually did not know that.
Oh my God! Back in 2017, 2018,
because that was before my time, so I don't. It
was actually scary. Like, it was because people did have things on. John Malin had his career like utterly destroyed because he just said, "Nah, these people are calling conservatives Nazis," but I think the Nazis were more akin to SJWs than anything else, and that was it. He was fired from Marvel Comics. He was out on the street. I mean, it was unbelievable, that time period. And if you were I got in trouble for being in Richard C. Meyer's chat. I got a talking to. I got pulled into the DC Comics tribunal with Dan DiDio and Jim Lee. And they just basically said, "What were you doing in there? Why are you in that chat? It doesn't look good." And I'm like, I said, "Listen, guys, he's making good points. He's right. And he's right." And they said, it's not about, he does make good points, and it's not about whether or not he's right. It's about how people feel right now, how people are feeling. And I said, I'm going to lose my whole fucking career. I mean, it was unbelievable. Like, they admitted that they knew he was right, but that people were feeling some kind of way after the election. I could not be seen with Richard C. Meyer. Bunch of things that guy should be here. Like, he should be the centerpiece of this whole, no matter how you feel about him now and what he's saying these days. If you disagree with him, if you're talking about 2018 and Kelly Marie Tran and Marvel and all this stuff, Mark Waid, Zach, that's it. Nobody else mattered. Me, I didn't matter. Nobody else around then matters at all. It was all his messaging that these guys took and franchised and turned into what we're looking at today.
But the vast majority of people, they weren't trying to build their careers off of this stuff. They weren't trying to go viral. They were just regular folks looking for others who noticed the same thing. That's also why many content creators blew up during that time. It wasn't because they were feeding rage. It's because they were finally saying what a lot of people were already thinking.
Hang on, pause it. See, this is where he's contradicting himself. It wasn't because they were feeding rage. Actually, it was. Okay. And it still is. Because a lot of us were outraged, but what was happening. Yeah. So I was outraged by what happened to Game of Thrones season 8. And that's why I went to Gary's chat in the beginning. Like that's why I showed up in the Phantom Menace, because I was outraged
And
at what
they
was
act like
happening to Star Wars. I was
that's a
like, what the
problem.
fuck? Like, what the fuck is happening to Star Trek?
If what
Why is
he's
everybody
saying
gay?
Why is everybody gay? If what he's saying is true, then everybody should be outraged. Why is he running away from the term outrage? You know, again, it's like he wants to have it both ways. They were destroying what was fun. They were destroying the things that we enjoy. And yet it's not that these guys were blowing up because they were feeding outrage. Well, they were. The question is, were they justified in doing so? And I think the answer is yes. I think a lot of things are worth being outraged about. But again, this is the same thing as conflict marketing. It's like, it sounds bad, so I don't want to be associated with it. I don't want to be accused of that. Yeah,
But that's what but it's annoying, because it's like, this is why we did this whole thing to begin with, because we were outraged. And then, yes, some people started really feeding into the outrage, and then they never stopped. Like you, Ethan. Like, you know, at this point, you're just fucking outraged constantly.
No, I
and
completely.
Eric July, and you're like, fuck this shit. I'm burning
Eric
this
July
shit
is
down.
my Kathleen Kennedy. I want you to understand that. And I own that. He is my Kathleen Kennedy. I am here to watch him. I'm here to criticize him. I'm here to make content based on him and monetize him until he goes away.
And I respect the fact that you admit that. Like, you know,
course.
I respect that. I'm like, at least he's picked a lane. We all know where Ethan stands. But Eric, we don't know where you stand, Eric, because you're
I
constantly
think Eric's going to get fired
flip-flopping.
this year. I'm hearing from sources that Eric is going to get fired this year. And then what the hell? Eric was just promoted for another 3 years. What's going on? Yeah, he's going to be my Kathleen Kennedy. It's going to be wonderful. He'll be 80 years old, and I'll still be saying, I think he's going to step down from Rippaverse
It's this year, you guys. This year.
My source.
He's on his way out. I promise.
Yeah. That's a fun, like, that's the thing. I think I mentioned this in probably one of my posts, but it's just like, you're upfront about what you're doing. There's no facade. There's no bullshit. You know, that's the difference between, you know, you're not trying to pretend or be something. It's just, you know, you're being upfront about what you're doing.
Well, I have to. I don't want to do this behind the scenes, because I have fans, and I try to be as upfront and honest and on Front Street with them as I can. I don't do backroom shenanigans. That's what they do. So when I'm like, I got to be open and honest and say, look, this is what he sent me this text message. This is what I think he's up to. This is where I disagree with him. And this is where I fundamentally disagree with him about the thing that I am deeply involved and invested in, which is independent comic books right now. So we're at war. I mean, we're just at war, and that just is what it is. He won't admit that, but he is at war with me and you too now. Look at these videos. He's trying to control the narrative. He's trying to get his army of fans to attack you, to isolate you, to shun you. This is how he operates. So it behooves you to be honest and upfront with people, and just you know, for me, it's like a pedal to the metal. I'm just I'll look at him every day and look at what he's doing and just show people until they understand.
I'm just gonna lean into the conflict. At this point. It's like that's what you gotta do. At sometimes you just gotta lean in. You gotta lean in, and that's what I was trying to say about
and have fun.
Yeah, and have fun. That's what I was trying to about the whole saying about the whole Clippa thing, like the young Clippa thing. Like sometimes you just gotta lean in. If you want him to stop, you gotta lean in. That's the only way. Because if you like keep denying it, then they're just it's gonna get worse and worse.
He came to my warehouse. Like he came to my warehouse to do the same thing to me, and I said, let's do a bit. I said, welcome. It's nice to meet you. You want to see inside the warehouse? And it was good. It was just the Pink Bunny Man came to see Eric like at his recent show, and Eric just ran away and hid. And it's like the guy just wanted Eric to say hi, Comicsgate. Like, Eric, I just want you to say hi. No, if Eric
have fun, Eric, just have fun.
Grabbed the guy and said, "Oh, you want me to say hi, Comicsgate? Hey, listen, man. You know, it's like it's cool that you're doing this. It's funny. It's very funny and all that stuff. But listen, I got to take care of my fans here. You want me to sign some things? You want me to write hi, Comicsgate? That's fine. All right. You have a great day, man. Take care. Keep it up. Keep up the trolling. It would be over. If Eric was able to do that, it would be over by now. But Eric will not do that.
Yeah.
It's unreal.
I'm sorry. If Eric July just invited him into his warehouse, and if he had the big scissors, and like Eric July had he had his shoulders exposed, and he did a bit where he was chasing him with the scissors,
No, he wouldn't even have to do that. He'd say, "Come in here, and I'll pose for a picture with you. Take the big scissors and put them around Riley's neck, and take a picture like I'm going to cut your head off." He wouldn't even have to give up his pride. He would just have to show that he has a sense of humor and he's a real person who's personable and fun.
Really, just the sense of humor part. It would have been really, really just like the best thing if he could have just laughed at it, like laughed it off, you know. And
how likable would he be? How likable would he be if he just was that guy? I think he'd be incredibly likable.
A lot more likable, I think.
Yeah, he needs to learn that stuff. He's just got a lot of pride.
That's one of the reasons I like Ethan, because I was saying to you earlier, like he can make fun of himself. Like he'll sit there and he'll just let the chat make fun of him. He'll highlight what they're saying and laugh at himself. It's look at his face right now. He's just
it's so funny. You guys in the chat, you're so smart and funny. Oh, ha.
Oh wait, what happened to that share screen? I hate StreamYard now. It does like the weirdest shit.
It's there. Okay.
There we go.
Voice for the unheard, and people flock to them, not because, well, they needed someone to be mad for them. It's because they needed to know that they.
And again, this is filled with imagery, John, that's supposed to intimidate you. These are the people that are on my side. These are the people that are my fans. Where are your fucking fans? Don't question me.
Well, I'll tell you what. The way Comicsgate has, like, literally had my back has been incredible. So I want to thank Comicsgate because, you know,
shout out.
I'm going to thank this guy in the front row with the glasses. I like him. Thanks, my friend.
Yeah, in all seriousness, man, like it's good not to feel, and you know, Ethan, thanks for coming on here. You know, not that it's like I really, at the end of the day, you just gotta lean into the conflict, you know, like I gotta take my own advice and just roll with it. So, yeah, we're gonna have fun, Eric.
Because they needed to know that they weren't alone. Now, the rise of creators in this space wasn't the cause, it was the side effect. And honestly, most people who feel the same way aren't even creators at all. They're just tired of being talked down.
I don't know what he's talking about, man.
I don't know either.
People are just tired of being talked down to, the rise of creators in this space. No, I don't think so. I think it's just a lot of comic book creators who could not get work in the mainstream anymore because of various reasons. And they found a home here in Comicsgate. It's a good place to be. And I don't know, man. I think there are a lot of other kind of young people who are taking an opportunity here in the indie space that is flourishing to get their books. I don't think it has a lot to do with just being tired of being talked down to. Eric, I'm tired of being talked down to by you. This whole video is exhausting, but okay.
Tired of seeing something that they love get turned into a platform for messaging instead of storytelling. What fans really want isn't complicated. They want to go back to the days when we were arguing over who would win in a fight, Goku or Super.
Why can't we do this now?
We do that now.
He talks about we want to go back to the days where it was fun. It's like, Eric, what's stopping anybody from having these discussions now? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, what's the main thing that's stopping us is none of us know what Isam's powers are. So who would win in a fight between Superman and Isam? I don't know. Isam flies, right? Doesn't he fly?
He falls.
No.
He falls from great distances into cars. That's one of his powers, I think.
Yeah, we can't have that conversation. We don't know what his powers are. Sorry, Eric.
Wait, didn't you guys read Isam 3? Does he not tell by Isam 3 what the fuck his powers are?
No, he says where they come from. So Isam's powers come from one of his ancestors, and we're talking 8,000 years ago, I guess. No, not 8.
It was 2,000
years ago.
Yeah.
My God, what am I talking about? 2,000 years ago was healed by Jesus.
Oh my God, I was gonna be like, is he like Jesus?
Yeah, he's healed by Jesus, and so Jesus gave him super strength, which passed down because that's what Jesus did. I mean, you know,
he made superheroes.
Yeah, radioactive spiders and our Lord and Savior, usually the cause of anatomic radiation, superhero makers. Didn't realize this.
Yeah, enlightening.
Not gamma rays or nothing.
Wow.
Yeah, Jesus radiation.
Never
Yeah,
would have read the
Jesus
text
radiation.
and got come away with that. Wow. Man,
Yeah,
Eric,
I mean,
Eric knows something we don't.
Lazarus, by the way. Oh my God, is Isam's great grandfather? Is it Lazarus? When Jesus and like Lazarus comes out of the tomb and he's all like super Frankenstein. That'd be awesome.
Might have to wait till like ISOM 50. Well, we're gonna get that. I don't know. At the way Eric's revealing stuff.
No, but I thought he was just doing 3 issues. Wasn't that supposed to be the whole point with just ISOM being 3 issues?
That's the ill-advised arc, Nina. That was the ill-advised arc. So that implies that there's going to be something after, right?
Right.
Maybe.
I guess.
I don't know. Yeah.
Superman, whether or not the new movie broke canon, whether or not that retcon actually made any sense. It was conflict, but it was all in fun.
Okay, so I will admit this was taken out of context a little bit, but I think he is trying to message that idea, like conflict. But conflict, guys, no, it wasn't conflict. It was like really fun.
It was riffing. We were just riffing each other.
What was fun about it? What was fun about 2017? I don't remember it really being fun.
No, that was when things we loved were being destroyed. There was nothing fun about it. Like it wasn't like, oh, let's have a dialogue about who's better, like Spider-Man or Batman or whoever else. Like it was like, oh, what are they doing to the things we love? Like they literally destroyed Luke Skywalker. He's drinking fucking space milk and shit and throwing away his lightsaber. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? That's not.
We can have conversations like who's gayer, like Son of Superman or Iceman. We could still do that. Like, who's gayer? I think Iceman is gayer. No, Superman has a pink-haired boyfriend. I think he's pretty gay too.
Batman's way more gay. He's got Robin.
That's true.
Man, Eric July's idea of reality is kind of fascinating. Like the way he crafts these narratives. Like this is what it's almost like this was to him. He's trying to create this story. Like this is what the good old days were like. Remember this? But now I don't know. Is he trying to say like? But now there's this toxicity all of us. Like what the hell are you even talking about?
It's so virtue-y. It's like I'm so virtuous now. Let's not
toxicity in our. I love that there's toxicity in our thing where people were being called toxic by SJWs. That's interesting how Eric is now calling us toxic when SJWs were calling us toxic, but toxicity within our toxic space. Beautiful.
This is wild.
Was passion, but for the love of the Lord. Nobody wanted this to turn into this tribal sort of warfare. They just wanted to enjoy the ride. That's actually a big part of why I stopped just really talking about it to the degree that I was before, and I started my own thing. That's where the Rippaverse came from. It wasn't about fighting back with just more outrage. It was about offering an alternative, something built on fun, escapism, continuity, and respect for the audience. And people, of course, tried to label that in whatever way.
Now, hold on, pause it. And that, like, I have no problem with that, except for the part where so was Ethan and everybody else, and then you decided you were better than Ethan and everyone else, and basically wanted to do it all yourself, and decided, like, I'm just gonna have this war with this old comic book veteran, and maybe dance on it, like moonwalk on his grave or whatever the fuck. I don't know what the fuck.
We're gonna shame crowdfunding.
We're gonna shame crowdfunding.
Basically, I like my way. Listen, Ethan, you've got some business practice faults. Your books don't come out on time, and you've got a crowdfund. I've got access to angel investors, possibly money of my own, and I'm going to be able to just put books together and get them ready in time for the pre-order system. That's still a 4-month pre-order, but pre-order system that isn't crowdfunding. And y'all can come along with me. You can work for me if you want to. But crowdfunding is going to be pretty much over. I'm going to see to that. Now, Eric basically wanted to take the democratization of indie comics and destroy it. And I told him at the time, I just said, dude, if you are saying that crowdfunding if you're creating like doubt, and he made a bunch of videos where he was just like, crowdfunding is good, but it has all these different things that if you're going to do that, you're going to hurt every single small creator. You're going to make it impossible or more difficult for people who just you want to raise $8,000 and put out a comic book. Like, you're going to hurt them too. You're just going to kill the entire indie space if you're successful. And he told me at the time that like he wasn't going to do that. I said, just keep crowdfunding out of your pitch. He just went right for it, right for crowdfunding, because that is, again, it's conflict marketing. This is what I have that's better than what you're used to.
Yes.
This is what these guys are doing that's flawed. This is what I've got to offer instead.
Yep. Anytime you present a contrast like that, you are engaged in conflict marketing. Like anytime. I mean, would you say that's correct? Like, once you put yourself next to somebody else and
this or that,
the difference. Yes.
My brand or their brand. That's conflict marketing. Absolutely.
They wanted to, but you have to start remembering what this was.
I think I have to start remembering.
Have to start remembering what this was about.
Continuity and respect for the audience. And people, of course, tried to label that in whatever ways that they wanted to, but you have to start remembering what this was all about in the first place. It was about fun, simple and plain, fun.
He looks like he's having fun. He couldn't even smile on that last.
He looks about fun. Miserable, man. So
Look at him,
please. Miserable.
Please leave me
You
alone.
have to start remembering.
You know what this reminds me of? That video of Ellen Page where she's like talking about the joy of being trans, and she looks like she's about to go like
you
cry.
have to be aware
like,
of what
like
your
crying.
face is doing. Like when you're making it was about fun. Okay. Fun. That's it. Fun. Could you put on a big beaming smile when you're talking? This was supposed to be about fun. Fun. See how I do that? And then I go right back to this again. As soon as the camera's off. Right back to a snarl.
Gosh, man.
Oh my god.
Here, we'll do a little slow-mo. Another pause of frame here.
You have to start remembering what this was all about in the first place. It was about fun, simple and plain. Fun.
How do you end a video like that? you literally just ends. That was like one of the funniest things about that. That's why I had to clip it when I saw it. I'm like, man, oh man, he just straight up ended the video.
That was actually funny without being without him meaning it to be funny. It was hilarious.
So what do you think his theme was there? Like directly after his no conflict video. No conflict marketing. He puts out this, which is conflict marketing, of course. He's talking about
it was his passive aggressive answer to John to be like, look, man, the Rippaverse was just about like having fun, and like, you know, it was my way of standing up to the big guys, and instead of just complaining about it, I put out the Rippaverse, and I made creative decisions, and like, you know, that's what it was all about though. It was all about the fun. Because that's basically what he was saying to you in his posts. But then he made a video without saying that this is a response video to John Talks.
I think it's like he's just trying to rewrite history. I think like there's so much we've looked at just barely scratching the surface, and there's so much there in terms of his conflict marketing that he is trying to rewrite history, rewrite the narrative, and just say, you know, all that conflict and everything is really just, at least this is my take on it, it's just about, you know, we were just having fun, guys. It was all just fun. I wasn't conflict marketing. Oh, yes, you were.
Yes. That's what happens. I mean, it's like you step in the middle of like a real, like, you know, where people's careers are at stake in a real battleground. And I really think like 2017, 2018 was scary. You had to be here to understand that and be a part of it. Like, we were being accused of murder. Like, there was some crazy shit going on. I would love to chronicle, like, people go, remember when this happened? I'm like, no, but thanks for reminding me. There was so much insanity going on at that time And you just step in front of that and just go, this was meant to be fun. And I'm like, it wasn't fun for most people. Like Comicsgate, honestly, was kind of a hard fought. We cut out this corner of the internet for ourselves and decided to kind of protect ourselves from that. Like we would be marginalized beyond belief. We would be debanked. You know, we wouldn't have a platform to make comics at all. Like all of these things were aimed at us. Like we survived it, calling it like, there shouldn't be conflict marketing. Obviously, there has to be conflict marketing. You have to shoot back. And the other thing is, yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's fun. The end result is fun when you make great comics. That's what it's about. The comics are what's fun. When you actually produce books that resonate, that people just can't deny. And my whole thing was like, you can gatekeep me. You can do whatever you want to do. You can make my life hard in whatever way you want to. Ultimately, Dale Keown gave me this song called Be Undeniable by a band I'd never heard of called Hell Yeah. And he's like, this is your song. And the song is just like, when they're trying to deny you, be undeniable. You know, it's like they can't argue. People can't argue with great art. They can't argue with that. They can argue with your point of view. But when you actually produce great music, great art, a great comic book, a great story, that speaks for itself. And you wouldn't have to make all of these videos defending yourself in so many different ways. Like if ISOM was good, if it was great, you know, then maybe we'd all want to hear about your marketing videos or whatever it is that you're making. Who wants business lessons from Eric July? Like who's looking for that? It's really strange from a comic book, an indie startup comic book company, to have to be lectured about that kind of nonsense. But just be undeniable, make great work. And you're in a situation now where there's no political gatekeeping from the left. We will gatekeep out the radical left from this place because they're going to damage us. But you're safe here, and you can actually produce great work, and you can actually have it be examined and talked about and discussed by other people who are comic book creators as well, and create good stuff. But you're going to be allowed to make comics, which is amazing, and that's all we wanted to do. That's all we wanted to. That's the space that we wanted to cut out for ourselves.
It's great, man. It's what it's all about, really. At the end of the day, it's got to be about the work. Like it's got to be about the quality. Who knows? Like one day, maybe like one of those Lord of the Rings or the next Star Wars or whatever comes out of Comicsgate.
So Eric has made a post on X right now, and I was thinking we kind of read through that, but before we do though, because he does bring up one more thing in his in this post, because I kind of skimmed it, that I'm going to bring up, but he brings up this Rippaverse code of ethics that he constantly brings up, and that's another kind of issue I have with Eric, is like when somebody has to keep telling you that they have a code of ethics, there's usually like the opposite happening. So that's why like they have to keep reminding you, like, hey, I have a code of ethics that I live by. Remember my code? I have a code. And I feel like that's a bit of a red herring, or it's, I don't know what it is. Like, thou protest too much. It's like when you just have to keep reminding people that they have a code of ethics. It's like, okay, but people who actually live by a code of ethics don't have to keep reminding people that they have a code of ethics.
I don't care if you're a gangster. Just make good comics. I really don't care. Like your code of ethics is not a good reason for me to buy your comic books. I only care about your comic books. Stop telling me about how virtuous you are and start producing good stories. It's like for real, like, back in the old days, like, it's like in the 1940s, late 40s and early 50s, some of those guys were gangsters, but they were producing these fucking awesome horror comics. They were cutthroat. They were in competition with each other. And it's just like, who cares? Like, who cares what their ethics were? Those comic books survive. They last. They mean something. They're fun. So, yeah, this whole thing, like Rippaverse code of ethics is not something.
And it's just constant. It's constant too, and it's like that's why it bothers me, because I'm like, if you're truly like, if you live by truth, if you're truly like that, you don't have to talk about it. It's just something people don't talk about when they're like that. And somebody said overcompensation. That's exactly what it is. It's an overcompensation for something. And this is what I'm talking about here. So Eric said, I'm a comic book lifter. Some of my most lifer.
When did he post this?
16 minutes ago.
Okay.
Some of my most cherished early memories, and even many of the friendships I still have to this day, are deeply rooted in comic book culture. While I have successful runs as writer, mostly in music, I always dreamed of creating my own comics.
He used to say, like, I can write fiction because I've written songs before.
Here, Eric. Now I lended out my copy of Save the Cat. This is Save the Cat goes to the movies. It analyzes a bunch of movies, but Save the Cat is a very good foundational book if you want to understand beats of storytelling. Eric, I'm giving you more free advice. Okay, so eat it up. Save the Cat. Okay, check it out. And but don't say you're financially successful as a writer, but is he success? Like, does he see himself as a actual successful writer in
definitely in music? Like, his songs are all over the radio. They're played in bars. They're played in. I'll go to the disco. I'll hear Eric's music, and I'll be like, "Oh my god, I know that guy. That's amazing." Sure. Other artists are clearly, like, he's in publishing of music. So other artists who wrote that. Oh, Eric D. July wrote that top 40 hit pop song. That's amazing. So very successful. I don't know what you're talking about. Billboard #7. I don't know if you saw that. And that song, that's going to be played. Billboard Top 7. I don't know if you realize this, but the Billboard Music Awards are going to happen in January. Eric July is going to be performing his Viking song at the Music Awards, which is what happens when you have an authentic Billboard Top 10 hit.
You don't say. Wow.
Yeah, they're going to drop, what's his name? The New Year's Eve, Rockin' New Year's Eve. Eric July is going to be performing there.
New Year's Rockin' Eve, yeah.
Dick Clark's going to come back from the grave to just allow Eric July to perform his top 10, Billboard Top 10 authentic and genuine grassroots hit song. It's going to be amazing.
Wow.
Man, I guess I was wrong about this Eric July.
Yes, you were.
Man.
But for a long time, it wasn't something I could realistically pursue, or so I thought. Still, timing is everything, and life has a way of lining things up. Over the years, I created countless videos about comics, from lore, breakdowns, and history deep dives to reviews and commentary. But as modern comics became less fun and more frustrating, my attitude started to shift.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Eric didn't write this. His social media manager did.
Dang.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I can tell Eric didn't write this because it's fairly literate and follows a train of thought. And Eric has already just told us just today that he has a social media manager who runs his Twitter. So Eric, stop this. You didn't write this. And if you actually look at it, I'm partially kidding, but he didn't write this. This is not in his voice.
We got to look for and such. I think that'd be a giveaway.
Such, right?
Yeah.
I decided I didn't want just to complain anymore. Continually issues, economic concerns, continuity issues, economic concerns, etc. I figured it was time to be a part of the solution. So I took the risk of a lifetime. I invested a few $100,000 of my own money and launched what would become the Rippaverse, starting with ISOM #1. Now, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is the whole, like, I don't want to crowdfund. I'm going to put I'm going to put my own money and make it work, because, like, I'm not going to do that route.
Can I read this? Can you go up? Let me read this in Eric's
Sure.
voice. Let me try my best. We'll start over again. Go from the top. If you could scroll up, and I'm going to read this.
Hold on.
This is pure hibbity-jibbity, but written by a social media manager. I'm a comic book lifer. Some of my most cherished early memories, and even Many of the friendships I still have to this day are deeply rooted in comic book culture. While I had successful runs as a writer, mostly in music, I always dreamed of creating my own comics. But for a long time, it wasn't something I could realistically pursue, or so I thought. Still, timing is everything, and life has a way of lining things up. It is. More so, over the years, I created countless videos about comics, from lore breakdowns and history deep dives to reviews and commentary. But as modern comics became less fun and more frustrating, my attitude started to shift. I decided I didn't want to just complain anymore. Continuity issues, economic concerns, etc. I figured it was time to be part of the solution. Scroll down a little bit, Nina. So, okay, thank you. Nina, you would be the worst. Like, what are those girls?
Teleprompter operator or something?
Yeah. I would. I was reading the chat. Sorry.
So I took the risk of a lifetime. I invested a few $100,000 of my own money. Okay, let me pause right there. That number, what do you mean a few $100,000? If it was your own money, a few $100,000. What's that? A few hundred. Wouldn't you be able to say, because it's your own money, I invested $286,000 of what was in our bank account. We'd saved it up. My wife and I, it was our nest egg, and we invested a few $100,000. It wasn't his money, dude. And the number keeps changing. It was 2, then it was 3, and now it's a few. Yeah. So what exactly was it precisely? Really
I recall when it was 2. I don't know if it was more now, but I recall when he said it was like $200,000.
Yes, he said 2, and then it was like 3, and now it's a few, and a few is more than 3, I think. Or you would just be. See, this is the thing. When it's your own money coming out of your own bank account, you know how much it is. Yeah. When it's somebody else's money, it's a few $100,000. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just the way he talks. It's so obvious. Or somebody else wrote this and not Eric. So they're whatever it is, they're detached from the amount. It's a huge amount of money for almost anybody. They're detached from what that amount of money is. So I launched what would become the Rippaverse, starting with ISOM #1. Fast forward to today, we published over 20 books and work with more than 45 writers and artists. This has grown into something much bigger than ISOM and far bigger than me, with no signs of slowing down. Now, hold on a second. I think I showed signs of slowing down earlier in a graph. I think I showed signs of that. We remain committed to our mission, delivering fun material and building a creative sandbox for fans. Maybe it is Eric. Creative sandbox. Eric still thinks that like the phrase, I want to play in your sandbox, is for fans. That is not what that means, Eric. What does it mean, Don? When you say, when somebody says my sandbox, I want to play in your sandbox.
It's like Frank Miller getting to do, he does Batman, you know, he's playing in the sandbox of, you know, the DC character of Batman, you know, like it's a creator term. It's not for fans.
Marvel Comics would say, Frank Miller, come over and play in this sandbox for a little while. Play in the Daredevil sandbox again.
Yes.
It's not fans. The fans are not playing in shit. They're not invited to play in any sandbox. They're invited to read what the guy who was in the sandbox created for you. I said this to him. Eric, I know you're watching, man. Stop misusing phrases like this. I beg of you, because you do it over and over and over and over and over again, and it's really tiresome. You got to stop it. Some of you rock with everything we release. Others may have just a favorite title or two. Either way, we appreciate you. I appreciate your bitch ass. That was so funny. I appreciate your bitch.
That was it's funny because Ethan, it's funny because I saw that clip. I saw that clip probably right after it came out. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I should have sent it to you. But I'm just like, he did not call this guy a bitch. I don't know if I was searching or something. I just came across it again, and I'm like, I remembered it. I'm like, man, I'm in a certain mood, man.
Lean in.
Yeah, I don't know if people have seen it. Hold on, let me pull that up real quick here. Is this it? Yeah, it is. Okay, watch this.
Oh, wait, no, wait. Read the last line.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're bound by the Rippaverse Code of Ethics, and we'll continue to uphold it. Thank you for being part of this. Okay, sure.
The code of ethics is brought up again. I swear to God. I'm like, please stop talking about the fucking code of ethics, Eric.
A very special guest with us. We have Eric July, the creator of Rippaverse Comics. Big thank you to him being on the show. So welcome. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, brother, and I appreciate you, big time for having me. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, big time. Appreciate you, big time for having me. Thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure. And we're in the same time.
I like to close up the.
You're gonna see on his face is just like he's just like, oh shit.
I appreciate your bitch ass.
I can't talk half the time either, so that shit happens to me all the time.
Yeah. Well, he's got his code of ethics that he's upholding, which includes lying to his customers when he misprints a double page spread.
Yes.
Well, and also lying to people about what we just discovered he was lying about. That was interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
During
But,
this
respecting the customer, unless
You're
you
moonwalking.
Yeah, but unless you you didn't really like the book in some cases. I was telling Nina, it's like, remember when ISOM 1 came out and the amount of energy that was being used to control the narrative? I don't know if I was the only one that was seeing it, but like anybody that had some criticism about the book, it just seemed like he was on top of it, just absolutely on top of it.
Yeah, he was there to say, well, to silence criticism in any way that he could. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Real quick, Doc Brucey, thank you for the $1.99, says our trash can runneth over.
You sound like my wife on Tuesdays.
TMF Squid for $5 says Eric became catty woman and forgot how to have fun.
Yeah.
So much fun. Bob Rogers, thank you for gifting a membership to the chat. And then she gifted another membership to the chat. So thank you for those. And A. Brown CBR also became a member. So thank you so very much for all of that. And then the serious man for $2 says, let's go for another 5 hours. Oh my God, I'm so exhausted. I can't believe we've been going.
This was 5 hours. Wow, I got to watch this from the beginning.
Then we got Thor Odinson for $1.99. It's like pros pledging not to abuse women.
Did you see that? The comic book industry issued the women in comic books issued a statement that said, we'd like the men of comics to like take this pledge, and it was like, I swear not to rape.
Right. I remember that.
And a bunch of guys like actually did say, I forswear, not to rape any of my female peers. It was incredible. Absolutely incredible.
It was so crazy. I can't believe they actually
I made no such promises, by the way. None.
Well, you can't make promises you can't keep,
Yeah, that's right.
Russell Hall for $2 says Russell Hall lives by a strict code of ethics.
Thanks, Russell Hall.
Thank you. TMF Squid for $5 says Eric didn't build a very good sandbox. If all that came out was crap, are you sure it wasn't a litter box? Wow. And with that, I think I'm gonna actually call it a night. It's been a 5-hour stream. It's a long stream. I think I've said all I need to say about Eric July for the night. But we're leaning in and having fun, right, John?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
My mentions, I'm so scared to look at my Twitter mentions right now. I'm like, oh my God, it's gonna be hell for the next couple of days.
That's the fun part. Yeah.
Is that the fun part?
Guys, just be truthful and be right. That's all it is. Just be honest about this stuff. Just don't be afraid and just speak the truth. And you have nothing to worry about. History
Honestly,
straightens all this
Ethan,
stuff
I
out.
was really sick of it's not even like just not saying it. I just sick and tired of just sitting by and just being like, I have so much to say, but I don't want to say any of it because I don't want to hurt people's
behaving
feelings.
yourself and you still got punished by these people. You know what I
This
mean?
is
Like
true.
you were doing your best to be like, I'm just going to be neutral. And they still identified you as somebody who was going against the
with
narrative,
you.
and they punished you. Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
with
of course. It's like,
Yeah.
you're like, well, I kind of agree with Ethan. I don't know. Like, okay, well, that's enough to get you like blacklisted. And how is that any different than what they're complaining about? That's the same situation. It's the same scenario. I personally, look, I've got friends, Anna is my pal.
Yeah.
Anna has taken no side, and we're still friends. I mean, that's just the way it is. I don't care. To me, I value people who, want to be friends with me. I value them. You want to have other friends, you have other friends, whatever it is. People who don't like me, that's fine too. But it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way both ways for some of these folks. So I'm sorry that you're probably going to get some grief about this, but take comfort in the fact that you're right. And that's what it is. And history is going to, it's like history doesn't really allow people like Eric July to flourish in the long term. It just doesn't. So just be on the right side of things and you'll see it'll shake out in the end.
Oh, well, that's probably one of the nicest things you've ever said to me. But
no, it isn't. That's so much nicer things to you. Oh, Nina. Oh my goodness. So beautiful.
That's true. That's true. He does simp for me a lot. That's true.
Yeah,
and the chat notices. The chat knows all. Russell Hall for $5 says, I would never swear publicly not to abuse women. It's against Russell Hall's strict code of ethics.
Sean Connery from time to time. Sean Connery thought it was fine to, just slap
sometimes you gotta slap a bitch.
You gotta slap a bitch. You gotta, sometimes just appreciate a bitch.
Yeah. The serious man for $2 says, Nina does not look exhausted at all. Well, I am. I'm freaking so tired. So thank you everybody for joining us tonight for this episode of Trashcast, apparently. No, seriously though.
You should do that.
Talk.
Thank you. Trashcast and see what happens.
Oh my God, that was.
Why don't you do that? Change the title and put Trashcast number 184. I think it is, and then just take it.
It's 184.
Yeah, number 184.
All right.
All caps. Trashcast, just in all caps, right? Trashcast number 184.
Will you like write it for me in the private chat or like in the DMs, and then I'll just copy and paste it because I'll forget. I'm so tired.
I'll remember that. I'll remember 184. So we'll be good.
Thank you.
You're sure?
Studios.
You sure, Ethan? Like, I mean, is
sure.
Okay.
I just want to do it just to see about how conflict marketing would do. If somebody would if people are going to leave me super thanks and give me some more money, if it's like a trash cast, like, sure, I want to see how it's going to do. I mean, that's what this is all about, right? Understanding that conflict marketing is actually going to work, and it's going to bring you more straight like numbers, more money, more whatever.
Infinite Trashcast. Damn.
There it is.
Infinite trash.
There it is.
There we go. That's what we're gonna call it. Infinite Trashcast. I'm gonna put this down on my notes here. Trashcast 180. Infinite Trashcast 180. Oh my God. Thank you so much.
Cal's comment. If Nina wasn't married, there would be a lot of men who would have loved to go to bed with you. Nina, how does that make you feel? Pretty good?
Yeah, it makes me feel great. It's nice to be wanted. Russell Hall for $2 says, Nina, are you sure you're ready for this much spice? Russell, you don't know how much spice I take.
Yeah.
Oh no.
All right.
Oh, no. Okay. Ethan, you have a campaign going on. Do you want to push the campaign before we call it a night?
Here's the campaign that I would like to push, not my own. Mandy Summers and Dale Keown are working together to collect all of the 1990s Image Pit books. Pit was a great series, influential. Everybody was in awe of the artwork of Dale Keown, and everybody wants it collected. Mandy Summers is launching the first collected edition of Pit this Friday, and I'd really love it if you guys turned out and purchased a copy. Back the campaign, support the campaign. There's been a lot of fighting and conflict over this book. It's finally coming to be, so it would be great if the conflict marketing actually ended up in a nice six-figure first day for Pit number 1. Please turn out, have $30, $40, whatever it's going to cost, I'm not sure, available on payday to reserve your copy of Pit, the trade paperback volume 1. Thanks.
Yes, go back, Mandy Summers and Dale Keown.
Friday.
Mandy is my girl. She is awesome, and they've been putting her through hell over there at like the bastards. I'm not even gonna name names at this point because there's too many. But go and support her, everybody. That's what we got to do around here. And also 200 Watt Studios. I'm sorry I missed this one. Thank you for the $2. Says Nina, the prettiest Persian princess in the world. Oh, that is so sweet. Thank you, 200 Watt Studios. John, what do you got? What do you got going on before we go?
Oh, well, Ethan, are you doing Trashcast tonight?
No, I'm gonna go to work. I got to do some Rainbow the Brute, guys, in the chat.
Wow.
I'm not really drawing Rainbow the Brute. I got to draw a Sciver front cover, so I got to finish that up. So it's almost done.
Cool, very cool. Well, I'm tired as heck, but that's nothing another cup of coffee will not solve. So, yeah, join me on my second channel, John Talks.
Okay.
Because I'll just continue to go through that thread where we left off. If you guys want to hang out, if you ain't got anything going on, everyone,
I'll watch.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll tune in. I'm just exhausted.
If you're no worries.
Where do you live stream from? John Talks 2.
John Talks 2. Yeah, might as well just go from there. I'm thinking about repurposing my main channel. So yeah, we'll see. I've got an idea cooking, Ethan. So but I'll talk to you about it later on.
John, why don't you, like, while we're live, why don't you set up your stream right now, and then we can drop the link for it.
Sounds
good to the thing, so we can keep going for another couple minutes.
Holocron Library Fox wants you to pull up some pics of your princess cosplay for the outro. Oh yeah, I don't know if you have any, but
I have I think my Jasmine cosplay on what's it called? On Instagram. Let me see if I can grab that.
That'd be good. You can't let Anna outdo you. You know, I don't know if you've seen Anna's cosplay calendars, but
I have seen
they're getting to be with Cecil's help and his art direction. I really think that those calendars are becoming better and better. And I think maybe Cecil could help you too in a similar way. I just don't want to see Anna get too far ahead of you in the,
Oh no, I bow to Anna. She can have all of the calendars. I tried to do one and it didn't quite work out, and I was like, I'm actually not made out for this at all.
Did you do conflict marketing, Nina?
No, I didn't do enough conflict marketing, and it just didn't work out for me at all. And I was like, I was kind of glad it didn't, because I was like, this is too much pressure. So I'm kind of like, I'm actually kind of glad it didn't work out.
I just feel like
Aaron,
maybe
Anna can have all of them. Like, I'm totally fine with it. God bless her. This is my husband made this little thing for me of me hanging out with Raja, but that's me as Princess Jasmine.
That's excellent. Is that tiger really there?
No.
It isn't? How'd they do that then?
It's my husband made it for me. He was like, I'll just pretend that you're in the castle.
That tiger isn't real. You don't have a tiger.
Actually, yes, it is.
It is real. I thought so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cats totally going nuts. Real. They're going, hello, nurse, sexy Nina. Wow. TNA equals profits. Doc Brewski, yes, don't worry, we'll get through to her.
This is true. 200 Watt Studios for $2 says Cecil treats Anna like his young girlfriends. No, they're more like a pair of siblings that can never stop fighting.
In some ways, he's like Andrew Tate with Anna. When it comes to the modeling career, a little bit like Andrew Tate, I think. Wow, what is that? You made a nice.
That's my pumpkin that I carved, because I like pumpkin art. Because this was for Halloween, and then I did the mouth of the Cave of Wonders.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's like the lion, the mouth that Aladdin goes into. That's what that is. Did you ever watch Aladdin, the Cave of Wonders?
No, I never watched that. So maybe I would have recognized it.
Yeah, you would have totally got it. Did you ever watch Wicked?
I saw some of the first Wicked. Yeah, I watched some of it with my wife, and I said, "Boy, is this really gay? Like, it's
Yeah, it
really
is.
super gay."
Do you know the poster for it? Because I did that for last
let me
year's
see.
Halloween.
Oh, that looks great. No, that I recognize.
I did
Yeah,
this one.
that looks
I like
good.
pumpkin art. I think it's like, I don't know. There's something about pumpkin art, like about the fact that it doesn't last. I don't know why I like it so much.
I think that probably suggests a little bit of your personality. It might say something about you personally.
Does it? Is that
Maybe, yeah.
Is it like a mental thing?
I love
Am I
things that
psychotic?
don't last. You know, it's interesting. Yeah.
This was me making fun of Cynthia Erivo because she was like saying that the poster should have been changed to like have her eyes. So I put her eyes on there.
That was funny.
Because she needed to be seen.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much my Instagram.
Okay.
Do you have an Instagram, Ethan?
Not that I think so. Yeah, I do. I do have one, but I don't use it at all. And mostly it's been taken over by Chileans who discovered it as a way to punish.
Chileans?
Yeah. I said that Pedro Pascal was a fat, sweaty coward, and the entire nation of Chile came after me.
I remember that. I remember that. That was nuts.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was on CNN over there, and they all attacked me. And they took over my social media. They found my Instagram and they filled it with Chilean fish recipes. So I don't use it. Like I'm sure it's like really, I don't use it, but like the comments are just nothing but Chilean like fish and watermelon recipes. Which
I did not know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, it was terrifying. You could actually look it up. Google, Ethan Van Sciver, Pedro Pascal, Chile, and you'll see like these articles, terrifying articles. Some of the worst criticism that I personally received from Chileans. And they said, you and the lead singer of Maroon 5 are dead here. Like, you're dead to us, our people.
Wow.
Wow.
Harsh.
Really?
Absolutely harsh.
They said, we will torture you forever, just like we're torturing the lead singer of Maroon 5, Adam Levine.
Adam Levine? Why do they hate him for?
Because he insulted them at a concert. I don't know. It's some stupid. I mean, they're very.
I don't see it.
You don't see it.
There's pictures of you and Pedro Pascal. Though. What the fuck? This is for real? When was this? What happened?
It was like last year, I think. It was terrible. I mean, it was really, really
Adam
terrible.
Levine 2.0.
Yeah, they call me Adam Levine.
Out of Ethan Van Sciver.
Why are they so mean?
What the fuck? How did I not know about this? 200 Watt Studios for 2 says I accidentally launched the wrong Cave of Wonders. Oh no.
Yeah.
How did I not know about this, Ethan?
I don't know. It was everywhere. Look at this. You mess with him and you mess with all of Chile. This is another one. This is CNN. If you'll share my screen.
Hold on. Add to stage.
You mess with him and you mess. This is, by the way, this is conflict marketing. You mess with him and you mess with all of Chile. Comic book artist sparks Chilean fury after criticizing Pedro Pascal. This is their CNN over there. What did Ethan Van Sciver say about Pedro Pascal? Oh, it's this asshole. Thanks for supporting Gina, you flabby coward. The cartoonist wrote. This is my tweet.
That's it?
That's what I wrote. Like during the awards, he got up and got an award. And I did say, oh, here it is. This is how I could read my own tweet. Oh, it's this asshole. Thanks for standing behind Gina, you flabby coward. And then this was, by the way, that's my son's birthday. So I said that on Hunter's birthday. And all hell broke loose. And look, this is what they're doing. They're sending me recipes for Chilean food with images of Pedro Pascal laughing at me. They trolled me viciously for like weeks.
Oh my god, how did I not know about this? That's so funny.
It was, look at this picture of me. It was terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
That picture of you is hilarious.
There I am.
That's you.
Horrible.
We got that one. The serious man. Thank you, the serious man, for $2 says good night. Oh, thank you. Good night. Russell Hall for the 2 says, I think Nina and Juju have similar philosophies. Shut up, Russell. Did you make your
I did,
stream
yeah.
plan?
So I put the link in the chat. It is there. Give me time to brew a cup of coffee and about 5 minutes or so, and I will be there.
Thank you,
Yeah.
both of you, for inviting me. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh,
Yeah, thanks Ethan for coming on.
Yeah, thanks
and
a lot,
we
man.
will catch you guys next time. Take care, everybody. Bye.
Take care, everyone.